Good morning, everyone. Please welcome Secretary, Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Sri Atul Kumar Tiwari, Mr. Ramakrishnan, Chair, FICCI Skill Development Committee, Mr. Manav Majumdar, Senior Advisor, FICCI, Mr. Manoj Agrawal, Co-Chair, FICCI Skill Development Committee, and Mr. Shailendra Katyal, Managing Director, Lenovo India. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 14th Global Skill Summit 2023, and I take a great pride in welcoming you all. And of course, the title of this year's summit is Building Skills, Empowering Youth and Creating Future. Thank you for taking out time and gracing the occasion in large numbers. We would kickstart the session by requesting our chair, Mr. Ramakrishnan, to welcome Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari with a green certificate. So this is a pledge that we take of planting 5 trees in one of the national parks in India. I would request Mr. Manoj Agrawal to welcome Mr. Shailendra Katyal with a green certificate. Thank you, sir. Friends, a young India with a large digitally enabled middle class is rapidly moving towards growth and change. The technical and vocational education system, which we popularly call as TVET system in a country, has witnessed tremendous development, growth and evolution since past 1 decade. The demographic surplus that our country is bestowed with, which provides an opportunity to become the skill capital for the world, with a focused approach on skilling, reskilling and upskilling to not only fuel the economy of our country, but also fill the skilled workforce for the aging population of many developed countries. We've been witnessing several countries like UAE, Japan, Australia, Russia, and Switzerland that have a growing population reaching out to India for creating a strategic pipeline for skilled workforce. And we at FICCI are encouraged by this huge opportunity that would benefit and would help us flow of workforce, its businesses, investments, and the government. This journey will have its own set of challenges, but we believe that with a concerted and a cogent effort, a rapid, equitable, and a sustainable growth is achievable. Further, with so much of action at the level of government and industry, we feel enthused and excited to work hand in hand with stakeholders and contribute effectively in this exciting journey of knowledge and skills reform. With these words, may I now request Mr. Manav Majumdar, Senior Advisor, FICCI, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Rajesh. Good morning, everyone. Sri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Sri Shailendra Katyal, Managing Director, Lenovo India and Site Leader, Lenovo Group. Mr. Ramakrishnan, Chair, FICCI Skill Development Committee, Mr. Manoj Agrawal, Co-Chair, FICCI Skill Development Committee, distinguished speakers, panelists, senior officials from government, our esteemed partners, delegates, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to extend a warm welcome to you all to the 14th edition of Global Skill Summit 2023. We are most thankful to Secretary Sri Tiwari for kindly accepting our invitation and being with us this morning. Sir, we look forward to listening to your insights and address. Let me also take this opportunity to extend a special welcome to Mr. Katyal. I'm sure all the delegates are eagerly waiting to hear from you, your perspectives. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, for India to become a $5 trillion economy in near future, it's obvious that a lot would depend on how we harness our skill potential in the years ahead. We must seize the opportunity, rebuild, reskill, upskill ourselves with greater focus and consistently work towards the goal of making India the skill capital of the world. FICCI Global Skill Summit, now in its 14th edition, it has over the last and previous 13 editions has very fruitfully, meaningfully deliberated on several critical areas of skilling and employability. Some of them include future skills and future of jobs, career guidance and counseling, strategic frameworks, new paradigms in vocational skilling, apprenticeship, and so on. This year, with the theme Building Skills, Empowering Youth, Creating Future, we again intend to address another set of critical issues which would help us address the challenges in the years ahead. With these words, I once again welcome you all to the 14th edition of Global Skills Summit. I hope all of you will have an enriching experience in the two-day conference and will certainly find your time well spent. I wish the deliberations all success. I'm sure with your active participation, it will be engaging and outcome oriented. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those insights and helping us formally kickstart the session. I would request Mr. K. Ramakrishnan, Chairperson, FICCI Skill Development Committee and Chief Executive, Skill Development Mission, L&T, to deliver the theme address.
Thank you, Rajesh. Mr. Atul Tiwari, Mr. Shailendra Katyal, Mr. Manoj Agarwal, Mr. Manav Majumdar, my friends from the sector skill councils, from industry, from training partners, and all those associated with this very, very important initiative that the country has taken and needs to take forward, that is skilling. Also our delegates from abroad, a very warm welcome to all of you. I think we are meeting at a very opportune moment when India has just hosted the G20 summit very successfully, and it talked of one earth, one family, one future. And we today are starting this session with talks of building skills, empowering youth, and creating a future. So I think it's in line with what the G20 talked at a global level, what we are going to deliberate over the next 2 days. So I'll just briefly give you an idea of what we are going to go through over these 2 days. Just wanted to also recall that, all of you are aware that when the Honorable Prime Minister decided to make skilling a very focused area, created a Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship way back into 2014-15, gave the clarion call for making India the skill capital of the world, and started a large number of initiatives towards skilling the youth who could be productive workmen of the future, who could focus on productivity, quality, safety, and make India really and truly a provider of a global workforce, because as the population of the country is very large, it may not be possible to provide jobs for everybody in this country. So you need to think of jobs in the country, you need to think of entrepreneurship in the country, and you need to think of jobs abroad. So with that theme in mind, a lot of initiatives have been taken, and currently they are all being taken forward under the able leadership of the Honorable Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan and our Mr. Atul Tiwari. So we are all in it together. And if you look at the scenario today, post-COVID, India has started really picking up in terms of economic growth, in terms of economic investment, in terms of industrial activity, and the demand for the workforce is growing every day. In fact, recently the CEO and MD of Larsen & Toubro, Mr. S.N. Subramaniam, had expressed in one of his interactions with the media, he said that we have a problem today. We need at least 35,000 workmen in the carpentry and bar bending areas, and we are not able to get them. The number of jobs have become so many, the infrastructure projects are so many. So we have a demand and we don't have the people. So that is a situation which is a little paradoxical, because on the other hand, we also talk of where are the jobs, where are the opportunities. So it is, I think it's very important for all the people in this room to come together, have a common vision, have a common purpose, and work in their own spheres to work towards that common objective. As we all aware, you are having a lot of technological disruptions also, industry 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, all those things are coming at the same time. The basic fundamental jobs are also required. So you need to be very alert, very agile to ensure that your skilling programs are in line with what industry wants in terms of not only the domain expertise, but also in terms of the quality, safety, and the productivity standards. And that is where, if you look at, one of the sessions is about how to make it industry-driven, high-quality skilling, which is also something that was mentioned in the vision document of MSD, the Ministry of Skill Development, which was published about 4 years back. FICCI Skill Development Committee has been the pioneer to initiate this Global Skill Summit, and ladies and gentlemen, you will be happy to know that 13 such sessions have been held over the past 13 years, and we are now entering the 14th session. We have had the privilege and the benefit of having industry, academia, sector skill council, training partners, and all important stakeholders to come together, deliberate, and come out with some meaningful suggestions in order to make the vision and dream of our skilling ecosystem a reality. The 14th Global Skills Summit that we are starting today on a very good day. Yesterday was Ganesh Chaturthi in large parts of the country, and Lord Ganesha is a symbol of anything that's a good beginning. Every time you start something, you worship that Lord, and it could be other gods also in other religions. But then it was yesterday, and today we are having the session. So in a way, we, I think, have the blessings of the Lord also. The theme, as you have seen, is building skills, empowering youth, and creating a future, not only for the youth, but for the country also. The key highlights is that we will have approximately 400 plus delegates, a large part of which is already in the audience. So thank you all for coming. We will also have international representation from countries like Canada, South Korea, America, USA, and Australia. We have state participation from especially from Kerala and Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. We have delegates here from 15 other states. We also have 100 plus industry leaders. We have 200 plus skill development sector organizations, training partners, edtech, consulting, and all those who contribute significantly toward the skilling ecosystem. We have about 60 plus industry, government, and academic speakers, and we have 6 plenary sessions during which we will deliberate on certain key aspects. And I have a request to make to those who are part of those plenary sessions, that at the end of your talk, you must mention about 2 or 3 action items that you suggest are required for that theme to be a reality in this country. We will also take this opportunity to release 2 knowledge papers. One is on high quality demand-driven skilling in India with a focus on electronics manufacturing. Why we took electronics? Because that's an emerging, not emerging, but a really growing sector. And we said that if we have to talk of any such initiative, we will have to focus on one industry just to get a little more in-depth idea about what could be done to make it really demand-driven skilling, and whatever is mentioned there could be replicated, scaled up to other sectors also. So though it is focused on electronic, it could be applicable to all. You will all be able to see the report after the release. We will also be releasing one report on the skill financing models, which was work in progress from last year, has been completed, and that will also be released shortly. There is an exposition called Virasat, the Heritage, which is all about vocal for local and about artisans, craftsmen, and that also has come at a very opportune time. You just had the Vishwakarma scheme launched by the Honorable Prime Minister a few days back, and this is in line with that. I think they have stalls also put outside, so you could do your bit to motivate them to understand what they are doing. Then we are also going to meet some of the World Skill Competition winners of the last World Skills Competition, where we will have a fireside chat with some of them. Mrs. Talat, Mohit, Sonu and Saurabh are the champions. So you will get to see them and hear from them what it means to win a World Skilling Championship. Now, I just wanted to mention about this, but this is a very important event that has been organized for the last few years, because we hear of people making it to the world arena in terms of the entertainment industry, in terms of sports industry. But if you can make it for skilling, then that is one of the motivations to make skilling aspirational for the youth. And it will be nice to hear them, and I have heard some of them earlier. They talk with a lot of maturity, with a lot of understanding, and when you see them, you feel it's very heartening to know that even the youth who don't have a very high formal education or a great background, they can also talk as well as some of our B school managers and executives. So that's a great thing. You will get to meet them. Then we will have an important session on employability skills, a workshop conducted by UNICEF and Magic Bus. This is one module that has been introduced recently in all the ITI curriculums also, which is to how do you make these the trainees who go through the skilling program, how to make them employment ready, how to make them understand the importance of communication skill, the importance of problem solving, importance of interpersonal, the importance of understanding social responsibility, environmental onus, and so that they become people who get accepted in industry. Because industry's demands are also going up. You have a lot of global companies coming in. Their expectation in the workforce is high. So how to make them fit for that is a very important aspect, and that is being covered through the employability skills module. In fact, in the ITS today, they have a 120-hour program, which is 12 modules, each of 10 hours. So it's a very structured module. It's a very good thing that's happening. So you'll get to hear that, those of you who can stay back, because it'll be, knowledge is something that we have to keep getting in spite of whatever be our experience age. Learning never stops. So this is in fact Mahakumbh. A coming together of all the people who have great knowledge, great experience, commitment towards the skilling ecosystem. It is a place where we are going to have a lot of manthan, and I am sure the Amrit that will come out of this manthan will be something that we can share and use for implementing in order to make this skilling ecosystem really and truly a robust one, and contribute significantly to make India not only the skill capital of the world, but also maybe the third, among the top 3 economic powers, and also to the larger goal of making India a developed country by 2047. So, ladies and gentlemen, very happy to be with you today. I'm sure these deliberations will be very useful, and we call for extensive participation. It's not just the people on the dais, but off the dais also who can contribute, and we look forward to a 2-day meaningful interaction, and something that will emerge out of it will be useful for the future of the skilling ecosystem. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Ramakrishnan, for setting the context, giving a perspective about the skilling ecosystem that we are all in, the work that FICCI Skill Development Committee is doing, and of course, the sessions that we've lined up for the coming 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, I would take maybe 30 seconds to kind of acknowledge the chairperson, Mr. Ramakrishnan, Mr. Manoj Agarwal, who happens to be the co-chair, and Mr. Sanjay Shivnani, who is the second co-chair, who unfortunately could not join us today, for the immense contribution and support in shaping the agenda of this conference, and also kind of helping us steer the skill reforms throughout the year as a part of Skill Development Committee. So moving on, friends, we have someone, we have had the pleasure of today having Mr. Shailendra Katyal, who happens to be the Managing Director and site leader of Lenovo India. With over a 24-year-long career, he has extensive experience in traditional FMCG and newish technology sectors across domains of business leadership, strategy, marketing, and merger and acquisition. He holds a PGM degree from IIM Calcutta and is a bachelor's in business study from University of Delhi. May I now request Mr. Katyal to deliver his special address.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, FICCI, for inviting me to this forum. Is my voice clear? Yeah. So typical corporate presentation, I can't speak without slides, so some slides will be coming up on both sides. Life is coming full circle for me. I actually graduated from Delhi University 26 years back. And guess where I was looking for a job? These were the very doors that I was knocking at FICCI. Unfortunately, I was rejected from that interview. And surprisingly enough, I come back after 25. Okay. Normally we do it with collared mics, so is it better now? Yeah, I was talking about how life comes full circle about 25-26 years back as a fresh graduate out of Delhi University. I came knocking these very doors for a job and I was rejected, and life has now taken a very different turn. And after 2.5 decades, I come back and talk about skilling and job creation in the country. So thanks, FICCI, once again for letting us share our point of view. I represent Lenovo. We are a $70 billion technology company spread over 180 markets. And we do have a ringside view because one, we provide technology to the world, and also we create a lot of skills associated with technology across. Can you increase the volume? Is it better now? Okay, so I have to be in a lean forward mode. Yeah, so this clicker works or? This one. Yeah. Yeah. Much better this way? Yeah. So Mr. Ramakrishnan spoke about this, right? There's no better time to talk about skill and growth in India. We've recently had the G20 summit, but that's only, I would say, a culmination of all the work which has been happening in the country over the last 5 to 10 years. And given the way we see the entire world shaping up, I think India is the best place to actually take center stage and power the world's growth. And in a way, I would say it is almost India's imperative and India's mandate to drive global growth. We have just about moved into the 5th largest economy, headed towards being a 5 trillion economy, maybe top 3 in the world. But guess where most of the incremental growth for the world is coming from? Global GDP is not growing by much. We remain one of the fastest growing large economies. So 15 to 20% of the incremental growth that the world is getting is coming from India. So if that is not placing India at the center stage, I don't know what is. Linked to this is some people call it provocatively the decline of the West. It's not in decline, but there is a reality that the mature markets are actually maturing. They are getting into a stagnation or a very slow growth kind of phase. And linked to that is the aging population, right? The number of people who are in active workforce is actually on the decline in most of the mature markets. And if you contrast that with India, right, almost 700 million people who are ready, active, and hungry for jobs. So the sheer energy, the demographic dividend that we all speak of, that is what is going to power India's growth and as a significant contributor to the world in the coming decades. There's also the domestic consumption story. A lot of the mature markets, most categories are well penetrated. Consumptions are at a very high level. But in India, in most parts of the country, barring maybe the urban population, there's still a large consumption story to be unfolded. So one is this huge workforce, which is ready and hungry for growth, and it's also a very, very attractive market when you look at penetration of most categories. And as India becomes richer, yes, per capita income is growing at a certain pace. It is likely to hit mature market levels in the next decade or so. But that time, the attractiveness of this economy, it's already there, but I think it will become far more important in the coming 5 to 10 years. And kudos to the government, the amazing work which has been done on creating the infrastructure for growth, right? And a lot of this we take for granted. The ease of a UPI transaction in India, and every time I travel abroad now, we struggle because we forgot to carry our cards, we forgot to carry cash. It is a struggle. In the most developed parts of the in the world, you don't find the digital infrastructure that India has created. And combined with that, the physical infrastructure, yeah, it's taken time. It is frustrating to see traffic jams in developing cities like Bangalore, where I come from, but it is changing at a very, very good clip, right? Our airports, and again, when I travel abroad, our airports are world class. They're much better than a lot of airport infrastructure that we see in other parts of the world. Highways are just about coming in, and along with that, now the big push towards manufacturing, creating world-class infrastructure for providing output. I think it's just a question of time. So in sum, I would say all the good work which has been done by both the government and the private sector in the market for over the last decade, all pieces of the puzzle are coming together, and it will be very, very difficult now to displace this momentum that we are on. It will take a lot to mess this up, because all the stars are aligned, and even if we don't do anything, the sheer momentum is going to carry the country forward. But I'm sure as a country we'll keep investing and keep increasing the trajectory of growth. So this has again become a buzzword. It's not India's decade, it is India's decade, and I feel fortunate that I'm part of this industry. What has been the biggest success story for India over the last maybe 20-30 years? It is our ITES sector, right? Software has been the biggest acknowledgement that the world has had of Indian talent. India has never been a manufacturing hub, at least not in a very significant way. Our contribution to global manufacturing will be 3 to 4%. But if you look at contribution of the ITES sector, it's just mind-boggling. And if you look at Indian talent now running all global tech companies, it is a testimony to the engineering talent and the investment in IITs, which happened maybe 50, 60 years back, that the world now very clearly acknowledges that in some sectors, if you need talent, and Ramakrishna spoke about becoming the skill capital of the world, there's already a reasonable acknowledgement, but it's only in one vertical. How do you then multiply that over many more sectors is what the task is on all of us. So tech workforce is acknowledged, smart infrastructure, whether it is a digital infrastructure, the India stack as it's being called, it's not now a ready model to export to other markets, and not even talking about very, very new age capabilities like our ability to send missions to the moon very, very successfully and at a very low cost. That I'm sure will create a lot of demand for the capability that we've built. And the last one is also interesting. If you look at India's model of growth, it's not been exclusive. Even a 10 rupee transaction with a vegetable seller is on technology. 5G access, data plans are the cheapest in the world. High quality access to digital infrastructure. India has been very, very inclusive. And this entire democratization, which the government is also pushing in terms of e-commerce being a common platform and not in the hands of few. I think this is visionary, that you have to take people along, that technology access or the access to infrastructure can't be for only the top end of the population, it has to hit the grassroots level. And we should be proud of it. Whatever infrastructure we've created, it's now becoming a model spoken of for other developing markets. And the last one is on sustainability, and India has always shown that we bypass generations. If we've lost one bit of technology, we can leapfrog. Like India never had a landline penetration of phones in a way, any significant way, right? It was maybe 1-2%. But because we went mobile, we became the highest penetration, almost 500 million people connected on the net, because we leapfrog technology and adopted the new technology very, very well. I see the same thing happening on sustainability. Is there pressure on the planet? It's very, very real. Is India taking a lead? Absolutely. We are pushing for, because we are also not self-sufficient in the energy domain. So it's also a mandate on us to talk about sustainability in a bigger way. But with most of the actions that again the regulatory environment is pushing for, I do see that India will become because the energy that we need to keep the economy growing at 9 to 10%, we just don't have it. So unless we move to more sustainable sources, the entire growth momentum is stalled, not because of money, but because we will not have access to affordable energy. How do we scale for this decade, right? So India is powering 15 to 20% of incremental world growth. Obviously, the world is looking at India with a lot of attention and with a lot of interest, because most of the innovative ideas to drive future growth are likely to come from here. And I'm not talking about the first wave of startups that we've seen, 100 unicorns getting created. That's still not true innovation, but people do expect a lot of actually breakthrough ideas will come from the young workforce that we are creating in the next 5 to 10 years. But how do we skill? I spoke about India having the largest learning pool, right? There are almost 25 crore kids in schools at any given point of time. That's a large number. That's equal to the number of learners of the next 10 countries put together. Because we have a young country and every kid is in school because education is a fundamental right. But they don't have access to technology. That's a big problem. That's what I was chatting with Mr. Tiwari on the side. It's not about learning from rote anymore. Kids at a very young age in other markets are learning about robotics, they're learning about coding, they're learning about very, very new age skill sets. But we have a basic problem of not having access to a device, either at the home. I represent the PC industry, so PC penetration at the home is only 15%. In rural markets, it's less than 1%. So imagine a kid who's hungry and wants to be employable in the next 15-20 years. They're getting access to technology at a much later age. So bridging the digital divide. And what brought this to the fore? COVID did, right? Everyone who's part of the skilling or education system knows about the learning loss which happened because kids were struggling with a shared smartphone or a television set to catch up on curriculum. But that's a very basic level of imparting education. Kids have to learn how to program, they'll have to learn how to code because that's what the future is. And you can't start teaching that at the age of 15, 16, 17, which is where most of the people, I'm talking about the not so urban parts of India, that's where they're getting access to technology at a much later stage in life. There is this thing about India wanting to become a world-class manufacturer, and that will happen with disruptions in supply chain, geopolitical tensions. India is emerging as one of the viable alternatives to create world-class capacity for manufacturing. But there will always be number 3, number 4, because there are other countries at scale, at reasonable cost advantage, logistics advantage. But where can we really take a lead? Should we be manufacturing chips or should we be designing chips? What is the Indian mind known for? It is for the design, it is for the intellectual prowess. And we should not be shy of that. We should invest a lot more and bring a lot of that design capability, that innovation capability to the country. Manufacturing also will be done. The government has done a lot in terms of pushing for Make in India, etc. That will move at its own pace. But with AI, with robotics, and guess where most of the innovation is happening? It may be happening in mature markets, but guess who's doing it? It's Indians. Brain drain has been a phenomenon for the longest time, right? So we create the brightest minds, but we don't give them the infrastructure to innovate in the country. Innovation happens in some other market. IP creation happens in some other market. That is one thing which is likely to change, and it's almost an imperative for us to become a leader. We can't be coming as somebody who's done the design and then we can do maybe the manufacturing part of it. We can actually take the lead because the brain power is in the country. We just need to ensure between private sector and the government the infrastructure for that innovation to happen in the country. Which is the last point. Obviously, no one can do it alone. These are large, complex problems. We have to get a certain way of patenting. We have to get a lot more innovation. We have very bright minds and some of the best universities here. But we are not enabling them either with the right infrastructure or then their ability to monetize some of the work that they create. And if you look at some of the world's biggest startups, the biggest tech companies, they've happened out of universities. That somebody has a bright idea, the professor kind of helps them process the patent in a certain way, and then obviously it reaches the market with a lot more monetary potential. So this entire collaboration between high-class universities and industry, that is I would still say a thing to be tied together. These are still very discrete pieces that are working. How are we doing as a company? So we've been in the country for almost 20 years. We are very, very invested we are the number 2 PC brand, we are the number 3 server brand. We call ourselves a pocket to cloud company. So we have Motorola as a business, which is a phone business, which is a pocket part, and going up to the cloud, which is our storage and server business. So we are very invested, a very wide range of solutions we bring to the market. And as we are bringing those solutions, obviously we are creating jobs. The push for Make in India started maybe 5-6 years back. We've been making in India for the last 2 decades. So we are very, very invested already. We provide employment to thousands of people who make these pieces of technology for the Indian customers. And we also export from India. Some part of our Motorola phones are also exported to other mature markets. Very recently, we've started investing in what is called a global capability center. So more R&D jobs are moving to India, which is the acknowledgement that we are also making as a company, that why should the innovation lab be in Raleigh or in Yamato or somewhere in Beijing? You can have an innovation lab straight out of the country. And millions of dollars are getting invested in creating design capability for Lenovo as a company. We have created something called, as we deliver advanced solutions, and people who are familiar with technology would know that NOC/SOC is core to operations of any company. And this is again a testimony to our commitment to the market. We've created a NOC/SOC in our Bangalore office, a 200-seater capacity as of last month, and that will continue to expand. We'll have maybe 1,000 kind of jobs coming in the next 2 to 3 years. So if you look at our investment, and all these are very well aligned to how India can grow, whether it is in manufacturing, whether it is in advanced solutions, whether it is in innovation and core R&D. And obviously we continue to create jobs like myself, which is in the go-to-market or the sales and marketing front to generate revenue from the market. So thank you. That's all I had to share. I hope the information I shared was useful. This is not a fresh perspective. What I've tried to do is to just put things together and how we see things evolving in the market, and how we see things evolving in other markets as well, because we are a global tech company. And I'm just repeating myself now. There's no better time for India to actually leverage the advantage that is getting created by macro forces and actually propel the young people that are getting ready in our schools for a much, much better future. And I'm sure some of them will again come knocking doors of FICCI for a job in the next decade or so. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Katyal, for those startling data points and putting this whole perspective, together in a way that kind of paints India in the right perspective. Coming from you would really mean a lot for all the participants out here. The kind of, headway that we've made in this space, and the kind of opportunity that exists, for skilling, technology, and other pieces to kind of leapfrog from here on. We would now, move on to the release of reports which FICCI and KPMG has done together. And I would request Mr. Narayan Swamy, the National Leader, Education and Skills, KPMG, to join the dignitaries of the dais. So we would start with the first report, which is High Quality Demand-Driven Skilling, Focus Electronics Manufacturing. And as Chair had highlighted it, that this report touches upon the growth opportunities in this sunrise sector and suggests how the youth could be rightfully trained to fulfill the demand of this growing sector. Thank you. We would do the second release now, which is Skill Financing in India. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So friends, it's time now to request our chief guest, Mr. Atul Kumar Tiwari, Secretary, Minister of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, to deliver his keynote address, please.
Good morning, everyone. I think my voice would be loud enough. Is it okay? Or shall I speak louder? Government shouldn't speak too loud. I'm very happy to be here in the FICCI Savagar, and it's always a pleasure to come back here. I can see a lot of my friends from the SSCs here, some with beards as well. And before I say anything, I would like to say thank you for helping us in great deal during the launch of the Prime Minister Vishwakarma project. And your help will be very, very significant and important for us to roll out this very specific skilling scheme. Thank you, all the SSC's friends who are there. In the dais we have Mr. Majumdar. Ramakrishnan ji is a old hand who knows quite a lot about the skilling. Mr. Katyal and Mr. Manoj Agarwal, and certainly around Nana and Pankaj ji. I would say that the time is not better than this. I think it is still resonating in many quarters. And the way we have our new parliament and the G20 and our Chandrayaan and Aditya and so many things happening. And the way, as Mr. Katyal himself was elucidating, that the infrastructure side, everything is moving quite fast, and we should be able to continue the tempo. So I would say that very briefly that if the times are going to be good, then it also increases our expectations, and also there are certain challenges also, because if that things are not done properly, then the results could be suboptimal. I would say that not that because I am a Secretary of Skill Development, but in general, I find that there is general acceptance that time has come for India to set right its education and skilling and entrepreneurship ecosystem. We can keep on patting on our back our IT industries and startups, etc. But in order to take such a huge number of people forward, we need systems, we need institutions, we need a new way of thinking. Second thing is that, as was being mentioned, like Black Swan events also, the Industry 4.0, ChatGPT and others. But more than that, the expectations of the people, the intelligence of our young children in the schools and colleges, that has also changed quite a lot. When Mr. Katyal and I were growing up, then the avenues for employment or future were quite limited. But now, as you can see in and around you, that the children are no longer committed to follow this or that, but they are very mobile, very talented, and very digitally qualified, and they want to do something. So the new generation actually wants a balance between their work life and personal life, and they want to work in that kind of multiple ways. So the point I'm trying to say is that the time is ready, and there is a specific reliance on the Hunar, as Honorable Prime Minister himself mentioned many times in Mann Ki Baat and other his public speeches. And we have found that from the some field level surveys as well, that the people, the students would much rather like to work after finishing the schools rather than go for another 3 years, 4 years of some course in some junior colleges or such other colleges in the districts and the blocks. So there is a demographic dividend, there is a need to equip them so that as our economy is gearing up, we would be able to provide skillings and employment to our young people. There are some things which have happened, I would just like to mention. Whatever has happened, it for so many years cannot be changed in just 1 year. But we have to put the conditions in place, and maybe after some time you'll be sitting here only, you realize that how the things have changed and why they would change. I'll just very briefly explain to you. One is that the skilling is not being seen as a separate subject. Skilling is seen as a part of the education. It's a part of the employment process with the emphasis on upskilling and reskilling. And for that, we have the document called National Education Policy. And under that, as I was telling some audience here only some time ago, whether it is a curriculum framework or with a credit framework, skilling into education, education into skilling, that part is being taken care of by the systems in place. So now that if somebody has done some skill, they will get some credit. Then the skilling subjects are also part of the education system. And since our Minister, Honorable Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, is also our education minister and a great guiding force and driving force for bringing education and skilling together, I can explain to you that there are numerous ways in which higher education and school education and skilling are being brought together. Whether it is in the curriculum, whether it is in the teachers' training, whether it is in the way of credit, whether it's terms of the student registry, ND architecture, you name it, whatever things which are flowing out from the education in a kind of a sea change in the way the education system is going to change, the skilling is there, very much there. And we are very, I won't say strident, but we are very, very happy to be there, and we are contributing that. And it is being allowed, designed in that way. And this will continue because the things are so aligned. So when we are having 25 crores students in schools, colleges, and we have so many crores in the higher education, the first thing we should do about skilling is to take care of our education system and how the education system per se is changing, the way the curriculums are being designed in terms of application orientation, in the terms of getting the industries to tell what should be taught, in the way the teaching, pedagogy, assessment, etc. are taking place. And this is work under process, and many areas we'll find that changes have happened quite a lot. And whether it is schools or it is in the higher education systems, where the AICT colleges, a lot of things are happening in that. And under the present banner of the NEP and its convergence, I am sure that is something unstoppable, not unstoppable because of the will, but because of the need and because of the, general acceptance that we need to reorient our education system to make it more application oriented, not just degrees, but giving them certain skills which make them employable. And that is the part where our skilling ministry has to play a big role. The skilling ministry's job is not just to give skilling schemes, etc. Although we have the PMKY 4.0, and we have been in touch with our industry partners, training partners, sector skill councils, state governments, SSDMs, then how we can move the skilling further. We have the Pradhan Mantri Vishwakarma scheme, which is such an important part, and I am proud to say that the most important part of the PM Vishwakarma is the skilling part. Why that skilling part is becoming important? At the insistence of Honorable Prime Minister, I dare say that he said that this should not become another kind of a dole-giving thing. It should rely on the skills. And as you can see, if you are aware of the scheme's particulars, you'll realize that only after they are identified properly through a rigorous process, they will come for the skilling. Their skill level will be assessed. Then only they will be given vouchers. If they undergo 5 to 7 days of basic skilling, upskilling, then only they will give credit. So it's all linked. So just because I am a Vishwakarma and I get a certificate, it doesn't entitle me for any benefits unless and until I pass through the skilling part. And that is where, as you can see, the way the thinking is changing in the government. That is the way the skilling and holistic intervention is going to take place, wherein it's no longer the identity of a ministry. It's not MSME, it's not skill development, it's not DFS. It's all put together under one banner, and that banner goes for a specific skilling requirement for a certain sector of the society. That is where we will find that is a need-based, giving them a holistic solution right from the intervention, identification to skilling very part, then giving them the credit, concessional credit as you may call it, and letting them aware of the market. So we integrate them. So this is not just we skill them under RPL or whatever and leave them there. It's not that just we give them loans, but we do not skill them. Or we just do both, we do not give them any marketing support. So this is how the paradigm is changing, and in this paradigm, the skilling is going to be the most important part. So this is the way our DNAs in our government public policy is going to change. And you'll see it's being manifested in many, many different ways. So to points which I have been saying so far is, there is no skilling alone. There is a continuum. It is working with education. It also takes part of the education plus the employment and the credit part, creating conditions so that the skilling, if it is given, it flowers into some kind of employment, it flowers into some kind of enterprise, and whatever supports are being given, that kind of a convergent approach, that is one. Second thing is that this thing is seeping through all the government policies, etc., and it will lead to a sea change in the way our schemes are being designed. On the long run, we are working with the education, trying to make it application-oriented by way of the micro-credentialing. In fact, as Mr. Katyal was saying about the skill loans itself, there is a credit guarantee scheme for skill loans, and we are trying from our ministry, assuming the Ministry of other stakeholder ministries, particularly finance, agrees, how we can make it available in a higher, so that they can get more loan at a concessional rate. And this loan can be utilized by the score of our people who are working in the companies. And because of the technology change, they want to reskill themselves. And for that, they require, when the high-end skillings are there, they are going to be costly. And it's not only the government we can provide, it's the market, the providers have to come forward, and there is a quality, there is going to be a price, and that price, how do I get it? So this is the job of the government to provide this kind of infrastructure, this kind of facility, so that people can make use of it at their own volition to improve and make them go higher into the ladder. Another very important point which I would like to mention, that since we are working with education, is that skilling is no longer being confined to low-end carpenter, etc. We still need carpenters. We still need masons. We still need to go a long way in the plumbing in India. Our plumbing is useless in India, They can't even have a simple line properly and the taps and all that. There's a huge work there at the low level, base level or intermediate level. But we're also talking about, as you were saying, that when we are talking about the, say, semiconductor, as Mr. Katyal was of the view that our competitive advantage is in design and we should work on that. So we are working on the design as well as manufacturing. And the government has already in the METI, under the guidance of our Honorable Minister of State, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekharji, they have already been designed where there will be PhD scholars, designs required, but at the same time, for the manufacturing also, we require a low-level skills, so that is also being provided. So the point I'm trying to emphasize is that skilling has become so pervasive, so visible in every part of our economy, that it has moved right from the below to high-end skillings, intermediate skillings as well. And that our credit framework system allows for that kind of a movement, that kind of recognition, so that there can be multiple entry, multiple exit. People can come, educate themselves, work for a while, earn credit, come back, have some skillings, go up, and that is the kind of the value which will be attached to a lifelong journey of education and skilling. Of course, we have, since I am part of the ministry, it is my duty to advocate that. I would request all the ladies and gentlemen here to have a look at our Skill India Digital. It's a very, very top-end, top-notch platform which we have made. It's not a portal, it's a platform which allows the skilling courses, skillers, training centers, the free courses, all things in this ecosystem together. And it has very advanced search engines. It has, I'm told, some algorithms which are very, very up to date, so that they can tell you that if I feed my data, etc., they can tell that if I want to be from secretary to chief secretary, then this is the skill I would like to have, or something like that. So it's a very, very top end, and I would like everybody to make use of that. We will also like the training partners and industries to come together and work with us for the Prime Minister Kaushal Vikas Yojana 4.0, in which we would like to have RTD models. We'd like the industries also to come forward and help us in terms of designing some courses for them and funding some part of them so that they get skilled people for their workforce. We'd also like the industries to help us come forward to give apprenticeship opportunities to us. And we'd like all of this, all the stakeholders, government, industry, education, to very seriously think about the future of skills. And we are very fortunate under the leadership of our Honorable Minister that we handled the G20 discussion on education working group on future work in Bhubaneswar. And we got a commission study in which we found that the new technology is changing all the three parts. It's changing our work, it's changing our workers, it's changing our working place. And how do we prepare ourselves for this thing which is going to hit us before we realize? Of course, certainly climate change and the industry IR 4.0 are there, but all put together, they are bringing such a change in our capabilities. And that is where, again, if you see the World Economic Forum report or any OECD report, etc., you will realize that the emphasis which is being given on the upskilling part. And for that upskilling part, tomorrow our Honorable Dr. Kalsi would be here. You can ask him what he is doing to enable the course design flexible. We have already done course design 30 to 40% flexibility. We are allowing the micro-credentialing. We are allowing people to combine together the gnosis and design courses for them. And we like to do anything which is required to make them qualified and skilled so that they are employed. And I keep my office open, and I welcome Mr. Katyal, also Mr. Agarwal, and Rama, of course, is an old friend. Nana is also an old friend. So please give your ideas, come with us, tell us how we can improve things and make this century, this coming 5 years, very crucial for India. And this is where all these investments have to take place. This is where our national education policy operationalization has to take place. This is where our ticket has to take off. This is the time where our roads have to work. And this is a time when we need to develop, create capacities in our young people, so they take our country, our great nation forward for 2047, the vision that we have for ourselves as a developed country. But sir and madam, it's very easy to pat on our back, but it requires a lot deal of hard work. It requires a very convergent way of looking things. It requires us to experiment with many things. It asks us to believe. There has to be a trust between the government and the industry, ministry and SSC, for example. And we work together and deliver this, which is the most essential thing for India to move. That is the skilled and educated workforce. And that will be the foundation on which our dream of New India would be built. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that invigorating address. We at FICCI stand committed to kind of join hands and work towards this reform. And I'll be not mincing word in very categorically and clearly stating that every word of what you said, and I know you meant every word of that. In fact, we at FICCI have always felt that the way things are changing at Ministry and your dynamic leadership, we sincerely feel that the convergence, mainstreaming, overhauling, all of that they're talking about for skilling would certainly take place. Because there's something which is, we've actually experienced it from FICCI's perspective, and under your leadership, I'm sure we're going to take this. And the reason why we have this conference, in fact, basically is to brainstorm, discuss, reiterate, come up with the solution, the framework that one could possibly look at as far as skilling and education, the convergence of skilling education is concerned. So thank you, sir. Thank you again. And I would now request our co-chair, Mr. Manoj Agarwal ji, to come up and share his thoughts in the form of concluding remarks and vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to be here today with all of you in this inaugural session of 14th Global Skill Summit 2023. On behalf of FICCI, I would like to extend my heartiest thanks to Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Shri Atul Kumar Tiwari ji, who has graced us with his esteemed presence today and enlightened us with his vision for India with reference to skilling, the integration of government, industry, education, all have to work together. And the best part is the education and skilling should be application oriented and making the people employable. Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship has come out with various flagship skill schemes. The recent Pradhan Mantri Vishwakarma Yojana PMVY launched on Vishwakarma Puja Day on 17 September is again a step forward in the direction to support people in the traditional crafts, not only by skilling them, but bringing them under complete integrated scheme. I am sure under his able leadership, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship will help India achieve various milestones in the field of skill and make India a true skill capital of the world. Thank you very much, sir. A special thanks to Shri Katyal for his informative address and highlighting the key aspects of growth, especially in the field of technology innovation. I would also like to thank Mr. Majumdar, Mr. Ramkrishnan, Pankajji, Skill Development Committee members, Task Force chairs, Secretariat and industry members for their efforts to help in all aspects of skilling and also organizing this wonderful event. Thank you KPMG also to be a partner and helping in release of the knowledge reports. I want to take special mention of the sponsors of the event, GIZ, ETS, State Government of Kerala, State Government of Andhra Pradesh, SEMCA, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, Festo, Trident, ISECT, Indo-Euro synchronization. Once again, I would like to thank all of you for being present here today. I look forward to the excellent deliberations in these 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. So with this, we come to a formal close of the inaugural session. We would now split for 15 minutes and then reassemble at 11:30 for our next session, which is Education and Skills Pillar for Making India the Skill Capital of the World. Thank you. Thank you.
Education and skills, pillars for making India the skill capital of the world. Request everybody outside to please come inside the hall. Council room में से speakers. May I please request everybody to please come inside the hall. We are beginning with the first session on education and skills, pillars for making India the skill capital of the world. Request everybody to please come inside the hall. किधर? Oh, sorry. गलत हो गया. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you all to please come inside the hall. Good morning, everyone. We'll now beginning with our session. Request everybody outside to please come inside the hall. We're beginning with our session on education and skills. Thank you once again for being a part of the 14th Global Skills Summit. It's an honor and privilege to have you all here. We begin with a special address by Dr. B. Shadrack, who's the Director of Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia. May we please have Dr. Shadrack on the dais, please. The panel will also have Dr. Anupama Saxena, Principal Gargi Girls School, Meerut. Ma'am, please take the dais. Mr. Sachin Jain, who's the Country Manager, India and South Asia for Education Testing Services. Welcome, Mr. Jain. Dr. Vinay Litoria, who's the Director for Corporate Relations, Gautam Buddha University. Sir, please take the dais. Mr. R.P. Kathuria, Vice Principal from Sir C.V. Raman ITI, Dhirpur, Delhi. And of course, the moderator of the session, Ms. Mamta Saikia, CEO of Bharti Foundation. Very warm welcome to all the esteemed panelists. We begin with our special address. May I now request Dr. B. Shadrack to please share his remarks.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to partner with FICCI. This 14th Skill Summit, Global Skill Summit, is something that we cherish. For 13 full years, you seem to have carried out, and this year we are happy to be a partner, recognized as media-enabled learning partner. That's what we have been termed as. So, Commonwealth of Learning is an intergovernmental organization and hosted by the Indian government. We are prevalent here for almost 2.5 decades. This is the one and the only intergovernmental organization that promotes open, distance, online, digital, technology-enabled, flexible and blended learning systems. And nowhere in the world the leaders ever thought such an institution should come up. But this Commonwealth heads of governments who met in Vancouver in 1987, so many years ago, about 35 years ago, 36 years ago, thought that there should be a global institution to be established. Immediately the Canadian government grabbed the opportunity to establish a center. But 6 years later on, the Indian government felt a regional center should be established in India. And since 1994, we are present in India, basically supporting the open systems, open education systems in this country. Now this morning, Mr. Atul Tiwari very interestingly brought education and skills together. And this is something that we need to take note of. Not only the national education policy, which is a visionary policy that allows for skills to be merged or mainstreamed in the education system, and as a result of which we will be talking about introducing skills right from 6th standard onwards, an optional skill subject that would be provided to children who study from 6th standard onwards, but already we are witnessing the vocational stream from 9th standard onwards. And this interface is extremely important because not long ago, very many reports suggested that India is the second country, the largest country to have skills shortages. After Japan, India was recognized to be a country which had huge skills shortages. And the joint government attitude and approach that Mr. Tiwari was talking about, and today we are witnessing the Minister of Education is also the Minister for Entrepreneurship Development and Skill Development, is something in the right direction. Now, Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General, 3 days ago reviewed the progress made in the Sustainable Development Goals, and he recognized publicly, every 17th of September the review, because 8 years, 2 days ago, 193 countries, heads of the governments came together to declare the Sustainable Development Goals. And 8 years down the lane, in fact, this was a 15-year program. The MDGs were also 15-year program conceived by Kofi Annan in 2000 to 2005. And the SDGs, in a participatory manner, they brought up these 17 goals and 169 targets. And he very categorically recognized that only 15% of the targets have been met. In fact, we are almost halfway mark, more than halfway mark, and we only have so many years to catch up. And by 2030, we are supposed to reach those goals. In 7 years, we are unlikely to reach the 85% of the remaining target. And, he underscored the importance of certain things. And he underscored, and globally we all recognize that this is the time for the need to recognize what they call the just transition agenda. The just transition agenda incorporates the environmental concerns and the triple bottom line, which they talk about in the SDGs. There is also this recognition that whole of the government and the whole of the society's approach would need to be undertaken if we were to meet the SDG goals and the targets. And in India, it's much more important. And we have seen some signs of this happening. And this morning's deliberations by Mr. Tiwari points to the fact that not only the Education Ministry and the Skill Development Ministry are coming together, but skills are mainstreamed in every facet, every sector, and every domain. So that's a recognition that we need to undertake and accept. And this morning's report by the Lenovo chief also pointed to this notion and the concept which long ago, Montek Ahluwalia, when he was the chair of the Planning Commission, he brought out this inclusive growth concept, which we have been pondering over for the past 2 decades almost now. So the whole idea of inclusiveness is extremely important. That's where the social protection, the decent work, and focus on the informal sector, because the informality is very stubborn in our country. As much we focus on the formal sector, high-end sector, there was this mention this morning about the need for masonry, carpentry, joinery and all that. But informality is equally important for us to recognize. That's where organizations like ILO, where they bring in the tripartite agreement amongst the employers, workers associations and the government to come together to determine how do we progress in an inclusive manner, including the informal sector. That's becoming of paramount importance. And through the window that the government has provided, many corporates have been using the corporate social responsibility window to as much they can, but that's not enough. We need to actually look at all the CSR initiatives to see how we can scale up, how we can replicate and take it to the next level. So the 14th Skills Summit is in the right track because again Secretary General Guterres has underlined the whole of government approach, the inclusive approach, but he also says that it's not enough to have social protection, decent work and focus on informal economy, but focus on women and young people is extremely important. So this summit which focuses on youth and skilled young people who are going to be the workforce for tomorrow, not only for India for the domestic needs, but also at a global level is very, very important. And we all recognize the need for 400 million jobs to be created in the coming years and 4 billion people to be protected through one or the other social protection system. And we are a long way to go. As a country, we need to really contribute a lot. The MSDE efforts are commendable, and we talked about Vishwakarma scheme, we talked about Skill India digital portal. There is convergence, not the portal, the platform as this was mentioned. But last year, this time at the FICCI 13th Skill Summit, Global Skill Summit, Minister Pradhan underscored 4 important things, if we all recall. First, he mentioned there is a need for India to have the academic bank of credits, and interestingly, more than 1 crore students have registered on this ABC scheme, and we are progressing towards this approach of providing the opportunity to the young people to accumulate credits. And in that direction, this afternoon, Dr. Kalsi would deliberate upon the National Credit Framework, the changes in the curriculum, and the interface between education and skills, which are all very important, and we have taken some steps towards that. He has also mentioned about the emergence of a digital university, and as we see, there is this talk ongoing, and we are going to witness in a hub and spoke model a Digital University Act to come up, and this is going to be also a game changer. The third thing that he mentioned was the academia, industry, and policymakers connect. Although the Digital India skills, the Skill India digital platform and the PMKVY scheme 4.0 is in the right direction, I see limited opportunities already provided for the academia. As much the industry and the government comes together, the academia is oftentimes left out, and that's where actors like us come into play our role. because the Commonwealth of Learning, which recognizes open and distance and online and digital and blended learning systems, are likely to offer that opportunity. If through the sector skill councils we have tried out RPLing people, we can also now interface with the universities who are equally interested in providing skill-based certification courses, not only in the open universities, but the 1100 public and private universities and the 45,000 colleges in our country are opening up, and we need an opportunity to seize. The fourth thing he mentioned about was the skill policy as a transformative agenda, and this morning there was a lot of emphasis on the national education policy. After the 2015 skill policy for the country, we are in a way, if not proposing a new policy, at least updating this process, and that's something that we need to take note of. As much the NEP is transformative, we need to complement the skill development policy for the country as a complementary provision. And my own organization, Commonwealth Educational Media Center for Asia, is actually taking three pathways to addressing this issue. One, we are working at the policy level, helping governments to understand the need for today's need for technology-enabled education and skill development, blended learning as a mainstay for people to have that exit and entry option, but also at the same time utilizing the potential of the academic bank of credits and other provisions provided. And we are also looking at strengthening the institutions, not only the university system, higher education system, but also the schooling system, and now of late focusing on the skill sectors and skill development actors, stakeholders. If you look at the skill development stakeholders, you can easily look at this from a kind of a four prism. You have the school education that's actually mainstreaming vocational education. You have the ITA and polytechnic ecosystem that produces millions of post-secondary skilled manpower through the ITAs providing certification and through the polytechnics diploma. You do have the skill universities that have come up, which are not only creating vocational educators and trainers, but also creating a kind of an interface between education and skills at a higher education level. And you also have the sector skill councils and the entire ecosystem where you have the training partners, millions of those who are creating bridge programs to certifications to micro credentials and whatnot. And SEMCA actually, under the leadership of Dr. Kalsi, organized a consultation to understand what role could we play as an intergovernmental organization, and we do understand that we have a role to play. Now at the policy level, we are looking at blended learning policy for the country. We are developing a blended learning policy together with the Association of Indian Universities and ICAR, the Indian Council for Agriculture Research. They have come forward to securing our support in terms of proposing a blended learning policy. We have brought all the open universities together, which actually contributes 11% of the higher education enrollment in our country. Just 18 open universities contributing to 11% of the higher education enrollment. At this point in time, 29% of our students are in higher education, and the ambition is to take it to 50% by 2035. And we have come up and proposed the Ahmedabad Declaration, where the 18 university vice chancellors gathered together to look at the provisions of skill development and NEP. So I understand that my time is up, but I want to state a couple of points. That as SEMCA, we are already working with a lot of sector skill councils. And in the last 2 years, we worked with FFSC, the Furniture and Fitting Council, the Power Sector Council, the Automotive Sector Council, the CSC, SPV, KYIC, the Khadi Village Commission, APITA at the state level, APITA, AP Higher Education Commission, Tamil Nadu Skill Development Commission, Non-Mudalvan Scheme and others. We are also looking at mainstreaming the persons with special ability persons with disability to see how they could be looked into in terms of their ability to skill. And we have done the first ever nationwide survey of talking to 5,008 visually impaired people to understand how they are acquiring skills in education in our country. So we'll work at the macro level, at the policy level. We work at the meso level, at the intermediary organizations like the Skill Development Council, CBSE and others in terms of augmenting content, creating new courses and programs and so on. And finally, at the micro level, we do a lot of faculty development programs, enabling our institutions and faculty members to understand how to deliver and scale up skills through blended online and in a technology immersive manner, so that even if a pilot learns how to navigate through simulation, many of our skilling sector could look at the XR, artificial intelligence and new technologies that are emerging and look up to us. We are there to support you, and thank you, FICCI, for this opportunity.
Just at the cusp of good morning and good afternoon, so that's what to both of you. Thank you very much, Dr. Shadrack, for those opening comments. Since we have limited time, I will skip my opening remarks because a lot has been covered since morning. When I was listening in the morning session and even listening to Dr. Shadrack, I think each one of us who's sitting over here is privileged to be part of this 2 days consultation, to listen to what is happening in the country. But we also sit with a lot of responsibility for all the youth in the country to make sure that they are gainfully employed. So this forum for next 2 days, I think when we go back, we must go back with the resolve to do better and to do more. This panel is very interesting. Whoever designed this panel has been very thoughtful. So we have representation from ITI, we have representation from a university, we have a person working in the space of assessment and certification, but more importantly, we have myself and Anupamaji who come from schooling system. She will talk about her work. I don't know how many of you know about Bharati Foundation. So not only we have schools in the villages of a country, small schools to big schools, but we also have partnerships with universities like Plaksha University or IIT Delhi, where we, there are really high-end engineering programs where we are partnering. Very fortunate to experience these two extreme ends of the spectrum, to see the challenges, young ones in the villages when they get out of school, when they are looking for skilling, when they are seeking colleges, even when you help them get a job, the kind of challenges they face in the job. There are first generation learners, and now we have those first generation girls and boys who are picking up a job, and their challenges are completely different. The role mentorship plays, I think, are some of the things we'll explore today. So without taking, if you can see, I'm skipping all my opening remarks. In this panel, we'll build on the experiences of our panelists. We will look at some of the challenges, some of the problems we should look at solving in future, and we will also look at the role assessments and certification can play in making our young ones employed or helping them get a wage premium. So I'll initiate it with Dr. Vinay Kumarji. Vinay Kumarji, your university is placed in a district which is known for industrial presence. So take a few minutes and tell us about what your programs are. Are there some good practices, especially the challenges that you're facing and some problems you're looking at solving?
Thank you, ma'am. My gratitude for inviting me as a panelist to discuss a matter which is of matter of immense significance, ones that hold the key not only for our present but also for the future of our nation. Education and skill foundation for establishing India as the global skill capital. Since morning, the speakers are speaking about the education not alone is sufficient. It has to go in hand with the skills. Uh, because the landscape in 21st century is changing very fast. The job roles are changing very fast. The job roles which were there 5 years ago, they are now redundant. New job roles are coming. There is no dearth of jobs. Jobs are with the event of the technologies, new jobs are coming up. So we have to prepare our youth and the students according to those job skills, required job skills. So the NEP 2020 recognizes these fundamental truths. It advocates the holistic multidisciplinary approach that emphasizes not only academic excellence but also practical skills, critical thinking, and creativity. NEP 2020 focus on vocational education and skill development aligned perfectly with our vision of creating a workforce that is not just job ready but also adaptable to the demands of the rapidly changing world. Our university's primary mission is to provide skilled workforce to support the key industries which are there in the Gautam Buddha Nagar district, and this is all can be done by the collaboration with the industry. See, at Gautam Buddha University Nagar, it is the most industrialized town in the country, and a lot of companies were there, and they are coming up. So we have signed some MOUs with the nearby industries, and these MOUs result into some entrepreneurship, co-op working, joint research projects. For example, I'll quote few examples. We have signed a MOU with Polyurethane Association. So any students who have studied chemistry in graduation can do a 1-year diploma course. The content of that diploma course is 60% practical and 40% theory. So once the students do that course of 1 year, they are automatically employed in the industries. This program is monitored by Sheila Firms, which is a leader in their domain. So similarly, we have signed some MOUs with ST Microelectronics in the area of developing some chips and the electronics. So they also provide students internship. They are developing a center of excellence in our university where students can sit and develop some good projects. My submission to all the industries is please don't look at only to the IITs and IIMs. There are other universities which are nearby and talent is everywhere. So kindly offer some projects, open some center of excellence there so that students can work upon them. They can get easy solutions from there. We are also working with FICCI closely on, we worked from 1919 to 19 till last year 23 on graduate employability program. During the COVID, even we organized webinars on Work of World where we talk to the students. We have introduced them the upcoming technologies like digital marketing, AI, blockchain. So these webinars we conducted during COVID, and we could able to conduct even 3 job fairs, 1 internship and 2 job fairs in association with FICCI. So I'll encourage the universities or the colleges to get in association with organizations like FICCI or PhD Chamber of Commerce or any industry association, so that they can bring you closer to the industry and you can align your courses as per the needs of the industry. If we talk about our university, there is a Jewar Airport is coming up, Film City is coming up. So we are designing a course as per their requirement. We have signed a MOU with both the organization. And recently, our Honorable Prime Minister has opened inaugurated Yashovumi. So, what we are talking about, the new jobs which are coming in, that day he has said that conferences and expo will be the new market, and we need people for that. So for what we have initiated, there is a expo mart at Greater Noida. So we have identified the students who want to make career in these exhibitions. We have signed a MOU with them. Our students are going there and organizing some exhibitions. They are part of that. So these little thing or the little exposures give them learnings, experiential learning, and how they can prepare for the future jobs. Because the deep technologies of the jobs are there, or AI, blockchain, digital marketing. What the graduates are from the commerce side, art side, so they are also employable if they are guided well. So such collaborations help us in getting our students employment, and we are working towards it.
Dr. Vinayji, thank you so much. I had one.
Huh.
Nobody? You can't hear anybody? But aren't mics properly tuned? These are not at the right volume. Ah. Okay, I wish you had said that earlier. We would have asked him to kind of perhaps speak loudly. So we'll have to check everybody's mic, is it?
Yeah. Hello.
Is he clear then?
Sir has a question.
Acha, speak close. So we all have to be closer to the mic.
Hello. Hope I am clear.
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Narendra Jalan. My question to you, Mr. Vinay, is that how is your university different from other university? Because you said that you provide skilled manpower to the industry. So how it is different from other universities?
See, sir, our university was enacted under a act. Am I audible? Our university was enacted by a special act of Uttar Pradesh, and it doesn't come under Department of Education. It's under Department of Industry. From the day one, we have tie-ups with the nearby industries. It was established with the vision only कि Gautam Buddha Nagar is an industrial town, and in future also a lot of industries will be coming. So there should be a university which can provide a workforce. So that was the vision of the then government, UP government vision was that.
So you don't provide any graduate programs, that's what you
No, we have the graduate programs that we are a regular university offering all the graduates program in management, law, biotech,
so there are
sciences.
some other
So along with the curriculum, there are skill courses also.
Okay, along with that.
Along with and we give the credits to them.
Very good,
for
very
this.
good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If there isn't any question, can I ask him a question? Very excited to hear about your industry collaborations. I think that's the first step which reassures students as well. How are you also focusing on, because I've spoken to so many students in universities, their communication skills, their problem solving skills, these are some of the very critical things that students require. So what is it that your universities, if there's any special programs or initiatives?
See, we have regular grooming classes. Let's say for management students, there is a grooming class, compulsory grooming class they have to do of 2 credits of BB. So that helps them in getting the required skill set.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vinayji. I'll now. Please go right ahead.
So this is the beauty of NEP 2020. So student, if any student who have taken admission in electrical engineering and he want to now pursue in software engineering, so he can do such credits and become eligible for those jobs or the upcoming jobs. So now NEP is in place, so the curriculum can be designed according to the needs of the industry. And sustainable development. See, we have a School of Environment also, where students are doing the environment courses also. So sustainability, we teach them, and it is very important. It's a upcoming thing, and we have to address that issue. So that is the part of course, sir.
Thank you so much. I'll now shift focus to Mr. R.P. Kathuria ji. Sir, I think this works, but let's be safe. आपका बहुत ही extensive experience है ITI के साथ. So if you can talk a bit about, lot of students must be coming into your ITI. Their aspirations, are we meeting the aspirations of young India? Are there any changes your ITI has brought about? Are there any challenges that you are looking at solving? So if you can just brief us a bit about that.
थैंक यू मैडम. सबसे पहले तो स्किल की तो बात बहुत होती है, स्किल और स्किल डेवलपमेंट की भी. स्किल क्या चीज़ है? किसी भी काम को ढंग से करना, अच्छे से करना स्किल ही कहलाता है. स्किल.
Is he clear or should I give him this mic?
हाँ, तो स्किल करने से या स्किल सीखने से हमें क्या फ़ायदा होगा? सबसे पहले तो यूथ जो हमारा है वो खाली बैठ कर केवल एजुकेशन लेने से उन्हें कोई बेनिफिट नहीं है. और अगर कुछ स्किल सीखेंगे, कुछ काम करेंगे तो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट भी बढ़ेगी, कम होगी और सर्विस की ओर लोग नहीं जाएंगे. अब हम कहाँ से सीख सकते हैं ट्रेनिंग सीखने के लिए हमें पॉलिटेक्निक जाना पड़ेगा, आसपास के प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स में जाना पड़ेगा और कोई यूनिवर्सिटी में जाना पड़ेगा. लेकिन जो सबसे अच्छा रोल है वो हमारे सबसे सस्ता और अच्छा ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, वो है इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट. इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट, अगर मैं दिल्ली की बात करूं तो 70 तरह की ट्रेनिंग हम इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट में दे रहे हैं इस समय. और जो ट्रेनीज इसको पास करते हैं उनके बाद उनको सर्टिफिकेट भी देते हैं. इसमें मिनिमम क्वालिफिकेशन 8th है और मैक्सिमम 12th तक, 8 से 12 तक, और 6 मंथ से 3 इयर्स तक के कोर्सेज अवेलेबल हैं. कुछ कोर्सेज हैं जो आज तक चल रहे हैं. कारपेंटर जो हाथ से ये लकड़ी बनाता है उसका कोई विकल्प नहीं आया आज तक. कोई मशीन ऐसी नहीं है जो आपकी दीवार पे लकड़ी लगा देगी. तो कारपेंटर वो ट्रेड हमारे चल रहे हैं. कुछ लेटेस्ट टेक्निक आ गई, CNC मशीन, जो मैकेनिकल में CNC मशीन्स आ गई, तो वो CNC मशीन्स के भी कोर्सेज हम अपडेट कर रहे हैं. और कुछ एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी आ गई हैं. ड्रोन टेक्नीशियन, आपको जो टेक्नीशियन चाहिए होगा, मान लीजिए ड्रोन टेक्नीशियन है, उसके भी हम कोर्स करा रहे हैं ITIs में. इसके बाद स्मार्ट सिटी, आपका सारे सिटी ऑटोमेटिक होने चाहिए, लाइट ऑटोमेटिक जलनी चाहिए, ऑटोमेटिक बंद होनी चाहिए, आपकी रेड लाइट ऑटोमेटिक है. तो स्मार्ट सिटी का भी हमारे यहाँ नया कोर्स इंट्रोड्यूस किया जो एडवांस लेवल का. स्मार्ट हेल्थ केयर, आज हमारे सारे हेल्थ केयर के प्रोडक्ट भी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक हो गए हैं, तो उसके लिए भी हमने नए कोर्स शुरू किए हैं. तो कोई भी कोर्स रूट लेवल पे जो पुराने कोर्स हैं, लेटेस्ट कोर्स हैं और एडवांस लेवल के कोर्स, ITI इसमें प्रोग्रेस कर ही रहा है. और जहाँ तक चैलेंजेस की बात आती है, और इसमें हमारा जो इसमें जेंडर है इक्वलिटी, तो हम लड़कियों के लिए ITIs में लड़कियों के लिए भी हमने 30% सीटें रिजर्व की हुई हैं, ताकि हम गर्ल्स को भी इक्वल पार्टिसिपेट करना चाहते हैं. हमारे आज की डेट में दिल्ली में, अगर दिल्ली की बात करूं तो दिल्ली में हर साल 12,100 के करीब सीटें ट्रेन करते हैं हम. ट्रेनिज को सीटें होती हैं, उसमें हमारे 19 ITI गवर्नमेंट के ITI हैं और उसमें 6 ITI हमारे पर्टिकुलर डेडिकेटेड टू गर्ल्स ITI हैं, बाकी सब को-एडेड ITIs हैं. और उन 6 ITIs में अप्रॉक्सीमेट 3,000 सीटें हैं जो केवल गर्ल्स के लिए हैं, और बाकी जो हमारे पास 9,000 सीटें हैं उसमें 30% सीट्स गर्ल्स के लिए हैं. गर्ल्स किसी भी ट्रेड में उसमें एडमिशन ले सकती हैं और उसमें ट्रेनिंग कर सकती हैं. अभी हाल ही में कुछ लड़कियों ने कुछ लीग से हटकर ट्रेड होते हैं. आज तक तो लड़कियां जो ट्रेड करती थी, मान लीजिए कटिंग टेलरिंग कर लिया या खाने पीने के सामान के कोर्स कर लिए, लेकिन अब लीक से हटकर जो हैवी मशीनरी वाले कोर्स हैं उनमें भी लड़कियों की बहुत अधिक भागीदारी है। इसमें सरकार का भी काफ़ी योगदान रहा है। अब आपने डीटीसी में ई व्हीकल आ गए हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक बसेज आ गई हैं। अब आप उसमें देखिए, अगर डिपो में डीटीसी डिपो में देखेंगे तो ITI पास लड़कियां वहाँ ई व्हीकल की रिपेयरिंग में लगी हुई हैं। तो पर्टिकुलर उन्होंने 1 मंथ की ट्रेनिंग दे के इसे किया है, लेकिन हम अब चाह रहे हैं कि हम उसे अपने ही इंस्टीट्यूट में 1 साल का कोर्स करवा रहे हैं उसका। और सबसे उसमें बेनिफिट ये भी है कि हमारे जितने भी फीस है लड़कियों के लिए तो बिल्कुल निःशुल्क है कोई भी ट्रेनिंग, और लड़कों के लिए बहुत ही नॉमिनल चार्जेस पे हैं। जो बच्चे बिल्कुल फीस नहीं दे सकते, क्योंकि नीचे जो रूट लेवल पे आएंगे टेक्नीशियन जो हमें चाहिए, इंजीनियर ने तो अपना डिजाइन बना दिया दे दिया, लेकिन अब उसको रूट लेवल पे इम्प्लीमेंट कौन करेगा? टेक्नीशियन ही करेंगे। और टेक्नीशियन उस वर्ग से आते हैं कि जो फीस अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते ज़्यादा बड़ी। तो ITIs में, जो दिल्ली के ITI में फ़िलहाल 100 रुपये महीने से लेकर 150 रुपये महीने की फ़ीस है केवल। तो वो उसमें वो 1 साल की, 6 महीने की और 2 साल की ट्रेनिंग कर सकते हैं। और हमारे कुछ ऐसे बच्चे भी हैं, कुछ ऐसे ट्रेनिज भी हैं, या ऐसे स्टाफ भी है, वो ऐसे वर्कर भी होते हैं जो दिन में काम करते हैं। मान लीजिए कोई स्कूटर मैकेनिक है, वो बाहर स्कूटर रिपेयरिंग कर रहा है, तो उसके लिए भी हमने कोर्स चलाए हैं। वो शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्स कर सकता है। उसके लिए हम शाम को 2 घंटे क्लास लगाते हैं, शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्स हैं। कुछ ऐसे हैं कि जो क्वालिफाइड नहीं है, कोई 8th पास नहीं है, 10th पास नहीं है, लेकिन स्किल, जहाँ स्किल की काम आती है वो अपने पेरेंट्स से काम सीखा है उसने, चाहे पंचर लगाना सीखा, चाहे स्कूटर रिपेयरिंग करना सीखा, या इंजन रिपेयरिंग करना सीखा। उसके लिए PMKY स्कीम में हमने मिनिमम 5वीं पास भी जो बच्चा है उसको भी हम ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं। और ट्रेनिंग के बाद सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि ट्रेनिंग के बाद हम उसको सर्टिफिकेट दे रहे हैं। वो सर्टिफिकेट इंटरनेशनल वैलिड है। उसके बाद वो बाहर नौकरी कर सकता है, सब काम कर सकता है, अपनी अर्निंग कर सकता है। अगर सर्विस के पीछे ना जाए तो अपना बाहर, घर के बाहर भी दुकान खोल सकता है, घर के पास भी कोई काम कर सकता है। तो इस तरह की कई स्कीमें हैं हमारे ITIs में, और करीब 70 ट्रेडों में हम ये काम चला ही रहे हैं। तो स्किल तो डेवलप होना ही चाहिए। पहला काम स्किल सीखने का है, दूसरा स्किल इम्प्रूवमेंट करना, जो स्किल को आगे चेंज करना, और तीसरा स्किल अपग्रेडेशन। अगर कोई टेप रिकॉर्ड रिपेयर कर रहा होता तो आज वो आउट हो गया होता मार्केट से, क्योंकि टेप रिकॉर्ड तो चले गए। तो इसलिए स्किल अपग्रेडेशन भी, उसके लिए भी हम लोग ट्रेनिंग एंड टेक्निकल एजुकेशन दिल्ली की तरफ से काफ़ी योगदान है। हम अपने ITIs को बिल्कुल अपडेट, आज की डेट में मार्केट को, इंडस्ट्रीज को जो चाहिए हम उस तरह की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं। और ये टेलर मोड कोर्स भी होते हैं। हमारी इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ मीटिंग रहती है, दिल्ली के सारे इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया के चेयरमैन के साथ मीटिंग्स रहती हैं। जैसी उनकी रिक्वायरमेंट होती है हम वैसे ही कोर्स चला देते हैं। अगर किसी को CNC ट्रेनिंग चाहिए तो हम CNC की ट्रेनिंग चला देते हैं, क्योंकि हैवी इंडस्ट्रीज आजकल दिल्ली में है नहीं। हैवी इंडस्ट्रीज के हम जितने भी ट्रेड चलाते हैं वो दिल्ली से NCR में जाना पड़ता है, और NCR में खास तौर से लड़कियों के लिए बहुत प्रॉब्लम होती है, वो बाहर नहीं जा सकती। तो लड़कियों के लिए हैवी इंडस्ट्री में फिटर वगैरह से जो पास करेंगे या टर्नर से करेंगे, उनके 2 ही विकल्प बचते हैं, DTC या रेलवे। तो हम जो लेटेस्ट आज की टेक्निक्स हैं, जो आज हमें दिल्ली या इस एरिया में कोई भी चाहिए, वो तब हम मॉडर्नाइज कर रहे हैं ITI में।
रविंद्र जी, थैंक यू सो मच इतना पूरा डिटेल देने के लिए। And you can see people are very impressed with the work that you're doing.
Sir, can you tell something about these smart healthcare programs?
Sir, pardon?
Smart healthcare programs.
हाँ,
You have mentioned smart.
एक्चुअल में आप देखते हैं हॉस्पिटल आज जाते हैं आप, तो आदमी को इतनी तारें लगा दी जाती हैं कि वो देखता ही रह जाता है। तो उसमें क्या वो डॉक्टर तो नहीं देख सकता उसे, ना नर्स, क्योंकि वो टेक्निकली उसके लिए हैं, अपने काम करने के लिए। वो आपकी तारों का जाल नहीं सुलझा सकती, उसके लिए टेक्नीशियन ही चाहिए। तो जितने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इक्विपमेंट हेल्थ रिलेटेड हैं, चाहे आपकी BP की मशीन है, चाहे आपकी कोई भी CPAP मशीन है, BiPAP मशीन है, कोई भी आपके यहाँ, सब आर्टिफिशियल चलता है। आपको सांस लेना है, CPAP, सांस नहीं आ रही, CPAP मशीन लगा दी, चलो अभी से BiPAP मशीन लगा दो, अभी ECG लगा दो। तो डॉक्टर या नर्स के लिए इतना वो नहीं होता आसान कि वो इन चीज़ों को समझ सके। कोई तार हिल गई है, कोई कनेक्शन लूज हो गया, तो इसके लिए जो हम टेक्नीशियन ट्रेंड करते हैं वो स्मार्ट हेल्थ केयर है। डिजिटलाइज इक्विपमेंट को ऑपरेट करना स्मार्ट हेल्थ केयर।
That's fine, sir.
If
Thank
people
you.
can raise hand if somebody wants to ask a question. Sir, एक मिनट आप वहाँ.
Yeah, Mr. Kathuria, you said that 12,000 students pass out. So do you have any khali seats? Or
Sir,
their competition?
सर ऐसा होता है, दिल्ली में 19 तो आईटीआई हैं जो हमारे गवर्नमेंट के, उसके करीब 40 के करीब आईटीआई प्राइवेट चलाते हैं, प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजर, और मेरिट के बेस पे आते हैं. हमारे पास करीब 50,000 की एप्लीकेशन इस साल भी आई हैं, उसमें केवल 12,000.
Right. That's where I am coming to.
जी, तो
So
उसमें
12,000 is peanuts for Delhi. That's
Sir,
what I am saying. So now that is one issue. The second is there is a big mindset issue. Mindset issue is that parent को अगर आप बोलो कि अपने बच्चे को कारपेंटर बना दो, दर्जी बना दो, वो तो आपसे रिलेशन ही तोड़ देगा. तो दे वांट ग्रेजुएट्स, नहीं मेरा बच्चा तो ग्रेजुएट बनेगा. तो वो माइंडसेट तो आपके पास प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं, आपके तो साइड सीट्स ऐसे ही फुल हो जाती हैं. So only those people who want to do that is one issue.
Yeah.
There is no dearth. Your seats are all full. The bigger question is कि ये जो graduates निकल रहे हैं वो बाद में तंग आके पीएन की नौकरी के लिए अप्लाई करना चाहते हैं. तो अगर वो ग्रेजुएट्स को जैसे गौतम बुद्ध नगर, उनके साथ उनके ग्रेजुएशन में हुनर की इलेक्टिव्स भी साथ में आए कि भाई ठीक है, थका के वो कुछ हुनर तो उसको मिल गया साथ में. दे डू अदर पैरेलल कोर्सेज, बट सब स्किल के भी साथ में करें, तब ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होगी.
Very true.
बिल्कुल ठीक कहा आपने. प्रॉब्लम तभी सॉल्व होगी अगर हम स्किल सीखेंगे, कुछ काम करेंगे. खाली एजुकेशन की डिग्री से नहीं हो सकता. अगर हम अपना कुछ काम करेंगे, कुछ सीखेंगे, और आईटीआई हर तरह के आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रही है. आप रेगुलर कोर्स करना चाहें, दिन में 2 घंटे कोर्स करना चाहें, शाम को कोर्स करना चाहें, आपको हर फैसिलिटी अवेलेबल है.
वहाँ पे sorry please, वहाँ पे I know that, but it's not fair, हाँ, please.
आवाज आ रही है आपकी आवाज आ रही है सर, कंटिन्यू.
हाय, दो संजय सर इज बिहाइंड मी, उन्होंने भी मेरे को सपोर्ट किया कि आप ये वाला माइक यूज़ कर लो. थैंक यू. सो माय नेम इज़ अश्विनी टुडेजा. मैं कुछ ऐसे लोगों के लिए काम कर रहा हूँ, वो एजुकेटेड तो नहीं है, लेकिन उनके लिए कैसे एम्प्लॉयमेंट स्किल डेवलपमेंट में हम कर सकते हैं. आई एम वर्किंग फॉर फॉरेस्ट एंड ट्राइबल पीपल, और ऐसे काफ़ी सारे लोग मेरे साथ जुड़े हैं, लाखों लोग, जिनके लिए हम कुछ एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करना चाहते हैं, स्किल डेवलपमेंट जनरेट करना चाहते हैं. वो बहुत इच्छुक हैं कुछ करने के लिए, पर बस उनके पास कोई प्रोजेक्ट नहीं है. इसके लिए हम क्या कुछ कर सकते हैं, कुछ कस्टमाइजेशन कर सकते हैं. उनके पास कोई डिग्री नहीं है, लेकिन वो कुछ करना चाहते हैं, और मैं उनके लिए कुछ करना चाहता हूँ.
देखिए, जो सर्टिफिकेट कोर्सेज हैं, अभी जैसे मेरे कुलीग ने बताया कि PMKY स्कीम में मिनिमम 5वीं पास भी अगर बच्चा है तो हम उसको टेलर मेड कोर्स करवा सकते हैं. वो आप जिस फील्ड में सीखना चाहें हम उस फील्ड में करवा सकते हैं. और नहीं तो अगर उसके पास कोई भी क्वालिफिकेशन नहीं है तो उसके लिए फिर इंडस्ट्रीज उसको अप्रेंटिसशिप कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के अंदर ट्रेनिंग करा सकते हैं, हम उसको सर्टिफिकेट करवाएंगे. दैट इज कॉल्ड ऑप्शनल ट्रेड.
In lady say first, yeah. After that you.
सर, मेरे को ये पूछना है कि जब सर ने भी बोला और इन्होंने भी बोला, मेन मुद्दा होता है कि एम्प्लॉयमेंट आप कैसे दे रहे हैं. वो तो आप ठीक है, उसके लिए आप तैयार कर रहे हैं, स्किल्स दे रहे हैं, लेकिन जो लोग पढ़ के कुछ करना चाहते हैं तो वो कारपेंटर नहीं बनना चाहेंगे ऑब्वियसली, लेकिन क्या अगर वो बिजनेसमैन बनना चाहते हैं तो आपकी स्किल से वो वहाँ तक पहुँच पाएंगे, या हम वहाँ तक पहुँचा पाएंगे उनको, या नहीं पहुँचा पाएंगे? ये
मैं आपकी जानकारी के लिए बता दें कि भाई हम तो ट्रेनिंग कराते हैं, और ट्रेनिंग के बाद वो बच्चा जो छोटी सी दुकान खोलता है या छोटा सा एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप खोलता है, उसके बाद उसका बिजनेस बहुत अधिक आगे बढ़ जाता है. और इसके लिए हम एवरी ईयर वो तमाम सक्सेस स्टूडेंट्स को बुलाते हैं, उन तक हमारी पहुंच रहती है. हमारा ट्रेनिंग एंड प्लेसमेंट सेल है जो हर समय हर दिन काम करता है. इवन दो हमारे ITI पास तो हम उन्हें डिप्यूट कर ही देते हैं, एम्प्लॉयड कर ही देते हैं. बाकी अन्य ट्रेनिंग अन्य को भी कर सकते हैं. जैसे भाई साहब ने बोला कि भाई अगर किसी को कोई क्वालिफिकेशन नहीं है तो उसमें भी हम पूरा सपोर्ट करते हैं. अगर कोई इंडस्ट्री हमारे पास आती है कि हमें ये शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्स चला दिया जाए एरिया के हिसाब से, क्योंकि इंडस्ट्रीज आज एरिया के हिसाब से लगी हुई है. अगर हम दिल्ली में कहेंगे कि नहीं खाली हम टर्नर चलाएंगे तो नहीं चल सकता. आज दिल्ली में आपको प्लम्बर चाहिए, आपको कारपेंटर चाहिए, तो ये तो ऐसे ट्रेड हैं, कारपेंटर, टर्नर, कारपेंटर, वेल्डर और प्लम्बर. हमारे पास आउट ट्रेनीज में से मैक्सिमम इंडिया से ही बाहर चले जाते हैं।
Very nice.
इनका इतना अच्छा एम्प्लॉयमेंट है और इनमें एडमिशन भी नहीं मिलता।
सर लेकिन आप सिर्फ दिल्ली की बात कर रहे हैं, जबकि पूरे देश की अगर हम बात करें तो अलग अलग राज्यों में क्या हालात हैं इसके, और उसके लिए वहां तक आप ट्रेनिंग कितना दे पा रहे हो? ये
देखिए, मैं पर्टिकुलर दिल्ली तक सीमित हूँ और दिल्ली की बात कर सकता हूँ, और दिल्ली के बारे में आपको कोई भी वो चाहिए डाटा तो उसको मैं प्रोवाइड कर सकता हूँ। और दिल्ली में क्या ट्रेनिंग चल रही है, ये हमारा ट्रेनिंग एंड टेक्निकल एजुकेशन है पीतमपुरा में, उसके अंडर हम काम करते हैं। तो हम दिल्ली के लिए करीब यही बता पाऊंगा। दिल्ली के
आप ही का सवाल, मैं आपके पास आती हूँ। आप ही का सवाल मैं डॉक्टर विनय से भी पूछना चाहूंगी कि स्किलिंग से एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप तक की जर्नी आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी कैसे देखती है?
सी अगेन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज अ माइंडसेट। मतलब जैसा अभी आप भी बोल रहे थे कि कारपेंटर नहीं बनाना चाहते हैं, सिमिलरली द फैमिलीज दे वांट कि देयर स्टूडेंट शुड ग्रेजुएट एंड डू अ जॉब। सो थ्रू स्किलिंग वी कैन वर्क ऑन देयर माइंडसेट। So what we do a storytelling with the students. We invite the entrepreneurs, our alumni, and talk to them. So it's a continuous process. It can't happen in a 6-month course. You do a 6-month course on entrepreneurship and you become an entrepreneur. It's a process. So we start such sessions from the year 1. If there are 3 years course, 4 years course, 5 years. So we are seeing that students are coming up and taking up entrepreneurship in a big way.
Thank you so much.
So the industries also support. They give small problems. They उनको कम कॉस्ट में सॉल्यूशंस मिल जाते हैं. So
thank you so much, sir. I think I'll get other
yes,
speakers
yes.
as well. Last question आपका.
Actually, my question for the entire audience, see, we're talking a lot of things development, but I feel it's all mundane and useless till we don't identify the traits of a person. If we understand the traits of a person, the skill development will be success. Otherwise, skilling will be killing. You remove S from it, it will be killing. It's not a vague statement I am giving.
No.
It's a true statement I am giving. Until and unless the things are there,
yes.
It's like that.
Very true. See, today if you see, students want to study computer science. There are colleges where they have stopped, उनकी branches बंद हो गई, mechanical, electrical and civil. No economy can grow. Every economy needs mechanical, electrical, civil engineers along with computers. तो वो जो आप बोल रहे हो कि बच्चे स्किल सेट नहीं देखते हैं और बस भेड़ चाल में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, दैट्स ट्रू. सो इसमें क्या है कि कलेक्टिवली वी हैव टू एड्रेस. सो
थैंक यू सो मच. मेरे 2 स्पीकर्स और हैं, उनको अपॉर्चुनिटी देना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एंड इसके बाद ही आई थिंक लंच या टी है शायद, होपफुली, सो यू कैन कैच देम ऑल. अनुपमा जी, अब हम आप पे आएंगे क्योंकि आप एक स्कूल और इनका बहुत ही इम्प्रेसिव प्रोग्राम है. आई थिंक स्कूलिंग स्पेस में मैं काफ़ी काम करती हूँ. भारती फाउंडेशन के अपने ही हमारे नियरली 173 स्कूल्स हैं. पर जब मैंने इनकी स्टोरी सुनी, I think सारे ITI and colleges would be very happy if the way she is running her school, the kind of skilling, sir, you were talking about, कि S के बिना वो killing हो जाएगा, किस तरह से ये beginning से ही अपने बच्चों को orientation दे रही हैं, उसके बारे में I would want each one of you to hear. So अनुपमा जी, floor is yours. मेरे पास एक notice आ चुका है. So ये 31 से जब तक 27 तक डाउन होगा, फ्लोर इज योर्स.
Thank you very much.
क्योंकि इस बार क्वेश्चंस बहुत आएंगे.
Well, I hope I am audible. Generally, I am audible even without mic. Have been a teacher over 33 years, and perhaps even if I switch it off, I would be audible. Well, as ma'am said, that yes, I have always believed, ma'am. It's nature to nature. We always reap more than we sow. I am sure, all of us know that. We sow words and we reap actions. We sow actions, we reap habits. We sow habits, we reap character. And we sow character, we reap destiny. And I have always believed, I started my career as a professional way back 1st January 1990, and on that very day itself I knew that it is important to catch them young. Very important to catch them young. As a language teacher, if I blame my class 11 teacher कि उसका बच्चा 10th में 12th में number नहीं ला रहा है, well, the problem lies with class 5 teacher who did not teach well. So when we started, I started this particular program. I started in this school, Gargi Girls School, Meerut, where I have been for past 12 years. The very first year, I'll tell you, I had a girl who was very brilliant, and she came to me running. She was in class 11 and she was crying. She said, my papa wants Amara Meerut, let me just introduce you. It's a semi-urban area. Girls school, parents' mindset, all you can understand. You know, she said, Papa ne kaha shaadi karna hai. I have to leave my education. And that affected me very, to my heart, and I stood by. और उसके 4 साल बाद this girl was Delhi University's gold medalist in history honors Miranda House. But that very fact told me that no, I have to do something. As a lady, as a girl, I have to make sure. And that very year, I started with an enterprise called Pehal Ek Prayas, which we have been running for past 12 years. It has not been a simple journey for us. Today we have Pehal Ek Prayas, which has almost 62 products under it. And the entire enterprise is run by children, directed by teachers, run by children. And we really catch them young as class 3, 4. We start giving them whatever they can. Our purpose is to open up their minds, to give them the creativity that they can. And, you know, initially, easiest way would have been to put them into cooking, which I never wanted to, because that is something that anybody would agree. We started with fabric. We have got as many as 18 skill subjects from school, from CBSE, and all these have been given. They have been offered to children. Even if I have to, the first batch I had only 2 girls who opted for journalism, and the 2 girls we taught them, and these 2 girls secured 100% in the entire journalism department. One was immediately taken in by Hindustan Times as a reporter, and the second one finished her graduation in journalism and is an international journalist. So if I start with my, past 10 years, it's going to pass 27 minutes, and I have been told that I have got 21 seconds left. Well, these are the products. I started it as experiential learning, sir. The project is given by the entrepreneur department. They prepared the entire system. Then we have the purchase department from our fine arts group, humanities group, who have to have for their chocolates, be it cakes. These are hot things that we sell, sir. And hamare bachche, they really earn a lot out of it. We have our own fairs. We have, anything that is consumed in the school is purchased from this Prayas. And then, of course, it goes on and on and on. This year, and we try to make it, and the reason being, 30% of my girls are first generation learners. और बाकी तो सर गर्ल्स स्कूल में पापा की परियां पढ़ती हैं, जो बड़ी फ्रेजाइल होती हैं, बड़ी नाजुक होती हैं. They shall not be put to, society. There would be hardly 10%, 20% parents. हाँ, मेरे पास boxers भी हैं. We have national boxers from our school. We have got excellent dancers. बहुत ही league से हटके. My own daughter was a part of here. She is running, ma'am, sir. She's running she's a manager at an NGO. She teaches far off, Tibet, Bhutan, these places she goes, and she teaches people the skills, and then she she helps them make products and sell them, helping them out the social status that way. We have a lot of pottery work done. Last year we worked a lot on cow dung. I have always believed, sir, our IT, our AI, our whatever, these are all the fruits, but we need to have the roots. And the roots lie in the traditions. And these traditions, I may sound badi purane khayalat wali bhenji types, but I believe it's a lady who controls the house even today. And she is the only one who will be able to pitch it unto the men at the house who need it all the more. So my girls, I wanted them, I mean, when it started coming, ji nahi sari pehenna matlab benji type, I heard Mrs. Krishnamurthy's statement. When she said that she was going in an executive class and she was made to stay away क्योंकि उन्होंने सूट और साड़ी पहना हुआ था, कहा ये तो बेंजी टाइप है, she cannot, कि आप तो इकोनॉमी क्लास वाले हो, she was not allowed. And she said that, I mean, the entire conversation, I'm sure half the house knows. Uske baad, of course, the other picture that was very, very proud moment for me was for this Mangalyan. All these 7 ladies seated there, declaring their tradition at the root of their knowledge. And we have started with a new program this year, which is Phenomenal Fable. Each sari, whatever sari comes, it has a history. And our children, they need to know that history, that tradition. So tomorrow when my girls wear a sari, they should not wear it as a fashion, but out of passion. They should understand that it is not a 6-yard traditional cloth they are wrapping their body in. It is a tradition with pride that they are carrying. So these are the factors that we have been, these are the, we have got 62 products, and I'll tell you, these are not only, we have cow dung products, we have paper mache products, we have sir, whatever paper, दिन के एंड में किसी भी स्कूल में बहुत सारा रद्दी कागज होता है. We collect all that, and we have got people here who can, my own teacher who has been awarded CBSE award last year for all these things only. वो उसका पेपर मैशे ज्वेलरी बनवाते हैं, प्रोडक्ट्स बनवाते हैं. We never waste. Jewelry they make well, lots many things, but then they make scientific tools also. We have a Roboland that we have in the school, which has been created by, and this year's science project, ma'am, is my teacher, and of course their children are working to convert anger into electricity. I don't know how much they would be successful.
Very nice.
But
Very interesting.
I've told them, मेरे पास आ जाओ, मेरे स्कूल का बिल खत्म हो जाएगा.
Very nice.
So, well, a lot many things, but that's all I would like to say. And somebody here said, if they do not have an aptitude, what? Then skilling minus S will be killing. Let me tell you, sir, I have always believed it is never the aptitude, it is always the attitude that decides our altitude.
Very nice.
And we need to believe in that.
Thank you so much, Anupma ji,
Thank
for
you,
this
ma'am.
inspiring talk. And I connect with
And
her.
yes, ma'am, we do have this PMKY scheme. We have a center, we are running a skill center, which is the only skill center in Meerut district, where we have all these dropouts. They come, और उसके साथ हमने अपनी maids भी train किया है. And
Very nice.
The
I
mothers
think you
who
must
would
connect with him.
finally allow their daughters to go into it.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you so much.
I have a question, please.
Yes, please.
I'm Dr. Jagdish
एक मिनट,
Shivare.
where is the question coming from?
Yeah, I would like to see, sir.
Achha, okay. So the thing
Ji,
is,
sir.
I have one more speaker. I will allow only this question because I must give. No, I am allowing you that
I'm
one.
definitely out there for lunch, sir.
Anupma ji, I'm allowing this one question. बहुत hand raised हुए थे.
Sure.
Yes.
बाकी she is in a very vibrant sari. Nobody can miss her.
I'm Dr. Namaskar. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivare, Professor and
Sir, I can
ex-scientist
still
ISRO.
not see you. Can you just, okay, sir.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivare, Professor and ex-scientist ISRO. My question, general question, what specific steps are being taken by the educational institutions in terms of the skill upgradation, growth of employment, and the benefits of the society and the government?
Thank you, sir. What I will do is, हम पहले सचिन जी की बात करेंगे, उसके बाद मैं क्लोजिंग रिमार्क्स के लिए सबको आधा मिनट दूंगी, because your question is very relevant. So let's now come to and listen to what Sachin has to say. His organization is better known for GREs and TOEFL. So let's look at the kind of role assessment and certification can play in making our kids more employable. Over to you, Sachin.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Can you hear me? Super. No, thank you, Mamta and FICCI, for giving us an opportunity. Just quickly introducing ETS. Education Testing Services is the largest assessment organization worldwide. We do roughly 5 crore assessments globally in 200 plus countries. And our forte is slightly different from the skill, but we connect in terms of the last mile connectivity, in terms of standardized assessments globally. So we believe access, equity, and mobility comes when things are standardized, when there's only one common denominator and a common currency through which you can look at people. And I think that goes to some of the conversations in terms of how do you really translate skills into something which is more understandable, which is more credential, where there is only a common currency similar to a degree. And I think that's the kind of forte that we bring in. Like Mamtaji said, we are known in India for GRE and TOEFL, which are standardized assessments for international higher education. But we have many other products on the non-cognitive side that we work with governments, with corporations across the globe. And I'll talk about those in a minute. In India, besides GRE and TOEFL, we are also appointed principal consultants for PARAK, which is a nodal body established by NCRT for assessment reforms within the school boards in India. So across all the 64, 65 school boards that we have in India, so PARAK has been instituted by Ministry of Education to standardize the assessments across so that there's less of disparity. So that's a broad introduction about ETS. Coming to the point in terms of where do we fit in. So I think I look at it at 2 or 3 levels. First is, we talked about in the morning, Mr. Kathuria, a lot of people alluded that when we started this century, we started with IT, ITS, in Y2Ks, etc., etc. But I think the last 10 years, like what Sir was also talking about, Mr. Kathuria, the number of, I would say, sectors have broad-based from beyond IT, which I think is a very heartening thing. So hospitality, we talk about healthcare, we talk about MEP. There are a whole host of sectors that have come up wherein the skilled manpower from India is something which is looked for. Some recent studies have pegged that number to be around 40 lakhs for the next 5 years from 16 key countries that government has kind of identified where skilled migration can happen. And I think, so that I think is the opportunity that we are sitting on, that beyond IT, ITS, now there is a recognition of Indian skilled talent. So I think that's the opportunity. Where do we see the last mile connectivity issue? At 2 levels. One is in terms of standardization of assessments. Mr. Tiwari also spoke in the morning in terms of, while we are doing a lot of skilling, lot of training, how are we translating that training, which is intertwined into your degree or a kind of standalone, into something which is a more credential, which is like a certificate? Are we really certifying what we are training so that a recruiter on the other side is able to understand that? And where the Indian skill talent is missing out is the wage premium. Because there is no certification, where there is no standardization, what is happening is they are not able to unlock the wage premium, a wage increase that they should be and should be kind of eligible for, not just in India but abroad. So I think that's one key element that we believe is important to really credentialize and certify the trainings in a manner that is understandable to recruiters globally. That's one level. Second, there was a conversation in terms of skilling versus skilling, and I think skilling is the domain side. I think equally important is the non-cognitive side, which is equally important for the success of the skilled talent. Now we think of these 16 countries where this talent will go in the next 5 years. What are the 3 things that somebody would look for? Workplace communication skills, basic English to understand and to comprehend what the other guy is saying. Some competencies in the foreign language. Now think of Japan, think of Europe, where there's a huge demand for skilled talent. But if you do not have the foreign language competencies, are you going to be successful in spite of having the skills, the domain skills? So certainly important for. And third is in terms of personality, your behavioral skills. How do you really behave in that environment? So I think the emphasis has largely been on the domain side. But what we believe is for the Indian talent to be successful, there has to be an equal emphasis on the non-cognitive skills, and that's where we at ETS really work on. We have assessment products that are adopted globally in terms of being the, I would say, the currency for these non-cognitive skills. And I believe with that, we complete the entire skills framework for the talent to really showcase to the world that I have the domain as well as the non-domain skills. And I think with the Skill India digital platform which is being launched, we believe that ultimately digitally verified skill credentials will make a way into this platform, which becomes a common currency for us to showcase a skilled talent to the world. So I think there are a lot of these parts, moving parts, which are happening, and that's where we believe at ETS we can come and be part of this skill journey in terms of creating a non-cognitive assessment which is globally recognized for each of the skilled talent to really showcase that besides the domain skills, they have all the other skills which are required to really be successful, not just in India, but even outside. So I think that's our key focus, Mamta, that we are working on at ETS. And I hope I'm good on time.
Very good on time. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, can I ask a question? Ma'am?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So my name is Dr. Surekha Kashyap. I've come from Pune. I'd like to ask Mr. Jain that it was interesting to know that he's looking at part of the skill development for outsourcing trained manpower to other countries. My question is, don't we have enough domestic need for such skilled manpower? And is it not possible for the government industry to collaborate and make the terms of employment so attractive, increasing their minimum wages and working conditions such that we don't lose out the skilled manpower to other countries rather than their staying back in our country and contributing to its growth?
I would love to do that, but I think it's more to do with the aspiration. And I think if the aspiration is to be mobile, aspiration is to be working in an international kind of a location, I think we just need to respect that need. I'm sure that 90% of that demand is local, and even those skills would be required in a local set as well. But if you look at from a wage premium, ma'am, I'll give you an example. Somebody working in a construction industry, the wage premium between India and Middle East is roughly 3 to 4x. A healthcare worker, the wage premium is up to 10x if you're working between India and say Europe, anywhere. So if with that kind of a wage premium, and think of it, there are 32 million likes of us who are settled abroad sending $100 billion annually to India. That's even more than the FDI that we get annually. So I think we should not be averse to the talent. It's the talent which is being recognized. In the morning we talked about all the tech companies have been now led by Indians at the end of this. It's an Indian talent that is being recognized across levels. And I think that's what is also bringing in a lot more, I would say, innovation back into India in terms of what we can do to make things better. So I think it is the aspiration. And
we can let the
exactly decide. And let the talent decide.
Thank you so much. I think after this I would. Is it really very critical question? Please go ahead. Go ahead. I just can't seem to say no. Somebody is going to get angry with me, and I won't be called as a moderator ever again. Loudly, please. And I may not give time to panelists to speak. We'll listen to your question and we'll talk about it in the tea area.
Am I audible now? Yeah, okay. My name is Sumit Saluja. I represent the company which is into international mobilization. So this question is very, very relevant to people who are coming from the school segment and the K-12 segment per se, and also to the ITI very, very particularly. So we have these laggards in the class, जिनके class में 50%, 60% आए. Generally, the school and the colleges do not take credit for such kids. We agree to that. Those who are really, the batch holders, they always get promoted also from the school, that this is a student from my, student from my school. My question is that if we have a program to mobilize them, with a little bit of skilling, both on the hard skill and the soft skill. How does the government or how does the PPP programs which are running, or the government which is coming up with this, you're talking about that program in the morning called the Vishkarma program.
Vishkarma.
Does it anyway help? Because I have programs which can mobilize even a 12th pass student with 50% marks, and within a year he would be in Europe and earning minimum of 80,000 Indian currency, and also learning, and also studying and getting many things. Now the question was, he has to pay a fee to me, right? Now the point is, even I can get half of the fees get financed through an NBFC. What about the rest of the half of the fees? Can he pay? Do we have a program which supports them? I don't find any, because I have been looking, I've been getting the students, they are very, very excited about this program. And as what Sachin sir was telling, I'm also doing a little bit into healthcare. Now we see healthcare, it is more than 10x the kind of salaries which can, just to give you an example to all of you, a nurse who is after BSc nursing or GNM is just earning about a starting salary of 18 to 20,000 per month. And in some good hospitals, she may even start with 22,000. And in a country like Germany, Austria, Switzerland, which I am doing, they can start with minimum 2,25,000 per month. And that too on a probation stage. And it will go up to minimum 3 lakhs. Now the question is again, the kind of fee which they, the skilling part, the consulting fees and all that, is a little pinch on the kind of nursing and the kind of family background such candidates come from.
So, is there anybody in the audience, apart from I'll give opportunity to Kathuria ji, anybody else who wants to answer the question, knows of any scheme or anything? Raise hand. If you can speak loudly, please, in the mic.
I think he can contact NSDC for a scheme called IISC. They will help you.
Okay, so I think now this is a question we will all go back into our tea session with, and please do help him, because if he's helping these kids get a job somewhere, we must help him with the scheme. If you have not liked me as a moderator, ask me a question. Completely helpless. Please ask your question.
Yeah, ma'am. My name is Anto Jose, and I'm from ASAP, Kerala. We are actually an organization which try to mend the gap between the industry and academia. And one of the major challenges that we face here is to connect with the industry. When we connect, we find it difficult to engage and to get the requirement there. And we have found 2 successful people who were able to do it. So can you throw us some insights which can help us to really connect and to give what is required for them?
See, first of all, you have to understand the requirement of the industry and what their problem they are facing. So see, industry, they are there for their business. They are there for the revenue. So every minute counts. So now the role comes of the faculty and the leadership at the university or the institution. So what we do, we attach 1 or 2 faculty along with the students who mentor, who see the internship or the project which students are doing. It is time bound, it is done correctly as per the needs of the industry. So if you do small steps, they'll recognize you, and you can contact not the bigger industries, you can contact the SMEs.
Yeah.
So they always search of people who can do cost effective work from them.
Thank you so much. Kathuria ji, आप पे end करेंगे क्योंकि you have a lot of experience what he is talking about.
जैसा कि अभी सर ने पूछा कि इंडस्ट्री कुछ भी हम क्या बेनिफिट ले सकते हैं इंडस्ट्री से, या हम किस प्रकार से फाइनेंशियल मदद ले सकते हैं, तो कोई भी प्रोडक्ट जो कंपनी बनाती है वो कब चलेगा जब उसके मार्केट में टेक्नीशियन अवेलेबल होंगे। हम नया मोबाइल तो खरीद लेते हैं, अगर रिपेयरिंग का नहीं है कोई टेक्नीशियन तो क्या वो चलेगा? नहीं चलेगा। तो सारी कंपनियों ने इस बात को, इस महत्व को समझते हुए दिल्ली के क्या पूरे इंडिया के आईटीआईज में अपनी अपनी लैब इस्टेब्लिश की है। जितने भी ब्रांडेड कंपनीज हैं, चाहे वो मारुति है, टाटा है, डेक्किन है, सैमसंग है, सब ने अपनी अपनी लैब सेम इस्टेब्लिश की है। और वो अपने प्रोडक्ट, क्योंकि आप जानते हैं ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स में जो टूल एंड इक्विपमेंट्स होते हैं लेटेस्ट हम नहीं खरीद पाते फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम की वजह से, तो कंपनियों ने अपने ट्रेनर और अपने लेटेस्ट इक्विपमेंट, अगर गाड़ी में कोई नया इंजन आया है तो कंपनी गाड़ी में नया इंजन दे रही है, अगर डेंट पेंट रिपेयरिंग के लिए नई टेक्निक आई है, पेंट बूथ नए लगाए हैं, तो उन्होंने वो दिल्ली के आईटीआईज में अपने एस्टेब्लिश कर दिए हैं थ्रू एमओयू। और एक दूसरे तरीके से कॉर्पोरेट, ये कंपनियां, सारी कंपनियां आपको मदद करती हैं थ्रू देयर एनजीओज। वो एनजीओज हमारे ट्रेनर को ट्रेंड करती हैं, उनके अपने ट्रेनिंग सेंटर भी हैं और हमारे ट्रेनिंग सेंटर में आके भी वो ट्रेंड करती है। एक तीसरी तरह से इंडस्ट्रीज हमें जो मदद करती है वो सीएसआर के थ्रू, कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के थ्रू। वो उसमें फंड जो भी है, जो हमें चाहिए सामान जो हम नहीं खरीद सकते क्योंकि हम तो फाइनेंशियल कुछ रेगुलेशंस के अंडर रहते हैं, तो या कुछ नए कोर्स, टेलर मोड कोर्स होते हैं, आपको अभी टेलर मोड कोई कोर्स करवाना है, सिखाना है बच्चों को कोई चीज़, तो उसके लिए हम नहीं अलाउ होते, तो उसमें वो सीएस अपने एनजीओ के थ्रू हमें वो सारी फैसिलिटी देते हैं, अपने ट्रेनर देते हैं। और उसमें और सर चाहें तो ऐसी किसी कंपनी से कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं और उनको ट्रेनिंग के लिए पूरी फैसिलिटी और पूरा पेमेंट वो देते हैं। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच। दिस वाज अ वंडरफुल सेशन। मैंने सोचा था आप लोगों को भारती फाउंडेशन के जो विलेज स्कूल्स हैं और हम कैसे बच्चों को प्री वोकेशनल स्किल्स से रेडी कर रहे हैं, कैसे ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स और पेरेंट्स में सेंसिटाइजेशन कर रहे हैं कि बच्चों को आगे जाके काम करना है, स्पेशली लड़कियों को, उस बारे में कुछ बताऊंगी। पर आई थिंक आज टाइम रह गया, शायद फिर कभी। बट दिस वाज अ वंडरफुल पैनल एंड इट वाज रियली माय प्रिविलेज to host this panel. Thank you very much and wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Very well moderated, I should say that, Mamta ma'am. Thank you very much. We are not breaking. We have a very special address by Mr. Abhiraj. So there is a special address. I would request everybody to please be seated. Thank you. Panel can go. We'll have a special address. Thank you, sir. So we have Mr. Abhiraj Singh Bhal, who's the co-founder for Urban Company. And may I please request Abhiraj ji to please deliver his special address. A very big round of applause, please. Thank you. May we have his presentation?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank FICCI for inviting me as a speaker in today's session. I know I'm keeping you all away from the sumptuous lunch that is served, so I promise to be very, very quick. In the next 8 to 10 minutes, I will share with you my experiences of building Urban Company, which was earlier known as Urban Clap. And you must be wondering what an internet entrepreneur like me is doing in a skilling session. So I will talk about that as well, and how skilling and training has become a very, very important bedrock of what we are building. A little bit about myself. I grew up in Bombay and Visakhapatnam to a naval officer and a school teacher. Studied in IIT Kanpur and IIM Ahmedabad. Worked in a global consulting firm, but in 2014 I decided to come back to India and build something for India which could create a positive impact in the Indian society. I started with 2 friends of mine from my living room and a mere 40,000 rupees that we invested in what we back then called Urban Clap. And if we can go to the next slide, please. And the vision was very, very simple. We wanted to empower millions of professionals, service professionals, all over India and elsewhere in the world to delight consumers with very high quality services at home, and also in the process earn a decent middle class livelihood for themselves. So with that very simple but bold and powerful vision, we got started. Very, very quickly, we realized that there were several roadblocks ahead of us. Technology adoption was one of the smallest roadblocks. One of the largest roadblocks that we faced was that for the quality standards that we were looking at and what our customers were expecting from us, that level of skilled manpower was just not available in the country. Can we go to the next slide, please? So before I talk about what we did, I'd like to play a very, very short video for you. It's a video about our first female water purifier technician on the Urban Company platform. Her name is Bhavya Sharma. And then using her example, I will talk about what we did over the next 8 to 10 years in building Urban Company.
मेरा नाम भव्या शर्मा है। मैं अर्बन कंपनी से फर्स्ट फीमेल आरओ टेक्नीशियन हूँ। अभी तक कोई आरओ टेक्नीशियन थी नहीं, बहुत प्राउड फील होता। मेरे को एक आइडेंटिटी मिल गया, जो सिर्फ मैं हाउस वाइफ थी, अब मैं बाहर जाके काम करती हूँ और लोग मेरे को जानते। मेरा नाम भव्या शर्मा है। मैं अर्बन कंपनी से फर्स्ट फीमेल आरओ टेक्नीशियन हूँ। अभी तक कोई आरओ टेक्नीशियन थी नहीं, बहुत प्राउड फील होता। मेरे को एक आइडेंटिटी मिल गया, जो सिर्फ मैं हाउस वाइफ थी, अब मैं बाहर जाके काम करती हूँ और लोग मेरे को जानते एज आरओ टेक्नीशियन अर्बन कंपनी के थ्रू। तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है। ऐसा अभी कोई फील्ड नहीं बचा जहाँ पे फीमेल्स नहीं हो। अभी मैंने शुरुआत कर ली तो और भी लोग आए, आरओ कैटेगरी में ज्वाइन करे, अच्छे से कमाए, अपने फैमिली को अच्छे से चलाए। मेरा हस्बैंड का मार्च में डेथ हुआ, तब तक तो घर पूरा वही संभाल रहे थे। वो पहले अर्बन कंपनी में सीनियर आरओ टेक्नीशियन थे, सो पूरा फैमिली उनके ऊपर डिपेंडेंट था। अर्बन कंपनी में तो हेल्प किया फाइनेंशियली, फिर भी घर तो आगे चलाना ही था और भी फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम्स थे, तो मैं किसी के ऊपर डिपेंड होना नहीं चाहती थी। सो मैंने बात किया अर्बन कंपनी के सीनियर मैनेजर से,
because I always wanted to have a female representation in our team, and when Bhavya reached out to me, I said, let's do it. So we conducted a very unbiased screening process. Then we had a training, and everyone in the team were really supportive and welcomed Bhavya and gave equal opportunity to be part of our urban company. And then Bhavya was put out on field to start delivering jobs for RO. And since the month of April end towards July now, she has been consistently in the top 10 partners of our team in Bangalore.
जब मैं ट्रेनिंग के लिए जाती हूँ तो सारे लोग मेल्स होते, मैं अकेले फीमेल्स होती हूँ। मुझे ऐसा कोई डिफरेंस नहीं लगता। अभी तक जितने भी मैंने कस्टमर अटेंड किया, सारे लोग अच्छे थे। कुछ लोग अभी भी मेरे को वापस उनके जब भी आरओ की परेशानी होती है मुझे ही बुलाते हैं। बच्चे जो पढ़ना चाहे, उनकी जो भी मर्जी है, मेडिकल हो, इंजीनियरिंग हो, जो भी पढ़ना चाहे उनको अच्छे से पढ़ाना है, अच्छे से लाइफस्टाइल उनको देना है। और भी फीमेल्स लोग मेरे को देख के इम्प्रेस होते इस कैटेगरी में आए, काम करे अर्बन कंपनी के लिए। मैं
So that was a short glimpse into what the power of skilling and training is. And we realized very, very early on as a company that just technology is not going to be enough to disrupt a market which is as complex, as unorganized, and as fragmented as services at home. The number one area of investment for us has to be skilling and training. We came from no background in skilling and training, yet we started on that endeavor. And in the last 8 to 9 years now, we have established, if you go to the next slide please, more than 250 training centers all across the country. We have an in-house team of 300 plus trainers who come from various trades, 20 different trades on our platform: plumbing, carpentry, AC, beauty, massage, cleaning, painting. We have created unique pedagogy because we don't have the time, nor do these professionals, to spend 6 months or 12 months in a training classroom setup. So we have to compress all that learning in a short period of 3, 4, 5 or 6 weeks. Operate as a finishing school and a very intensive training program that delivers very, very high quality practical training, which the customer will value in a short duration of time. And in many cases, we have had to work with absolute freshers, people who have no prior background in the trade. Some of you may be assuming that Urban Company aggregates all of these service professionals and just brings them onto the platform. It may be a surprise to you that in almost all our categories today, more than half the people who join have no prior background in the trade. If they are joining as AC technicians, they have never really worked as an AC technician. They are coming and going through our intensive training program and graduating on the other side as very, very high quality AC technicians. They are coming and joining as masseuses who've never done a massage in their life before and graduating as high quality masseuses or high quality cleaners. So that emphasis on training coupled with technology became a bedrock. We also said that for a professional to feel that they are truly professional, that their time is of value, for the customer to respect them, they must carry best in class products and tools. They must be empowered with the highest quality of tools. What that does is that for a cleaner who joins our platform, who earlier used to be referred to as a Zamadar, he now thinks of himself as a cleaning technician, a new age micro entrepreneur onto a platform. He sees himself in a very different light. His own respect in his eyes upgrades because now he uses modern chemicals, modern tools. He's gone through a training program, he has been certified, and that translates into much better respect from the customer and also much better earnings for them. We publish the earnings that our service professionals make every quarter transparently on the website. The average professional who does only one job a day and is able to do 30 jobs in a month is able to earn 31,000 rupees net of all commissions, fees, travel and product costs. And the top 20% of professionals are able to earn 41,000 rupees here in India in tier 1 and tier 2 cities on the Urban Company platform. They have a career path that is clearly defined for them, and the company also provides them with free life, accidental and health insurance cover. And for the best performing professionals, you also get a family health insurance cover which covers your spouse and 2 kids. Some of the very best professionals are also able to participate in the Urban Company stock ownership program free of cost, where they get stocks of the company and become shareholders of the company. And these are the people who then graduate to become part of our training program. So that covers the entire loop that we have created. And with this very, very small but simple vision and these basic steps, today we have been able to have 51,000 service professionals on our platform, pan India. Every second, somewhere in the country, a professional as we speak is ringing a customer's doorbell, entering their homes and delighting them with high quality and trustworthy services. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Abhirajji. It's been a real pleasure to hear the Urban Company story. With this, I think we'll break for lunch and we meet back at 2 o'clock for our next session, which is industry-driven high-quality skilling. Request all guests to please come inside the hall as we are beginning with our next session. वो तो हाँ हाँ वो तो यहाँ तो इतनी तेज आ रही है वो तो जाओ तुम लेकर आओ तुम तो नहीं जाओगे वो आगे नहीं राजेश सर को बोल दो Everybody please come inside. Dr. Nirmal Jeet Singh Kalsi ji is about to arrive. We don't want to delay our session. The NCVT chairperson, Dr. Kalsi, is about to be here. He'll be giving a special address. I would request everybody outside to please come inside the hall. ये तो घुमा 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 के क्या फोटो ले रहे हो लगाएंगे लगाएंगे लिंक्डइन पे लगाएंगे Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request everybody outside to please come inside the hall. We're going to begin with our second session, which is industry-driven high-quality skilling, imperative roadmap. Hi, Jose. I'm Deepthi. Supriya. Supriya. Good afternoon, everyone. We're now beginning with our session on industry-driven high-quality skilling, imperative roadmap. Kalsi, the NCVT chairman, is going to be here. There are chairs in the front. I can request everybody at the back to please come in the front. Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome once again. A very warm welcome to Dr. Nirmaljeet Kalsi ji, the chairperson for National Council for Vocational Education and Training. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us today. To begin our session, may I please welcome the moderator, Mr. Narayan Swamy, the National Leader for Education and Skill Development, KPMG. Mr. Sanjay Gupta, the President and CEO, Electronics and Advanced Technologies at Minda Corporations and the Chairman of India Electronics and Semiconductor Association. Very warm welcome, Sanjay sir. Mr. Vaibhav Chaturvedi, the Head of Talent, Nestle South Asia Region. Mr. N.K. Mohapatra, CEO of Indo-Euro Synchronization. Mr. Manoj Agrawal, the Co-Chair for FICCI Skill Development Committee and also the Executive Advisor for Training Academy at Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Mr. Vijay Srinivasan, Head of Employee Partnerships at Perfy. And our chief guest, Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi ji, the Chairperson for National Council for Vocational Education and Training, to please take the dais, sir. May I now request Mr. Sanjay Gupta ji, the President and CEO for Electronics and Advanced Technologies at Minda Corporations, to please share his special address.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? So, first of all, thanks to the entire organizing team of FICCI and all the distinguished guests and everyone who is part of the industry and academia. Many thanks for having me here. It's truly an honor and a privilege to be part of this distinguished conference and summit. And it's a great pleasure to share my thoughts onto this important discussion that is going to take our country forward in many different ways, and I will try to touch upon my thoughts briefly on that. So the first thought that comes to my mind when we are talking about skilling and education is any nation that goes forward, the one aspect that makes or breaks it is the talent, is the people who are working towards that and creating the value. So many times when we call the biggest economic powers in the world, eventually the economic power comes from the value that we create. And if we go to the old days when we used to compare one currency versus another, so if you are producing a currency equivalent of wheat, which is equal to say, let's say 1 gallon of wheat equal to let's say ton equivalent gallon of something else, right? Then it reflects you the equivalent value that you are creating. So today when we say $1 is equal to 80 or 90 Indian rupee, in simplistic way it tells you the value that equivalent currency that US is creating is 80 times more powerful than value that we are creating, right? So we are on a foundation to create a value for the country that is driven by skill. And taking us back into 2000 years, I did some research, and many of you will be aware of that. The most powerful economic nation in in the century and the beginning of this, when we say AD 0, that was out of 10 nations. If we talk about, I was surprised when I looked at fact many years back. It was India. We were the super economic power of the world 2200 years back. And we all know that while the time passed by, for various reasons, we could not participate in different big milestones in the history. You call it Industrial Revolution 1, you call it 2. So the invention of the steam engines, or the invention of power and electricity, somehow based on our political situation, we were not able to participate into that. So fast forward, we are today one of the fastest growing nation in the world, and by all means trying to regain our much deserving position as the world superpower. Today, as we know, we are the 5th largest economy, one of the fastest growing economy. And one thing that we keep hearing from our leadership with right from the top, Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, not only we are the fastest growth engine for the world, we are also the youngest nation in the world. And that young, that more than 50% of Indians will be less than 30 years of age. Which by all means, it is not the youngest today. For next 35 to 40 years, we will remain the youngest nation on the planet. And that is something that is very extraordinary and very unprecedented. No other country can claim that they are the fastest growth engine, and they are also the youngest. Third thing which is very unique is today we are already the skill capital of the world. Today we know that either directly or indirectly we are the go-to-go nation when it comes to the service sector, when it goes to the technology sector. And the good news is that this growth that is happening, that will drive in general in the country the income levels that we have never seen for more than 2000 years. So in simple terms, our per capita GDP that today we are rather per capita income that we are enjoying today has just crossed $2,000. And if we compare with other nations who travel the same journey, be it other nations in Asia or our close by neighbor China, when they crossed this journey and they reached a per capita income of $4,000 in no time, that will drive a big expense which goes into the electronics and so-called discretionary expenses. And that leads me to a point of electronic subsystem designs. Today, the way Indians are buying electronics and the semiconductor chips, if we continue on that rate, that is going to surpass the import of oil. And today we know that oil is something that is the biggest drain on countries' fiscal deficit, because every dollar of oil that we import, that adds a burden in our balance sheet as a debt, and that devalues our currency. If we have a second beast called electronic devices, which we are buying left and right, you will be surprised that on average one household in India out of if we say 300 to 400 million household has more than 20 electronic devices. Sometimes we measure, we don't measure, and this is growing at double-digit growth. Every single citizen in the country is penetrated with mobile phones. that is something that is visible. But there are a lot of things which are not visible, right from entering your house, right from your doorbell, to your white goods, from refrigerators to dishwashers, to your washing machines. They have electronic embedded inside, which inside internally has chips. You have the entire education system working on electronic devices. The entire communication is happening using electronic devices. Your basement towers, each one of us is using Wi-Fi as more important than possibly water or electricity. That is only driven by electronics and semiconductors. You go to every single IoT gadget that we use in industrial. We talk about Industrial 4.0. We talk about robotics. They have electronic devices and semiconductors. In short, today, if we do not have electronics and semiconductors, our economy will come to a halt. It is as simple as that. And something that we all figured out during COVID times. I was part of a semiconductors company called NXP before. Last year, I spent last 27 years in semiconductors, and now I'm part of a semiconductor system design company to see the same side from the other side of the table. In COVID, we used to get news about the entire election process in the country is at risk to be scheduled on time, because the chips that will go into those, they were getting delayed because of COVID disruption. You cannot run election if you do not have COVID, and I had a very interesting meetings at the highest order with our election commission department last year. You cannot churn out a single two-wheeler or three-wheeler or a four-wheeler if you do not have electronics. So to sum it all together, electronics semiconductor design is the largest sector that is emerging. That sector is emerging so big that if today we are consuming close to $100 billion of electronic subsystem design and trying to make it, this is going to get more than 3 times in next 5 years, the way it is going. And this number is so huge that we cannot afford to import it. And that's why Government of India has driven so many different schemes. We have Make in India scheme, we have PLI scheme, we have spec schemes, and many more to promote the localization of ESDM sector. That localization is going to drive tremendous amount of jobs. Few of the jobs that will coming directly out of that, right at the bottom of the pyramid, if we talk about, there will be the entire SMT manufacturing that will happen, where you will have a bare PCB and different components, active component, passive component, transistors, resistors, capacitors. These are all electronic devices. They are going to be mapped onto these SMT, using the state-of-the-art surface mounting technology. And every single device, including our laptop, if you ever see inside, they have the motherboard. These motherboards have several of those devices. This entire market is already come to India. This is growing at high double-digit CAGR growth. And while this industry is growing, this is creating a huge demand gap for skilled workforce who can get into the ESDM sector. And today the reality is that for every one engineer that we are searching, there is a less than half engineer who is available. In other words, the demand is much, much higher than the supply. Now, if we go into our number of engineers that we produce every year, that is also one of the largest in the world, which is great. But another reality is that there is a gap between the cup and the sip. These large number of engineers are not ready to work on these cutting edge technologies right from the grassroots level, because there is a gap in the skilling. So that's where the entire notion about how we can create different programs so that we can do the last mile connectivity in getting millions and millions of young Indians, the venues to get these jobs, which are in plenty, and they are only going to grow. Our estimate says every 3 years these jobs requirements are going to get double at a CAGR of 24%. So if imagine by 2023 we are sitting, if 2026 I will be saying we need double amount of engineers who can work on these ESDM sector. We need double amount of technicians who can work on these labs. We need double amount of people, including the ecosystem partners. You'll be surprised to make a semiconductors ecosystem. You need plenty of uninterrupted water, uninterrupted electricity, purest form of water, millions of gallons of gases and chemicals to build and convert a sand into the final chip. These chemicals and gases, these companies today are approaching us. So me being part of Indian Electronics and Semiconductors, I'm the acting chairman for this year. So we are getting inquiries from companies around the world, from Japan, from South Korea, from Taiwan. They want, from Netherlands, they want to come to India. They want to invest in India in chemical plants, gas plants, which will serve semiconductors, which eventually will get into the ESGM sector. So the sector is expanding beyond the traditional electronic into lot of other clusters. And the way it is going to happen, you do not want any supply chain disruption. So all the sectors that are going to emerge, they are all going to be co-located so that you get everything from the purest form of water experts, the gas experts, chemical experts, electronic experts, manufacturing experts, all under the one cluster. And that is going to be replicated in every state. And I'm so happy that today when we talk to different states, different secretaries who want to expand more favorable schemes to promote ESGM and semiconductors in their states, they are all coming with better and better policies, both for the education as well as for manufacturing. So again, I don't want to take too much of time, but I want to just leave a message in that India is on a historical inflection point. I'm sure 5 years down the line when we are having a similar conference, we'll have a very different world. And I'm sure a lot of robots will be sitting along with us with the AI and ML technologies, because that is another area in high tech that we are going into. But it's great that this summit is happening and we are deliberating upon how we can join forces and connect the dots, because the more we collaborate, more we will be able to achieve this vision seamlessly possible. No one person can do it because the pie is too big and too complex. So we need complementary experts, complementary teams and companies to come together and make this dream come true, that we all are looking for the vibrant future India. So thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you, Sanjay sir. The much awaited, may I now request Dr. Nirmaljeet Singh Kalsi ji to please share his address.
The laptop on the top. Very distinguished dignitaries on the dais, captains of the industry and skill ecosystems, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me now? I am very happy to be here for sharing my views on building skills, empowering youth and creating future. And in this particular session, in which we are discussing industry-driven high-quality skilling, what is the roadmap for that? Now, Mr. Sanjay Gupta talked about very robust macroeconomic indicators for the country. I'll only add that today, if you look at UPI, you have 15 lakh crores worth of transaction every month. That means in 1 year, 180 lakh crores. And your total budget, national budget, is 40 lakh crore. So you are rotating that budget 4.5 times within a span of 1 year. So that is the velocity of business we are talking about. It's a huge opportunity for all of us. Also, we are the largest recipient of
remittances, $110 billion. That shows our expansion of our trained people who are already abroad, who are there, and if need be, they all can come back. If there is a bigger opportunity here, they all will come back. Again, the social sector spending, 21.3 lakh crore in 2023 alone. And that kind of spending happens, which is almost, it's more than 50% of our total budget. Look at the other trends. All other trends are extremely positive. The environment is very positive. Things are growing. Things are growing at very fast pace. But all this would need skilled manpower. All this would need people, high quality people. Now I would like to add that when we talk about skilled manpower, most of the people confuse it with very low level workforce as it used to be under the labor ministry. Today the manpower is divided into 8 levels globally. Level 1 to 4 is school education, and level 4.5 to 8 is higher education. I'll come to that a little later. So other figures, economy, Mr. Sanjay Gupta has already talked about it. So I'll straight away come to the point. Industry 4.0. Why I chose this? Because this represents the modern industry today, and it represents all the components of skilling which are required for any kind of industry to be run in the country. Now you talk about Industry 4.0, it basically connects all the technologies. There are 10 base technologies, and these 10 base technologies, they can cross with each other, they can cross with sectors, and then they can produce the kind of results which all of us we are looking for. Industry 4.0, you have a physical world, you have a cyber world, and you have lots of systems and lots of components. But still better now, people are talking about Industry 5.0, where the human interaction also comes into being. It's cyber-human interaction which comes into being. This has already started, but I'm sorry to say that our industry is not even ready for Industry 4.0. And when I talk about the courses and uptake of these courses, though we have designed a large number of courses for this purpose, more than 350 futuristic courses have been designed, but the uptake is very slow. And when we talk to industry, they say there is dearth of manpower. And when we see the uptake of these courses, a very small number of people are really coming forward to take up these courses. So on the one side, we are saying that we need people. On the other side, there is no demand. So we'll have to be really, we have to push it very hard. We have to connect the two ends very closely. And we have to take these people on board. Now in education, we have passed through the 3 cycles, education 1.0, 2.0 and 3.0, and now we are at 4.0. And when we talk about Industry 4.0, we talk about innovation and skill-based education. We talk about innovation-intensive approach, active and blended learning methods, cloud computing and smart technologies, and skill development for advanced industries. So now, right now, we are at Industry 4. Education 4.0. And when we are there, there's a lot of disruption which is happening in the education and skill ecosystem. And I want to talk about this disruption. All of you are aware of the National Education Policy 2020, came on 29th July 2020, and recently we celebrated its 3rd anniversary. For implementation of NEP, which has a lot of new components, we came up with something called the National Credit Framework. This credit framework has been notified by UGC in the month of April, and thereafter this has also been adopted by the skill education as well as school education. This is an overarching framework which connects the skill education with school education and with higher education in one continuum. So it's integration and embedding of vocational education and skilling, not only as a subject, as a separate subject in higher education, but this goes into being part of every subject. Even in history, you can have skilling. You can have a document restorer. You can have a curator. You can have a tour guide. You can have a dharamsala manager. So all those skills can be added, and they are being added. Even in the general education, those skills are being added. Then you have 3 frameworks. We call it National Higher Education Qualification Framework, which decides the kind of curricula which we have for higher education. Then you have National Skill Qualification Framework, which is primarily created with the involvement of the industry. Is the time over? Or are you just testing? Then you have NCF, which has just been announced for school education. Dr. Kasturi Rangan ji, he prepared this NCF. And then you have online and digital blended learning. You have education, skilling in emerging technologies and future of work and the employability skills. So this is the NCRF, which is talking about integration of academics, vocational skills and experiential learning, both at the level of school education, higher education and vocational education, all 3 levels. And it enables all kinds of provisions which were not there earlier. Now, shortage of time, I am not going to really go into that. But this slide I would like to explain that now the learning is coming from 3 dimensions. One is the academic dimension, other is the skill dimension, and third is the experiential learning dimension. And the credits can be earned in all 3 directions. And you can create your own diploma and degree programs by taking credits from all 3 axes, mostly axis, x-axis and y-axis. So up to 50% of the credits can be from the skill axis, and 50% can be from the academic axis. And this is what industry is asking for. It has been asking for. So you can have NSQF aligned courses being taught for all the UG and PG programs. That is now a reality. That is a possibility. And in skills university, this can be even up to 70%. 70% subjects can be the skill subjects. Now these are the 10 basic technologies I was talking about. And these 10 basic technologies can cross with any of these sectors. And that is producing the new kind of job roles. That is our biggest challenge. And we have to take care of this challenge. We have more than 350 qualifications which we have created. And the kind of qualifications you can you can see the kind of new age qualifications which we are talking about, which have come out of the cross section of these technologies with various sectors and even cross sectoral technologies. Cross sectoral jobs are there. Not only that, when we talk about soft skills and life skills, even these are changing. And for every job, now we have added the employability skills as compulsory part of the qualification itself. That has been added. About 10% of the time we spend on employability skills. In some cases, it could be even more. And these are the 10 basic components which are there. And some of the 21st century skills which are required, you can see them on the screen. Now, there are two sets here. The first set, they are 12 skills which have been integrated into all ITI courses. And the others, they are 9 categories. Under 9 categories, we have more than 100 subcategories. Now, these have been added for all higher education and skill education institutions. And these are all 2.5 hours kind of small modules, and one can pick up these modules based on the requirement, job requirement of a particular course. Now, 60% of the industry CEOs, they are looking for employees with future skills. Now, this is the survey, but courses are not really, there's no uptake for courses. I'm quite worried. Then 40% of the industry employees will need reskilling in 6 months' time. This is again the survey report, and 94% industry looking for upskilling of the employees. सुनने में बड़ा अच्छा लगता है, मन को बड़ा अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन ये अब टेकअप भी तो होना पड़ेगा ना. Now you ask my sector skill council, they are all sitting here. They are struggling with it. And if they want to run fee-based courses, there is an issue. And every time when I talk to them, they say, जी course बना तो लिए, अब इनको run करने के लिए, now we need people from industry. And how do we do that? And there are all kinds of skills which are required: analytical thinking, AI and big data, resilience, flexibility, creative thinking, leadership. Now, way forward, identifying and understanding the future of work in every sector. Now, there are 60 sectors of economy, and we work in all 60 sectors. Now, these have been clubbed into various sector skill councils, 36 of them right now. And Army, Air Force, and Navy has also been added. So there are similarly other sectors. We work with various government departments. We work with other organizations. They have been given the status of the awarding bodies. Similarly, for the universities, we work with universities. Universities have also started offering these skills, and they are picking up this NSQF aligned approved skills. The industry can work with these universities and call for offering these courses as per their requirement. They can create their own courses, they can bring the courses, and we'll approve those courses. If a particular industry, for example, any industry, electronic industry, if they need any kind of skills, now we are ready to give it to you as per your requirement. You design the course, we'll approve it, we'll run it. Not a problem. But then you'll have to come in association with us. And then you'll have to own those people who are being trained. And if there is a requirement, there is no problem. Ecosystem is there. Ecosystem will really help you out, and we'll do it together. And then the joint initiative by academia and industry on skilling, reskilling, upskilling, development of customized skilling courses, as I said. Then promote apprenticeship, internship, and OJT. I think this was discussed in the morning also by Mr. Atul Tiwari ji. And then emphasize employability and technology skills, including digital, financial, credit management, essential skills across sectors. Now, recently, PM Vishkarma program has been launched by Honorable Prime Minister. We are going to train 30 lakh people in over a period of 5 years. And all these skills have been included as part of the training programs for them. All the tools are being upgraded, and we are giving them skills on upgraded tools as well as these soft skills on the digital skills, financial skills, credit management skills, marketing skills, employability skills. These are 4 categories. And then foster collaboration between educational institution, industry partners, non-profit organizations, and the government to pool resources and the expertise. And finally, promote recognition of prior learning, recognition of continuous learning. So that is something which, if comes from the industry, we are always ready to help you out. And I'm so thankful for this opportunity. PhD CCI has always worked very hard, and they always work in collaboration with our organization and with the skilling ecosystem as such. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Sir, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah, my name is Narendra Jalan. Since morning we have discussed 2 end of the spectrum, skilling spectrum. You talked about advanced industries, skilling for advanced industries. In the morning we discussed about the other end of the spectrum. So in advanced end, we find that there is a capacity, but there are no takers. In the lower end, like ITI representative Mr. Kothuria was there. He said that 10,000 students, 12,000 students is churn out. He gets 60,000-70,000 applications, and those 12,000 students, most of them go abroad. So there is a dearth of capacity, big capacity dearth. So as a chairperson, how do you think that this can be handled?
ITI system से हर साल 26 लाख स्टूडेंट एडमिट होते हैं वहां पर, 26 लाख ITI सिस्टम में. तो 26 लाख में से आप अब जिस 10, 12, 15 हज़ार की बात कर रहे हो बाहर जा रहे हैं.
That is only Delhi. I am talking about Delhi only.
No, I am talking about the entire country. There are 14,500 ITIs. And there are 26 lakh people taking admission every year.
And how many are left unadmitted? How many are not able to get admission?
Sir, I have no data on that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so there seems to be a big number there. That's what.
No. That's not. There's no big number. We have to make it aspirational.
Okay.
अगर हम में से किसी को अपनी लड़की की शादी करनी हो, एक ITI पास हो जो 1.5 लाख कमाता हो और एक BTech पास हो 25,000 रुपए कमाता हो, किसके साथ करेंगे मोस्टली? समाज किसके साथ जाएगा? 25,000 वालों के साथ जाएगा. तो इसको एस्पिरेशनल बनाने के लिए वी आर वर्किंग टुवर्ड्स दैट, एंड देयरफॉर वी हैव क्रिएटेड दिस एंटायर रोड मैप ऑफ अपग्रेडेशन. सी 10th plus 2 years is ITI plus 2 years is diploma plus 2 years is degree. Now that is what has been recommended in NCRF, and that is what is being implemented now. तो अपग्रेडेशन का पाथ तो ग्रेड हो गया. जब आप ITI करेंगे तो उसके साथ आपको 11वीं 12वीं का सर्टिफिकेट साथ मिलेगा. क्यों? क्योंकि उसको एस्पिरेशन करना चाहते हैं, एंड ऑफ द रोड नहीं करना चाहते. उसकी मर्जी है, अगर वो बच्चा जाके इंजीनियरिंग में एडमिशन लेना चाहे ले ले. अगर एक बच्चे ने डिप्लोमे में एडमिशन लिया है 10वीं के बाद और 2 साल करने के बाद वो चाहता है कि मैं BTech में सीधा एडमिशन लूँ, तो 2 साल के बाद उसको 12वीं का सर्टिफिकेट साथ मिलेगा और वो BTech में सीधा जा सकता है, उसको 12वीं कंसिडर किया जाएगा. सो दैट इज मेकिंग दैट पर्टिकुलर एंड एस्पिरेशनल. लेकिन साथ में जो ट्रेनिंग की क्वालिटी है दैट विल हैव टू बी इम्प्रूव्ड. हमें एक्चुअली बच्चों को काम कराना पड़ेगा, बच्चों को सिखाना पड़ेगा. तो उसके लिए इंस्ट्रक्टर्स को ट्रेनिंग देनी पड़ेगी, इंडस्ट्री को साथ लगना पड़ेगा, इंडस्ट्री को अपने लोग भी देने पड़ेंगे ट्रेनिंग के लिए. तो ये तो दोनों चक्कों से मिल के काम होगा.
करेक्ट.
हाँ, अगर मेरा जो इंस्ट्रक्टर है ITI का वो इतना ही सियाना अगर हो जाए तो इंडस्ट्री उसको छोड़ेगी मेरे पास 3 गुने पैसे देकर ले जाएगी.
Yeah, that's a big dichotomy.
और यही प्रोफेसर्स की बात है कि जो अच्छा प्रोफेसर है उसको इंडस्ट्री नहीं छोड़ेगी.
So they only demand.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. FICCI is truly grateful to you for your time and valuable inputs. And as a token of appreciation, may I now request Mr. Manoj Agrawal, the co-chair for FICCI Skill Development Committee, to please offer the green certificate to Dr. Kalsi. It's a thicket of 6 trees grown in your name, sir, in Sundarbans, West Bengal. Over to you, Narayanji.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Normally, the post-lunch session is a difficult one. So I think Rajesh and the organizers decided to have an energizing session to begin. And so we are thankful to Sanjay ji and Dr. Kalsi for such a wonderful beginning of this panel. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable inputs.
Thank you. I have to go and attend another conference. This is a school board conference going on in Kusarod.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Wonderful. So this session is a very interesting session. We're talking about industry-driven, high-quality skilling and what is the roadmap. Right. I would like to begin by saying what is we've heard a lot about education and skilling spoken at the at the same length, sometimes spoken as if they two are different. I just thought I'll begin by saying what is so different between education and skilling. And topically, I think education by its nature leads industry. If you look at some of the inventions that led to industry formations, right? It could be right from the Edison's days or what happened to automobile or more recently Silicon Valley. There was an educational institution that created and hence industries were born. But skilling in my view is exactly the opposite. Skilling, industry leads skilling. And many of our work between education and skilling, to me the fundamental difference is who is leading. And to that extent, it's very topical that we discuss about skilling. And we want to emphasize the fact that industry should be leading the entire skilling agenda. And hence, what can we do to correct whatever course that we have taken till now. So, why should industry lead? Industry should lead because relevance comes in only when industry leads the skilling agenda. Industry should lead because the speed of operation comes in only when industry leads. Scale comes in only when industry leads. And in a country like India, which is so vast and there is so much fight for resources, financing also comes only when industry leads the skilling agenda. So there are more reasons than one why we should be inviting industry to be in the front and center of our skilling agenda. And to me, if there is one change that we should do, that is to bring this into place. I just want to, before we get into the panel, look at why is it more important today than ever before, right? Today we are talking about rapid changes in technology that is making the job roles change so rapidly. Like, before even somebody talks about writing a job definition for a role, it has changed. Imagine somebody is going through 3-4 year course and then expects the same to happen in industry. It's not going to be possible at all. And there are also, curiously, the words that we have coined. We talk about reskilling and upskilling. Have you ever talked about uplearning or relearning? We talk about unlearning. We never talk about unskilling. There are certain qualities of skilling that we need to follow, and industry brings in the relevance to it. And the second reason I think it is more relevant because there is a global outlook for skilling. Skilling, education might be constant, but skilling differs from country to country. Take something as fundamental as geriatric care. The way healthcare happens in India is very different from how it happens in Japan. Even in other countries like food, you're talking about hospitality is very different. So skilling is something that has to be adopted, and hence the industry that is leading it should come to the center stage. And I thought Dr. Kalsi very rightly so gave a call to all the industry to come and participate in this. So this session, and we have some really illustrious panelists very learned people from their respective sectors. And here we are going to talk about what are those sectors that are going to lead the revolution when it comes to job creation. We talking about job losses. We are here talking about those sunrise sectors that are going to create jobs. And what are those changes that are happening in these job roles? How do we attract industry to academia? What is the role that government and academia can play in attracting industry to the skilling agenda, which needs to be jointly done? And how do you make it a very symbiotic relationship, right? With these absolutely interesting questions, I would like to invite Mr. Vaibhav Chaturvedi, Head of Talent, Nestle, to share his views on how to take this forward. You can come there or you can. Sure, please.
Thank you. Can somebody just confirm that you can hear me at the back? Okay, thank you. Thank you first of all to FICCI for inviting me to be a part of this August panel. Thank you everyone who's sitting here right now. Honestly, I personally did not expect the room to be packed to the rafters, but this clearly shows how important this topic is for the government, for the industry, for academia, and most of all, overall for our country. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to open here. The philanthropist Rohini Nilikani, she spoke about this in her recent book about what is the transformation lever required to look at upskilling in our country, to look at overall transformation in our country. And she spoke about 3 levers. She spoke about Samaj, she spoke about Sarkar, and she spoke about Bazaar. So in essence, society, industry, and market. Her idea was that these 3 levers have to come together to be able to create jobs and substantially improve livelihoods in our country. Now, I represent Nestle, and this is something which sits very closely with how we approach this particular topic. We look at creating shared value, and shared value for us means creating business outcomes which also lead to positive societal impacts. Now, I'll give one example of where we're actually partnering with academia, we're partnering with the government, and coincidentally only, this happens to be a partnership actually with FICCI. Just a couple of months back, I was actually sitting in this room itself, and we were talking about a program that we have launched in collaboration with academia, with government. This is for developing a cadre for food safety professionals, an all India cadre for developing that. Now, this program has been conceived and delivered by premium institutes. One of them is NIFTIM, the National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, and the other is NFSI, the Nestle Food Safety Institute. It's a unique program which looks at upskilling in the food industry to which we belong to, looks at developing curriculum which is very relevant to our industry, developing professionals which do not actually need any further upskilling or training once they join the industry. So we basically get industry ready professionals from the day one, people who have been trained with various aspects of food safety, food regulations, business laws, trade laws, and they already come to us from the first day who are ready. Now, this is something which for us is truly an example wherein the industry, the government, the academia is working together very closely. I was coincidentally out of the country for the last 5.5 years, and I've just come back early this year only. Nestle gave me a couple of expatriation opportunities. Now, while 5.5 years for a nation aren't very much, but I've seen that this area has completely transformed, and there is much more willingness of the government, there is much more willingness of the academia to actually engage with the industry in creating curriculum which is relevant for us. And I just gave one example of that itself. So that's my take on it. I think it is more incumbent upon us from the industry to actually be a little innovative in our thought process, to look at what is possible when we actually not try and solve a particular problem just by ourselves, but we open our thinking process to actually bringing in newer ideas from outside as well. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for sharing your thoughts, and hopefully we take many of these things forward. Now let me invite Mr. N.K. Mohapatra to share his thoughts. We released a paper today morning, particularly about the electronics industry and the skill development requirement there. Sir, we would like you to share your thoughts on particularly how industry in this emerging sector can participate in skill development.
Thank you. Thank you, FICCI, and thank you, the delegates. And I will give my thoughts very straightforward. Today we've been discussing since morning skilling education. It will be a continuous topic. It will be a topic for coming 10, 20 years. It will always happen. It will not change. I can guarantee you. But still we can find a way and do something around it. See, fundamentally what is right with us, we sometimes do not recognize. Our basic thing in this country is very right in education, which is fundamental elementary education is absolutely solid compared to anywhere in the world. Our mathematics, English, language, we learn, and the focus on education is very high on a childhood. Every parent knows it. Somewhere we get confused. We get into a graduation level, everything is fine. We produce fantastic graduates. They can do any job right. But we still make some noise about industry not ready and all these things. Only we make the noise. The US industry doesn't make noise. They feel IT graduates are best or Indian graduates are the best, and they're making benefits out of our graduates, and we discuss they're not industry ready. So we should get over this habit. This is not a right habit. We are not recognizing our own talent. We are not recognizing our own talent and capacities. We are discussing some fabricated problems as problems. The actual problem is nothing related to educational skilling. It is only the real demand in the country is not there. We have enough people, we don't have enough jobs. We don't have enough commercial activities, we don't have enough industrial activities to retain people. So that's why they are going abroad. The talented people will go to MIS, do job, they do a tech job, they get to a tech company. You see every good tech company, only Indians are there. They have gone out of our education system. Why are we so much against our own education system? It is pretty fine. We got to find ways and means of doing it. But today I see a light of the day. Last 40 years I have struggled to fight on this issue, but today I see a day. We don't have to think education for our country. If we can think about talent and education and global citizenship, then we can solve the problem. Like our IT industry has done for 20 years. They have fed the IT manpower across the globe. They did not produce IT people only for our country. We would have gone nowhere. But that has made some difficulty within us. Our entire education system is biased towards the demand. Demand is only in IT. So education system is not at fault. Whatever demand is visible, they produce that. You go to any college, you see 90% admission only in computer science, IT, EC and things like that. But that's where the jobs are visible, other jobs are not visible. Now when our government is pushing infrastructure, we have shortage of mechanical engineer, we have shortage of electrical engineer, we have shortage of civil engineers. We are facing problems because nobody is studying them. So there is a chaos. We have to manage the chaos, manage the industry-driven activities, things will change. I'm just trying to clear the scenario because I'm seeing for last 10 years, many seminars, many conferences, similar things are being discussed. Solutions are not getting discussed, the problems are only getting discussed. And solutions are not easy because others have found solutions which we are not able to find ourselves. Today in Bangalore and Hyderabad, there is a thing called Global Competency Center. It is growing 10x year to year. And who is investing in that? Not our country, the foreign countries. Sanjay knows about it. So in this GCC community, my talent is getting highest value. And we are discussing all this. They are not discussing. They are taking our talent and enjoying them. Earlier they were taking them to US, now they are taking them in Bangalore and Hyderabad and enjoying them. The number of GCCs which are multiplying in the country, it speaks great about our talent. It speaks great about our country. We got to think something different and do it. Now this particular theme and seminar, I'll just speak very simple. It is a simple problem if you do it correctly. So far, India being a country and government-driven curriculum, content, AICT, UGC will always have its own problems. So what happens is, universities has to be controlled in a particular way. There is a thing about regulation. There is a thing about quality, content, this, that, in this side, everything is controlled by government. So industry never gets inside when government is very active. Industry finds very suffocating. So industry stays away. Government does whatever government wants to do because we have to deal with mass. The volume, quantity, size is too huge. So we think too much about regulation, controlling, doing this, approving this curriculum, not approving this curriculum. It goes on in a particular way. It still gives an average quality over the world as one of the best. So we need not complain unnecessarily. We are doing absolutely right. Government can only do that much. Beyond that, if you want to do something, industry has to come and pull. Yes, industry will come and pull if they get respect. Otherwise, they will do their own activity as they do. Today, every good industry has its own captive training center. They don't care. They don't complain. We only discuss here. They don't discuss. They simply do whatever they like. They will take the manpower at a particular cost. There is oversupply. There is less demand. So manpower is devalued. They will take them at a lower cost. They will do some internal training and they will use them. It's not that our people are not able to work. They are absolutely able to work. But if you feel on a formal education system or a formal education plus skilling system, we will produce industry ready graduates. It may not happen because we are working on a scale and volume which cannot be standardized. Industry is a very captive requirement. Industry has to come for its own captive requirement and to work in a captive way and get the captive requirement. System should be flexible to deliver captive requirements of industry. If you can do this much, problem is solved. There is no big discussion about this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very different perspectives. I think there are multiple worlds in India. There is different worlds that operates in different zones. I do agree there is a world in which the graduates and people from India are well accepted across the globe. Maybe there is another world within India where even the Indian employers are not accepting some of these labor and there are dichotomies that are happening. You spoke very well about one part of the world and also I like the positivity in what you said in terms of how we should look at and it's not easy running this 1.4 billion whatever and of which 65-70% of them are people who can be employed and still getting to do this in an environment where the requirements are changing rapidly and job roles are changing is not at all easy. But I like the fact that you said that industry should come forward. Like, there is always, when you reach out, things happen well. So academia should reach out, that is fine. Similarly, industry also should reach out. And there is a big role that I believe industry can play for its own sake. Many of these things. And today, IT is a classic case of how they benefited out of creating educational institutions that are now serving their purpose. They are getting fantastic software engineers and people who work in the sector because they invested in that and they got it. I'm sure there are other emerging sectors that are going to follow. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Now let me turn to Mr. Manoj Agarwal, Advisor for the Training Academy of Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Sir, your views on a sector that is, we are not clear whether the sector needs mechanical engineers, electronics engineers, service engineers. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, let me thank FICCI for organizing this kind of workshop. And I am very happy, Narayan, that you said this point of education leads industry and industry should lead skilling. I think very rightly said. Automobile industry actually is catering to all kind of technologies. I think it's one of the biggest which impacts each one. All part of the country, all type of technologies. So it is something which is very important and some way or the other people are related with this industry. Today, I am from Maruti Suzuki. I would talk about little bit about our company, the work which we are doing towards the skilling part and how we are, attaching with academia also. So these will be certain examples. I would not say that we are doing too much, but lot more can be done. But few things which we are doing, I would like to share with all of you. Today, Maruti Suzuki is producing close to 2 million cars in a year. Still, the penetration level is only 25 cars per 1000 numbers in the country. So it is too low if you look at Europe, America, where the numbers are maybe 600, 700 per 1000. Maruti is also planning to double its capacity and in 2031, we will have 4 million cars capacity. So we feel that the entire market will double. So what our management says that what we have done in 40 years, we will have to repeat it in just 8 years. Now you can understand that manufacturing a car needs a lot of skilled manpower. Not only manufacturing at the OE end, even the vendors, we have 500 plus vendors, we have 3000 plus dealers across the country. So selling a car is also one of the skill related activity. So first of all, I would talk in the relating to the production side at Maruti. So since we need a lot of manpower, skilled manpower at the initial entry stage, that is we call it associates. So we have decided that all those who will be joining Maruti at associate level will be from ITIs. Now they join as temporary worker, TW1, TW2, and then finally they move upward. They also join as apprentice as per the government regulation, 10% of the total FICCI manpower. And also we have come out with certain new scheme which I will talk about later. First is that ITIs. So since we want that the persons who join from ITIs are almost matching our requirement. So what we have done is that 22 ITIs we have adopted and we are supporting them. In which way we are supporting them is infrastructure. First is infrastructure, because the technology and infrastructure is too old. So there we are able to support them. Somewhere it is through our CSR project, somewhere we are supporting directly from our training academy. Apart from that, we train their teachers on the latest technologies and whatever is in the related field. ITIs, they are in great demand both on the production side as well as on the service side. So in automation, in fault finding, in all vehicle troubleshooting, everything becomes a part of our upgradation of the education at ITIs. Apart from that, we have another scheme which I was talking about is student trainee scheme. Now all those people, there are students in the remote area who do not get chance to go into ITIs. We have mobilizing agencies. So they go to the remote areas and they select 10th pass or 12th pass students. They have to convince their parents also that they can send their students, their children to our Maruti. So we take them under this scheme of FICCI MOU, which we have started in 2014 with Director General of Training DGT, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. In this, Maruti has been authorized to enroll trainees to undergo vocational education in technical fields. Now the program is called Earn While Learn. So these trainees, they are from very moderate background, and they are from 18 years to 20 years of age group. So we take them and 2 months we give them a training. And after that, it is primarily on safety, quality, just simple communication, and how they have to become a good citizen of the country. Discipline also taught, as someone was saying about yoga classes, and all that behavior part is also taught in these 2 months. After that, they are taken to our shop floor, and for 22 months they remain there as OJT, under on the job training. And after that, during this period also they have to come in the classes every week, which we organize through our training academy. After 22 months, they get National Trade Certificate, which is equivalent to ITI certificate. So this is how the journey starts, and then they become apprentice, and then they become TW, temporary worker 1, 2, and then they can become a company trainee also. So these are the two schemes which I wanted to tell you about in the production area. The third is in the higher education, technical fields like tool and die design. There we have tied up with the Polytechnic, Manesar Polytechnic. We have started a course, dedicated course for tool and die design, because it is some area where you don't get much skilled manpower. Now in this course, it is diploma in mechanical engineering in specialization in tool and die design. Now the theory part is taken care by the Polytechnic, but the practical part is taken care by us. So we have state-of-art tool room facility which we have created, and whatever is the practical time which is allocated by the Polytechnic, there we teach them actual operation on the machines and how they actually make tools and dies. And in the end, they get diploma certificate, and 100% of the students, we make sure that they join either Maruti or Maruti's vendors. So this is also one of the actions which we have taken, that employability was a question as to how we can create employability. The fourth part was relating to academia. Now sales is a big area. So we have about more than 3,000 sales outlets across the country. Now dealer sales executive used to be a graduates earlier. So we take graduates who will be doing this kind of sales activity. But we saw that there is a high attrition. People will not stay. And so therefore we have now tied up with the universities, and these universities we start a course which is a 3-year course, which is Bachelor of Business Administration in Retail. So here first year they go in the university and they get the training as a normal management type of training, and after 1 year they are deputed at one of our dealerships, and for 2 years they remain there and they get a stipend which is paid by the dealer, which is close to 9,000 to 10,000 rupees first year and second year per month. In addition to that, they get sales incentive also, which is the same amount which other sales executive get at the dealership. This is how we have done a tie-up with almost 14 universities. We started with Shri Vishwakarma Skill University first, and now many universities including BK Birla, TIS and many colleges which we have done this. And today we have 500 students in this field, and the demand is very high and we are trying to catch up the demand. Similarly, in student trainee scheme, as I said, we have almost 4,000 students currently in our in Maruti who are working. So this is all from my side which we have in Maruti. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It's really heartening to see the particularly what you said about the tool and tie design, where it's literally the industry has walked into the polytechnic, co-created the courses, and making sure that that part of experience comes through this. In fact, this is a good example of how industry has adapted themselves to the way academia works. So they have created courses, they are teaching according to it, but there are other models as well. But I'm glad that you could successfully do it. Only thing, sir, it should be 10 or 100 times more. 500 is no number, 504,000 or.
But learning is also very
fantastic. And maybe this is a replicable model that other industries also.
That all 500 people avoid at our.
And also the job guarantee part is very excellent. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Now let me turn to Mr. Vijay Srinivasan. Pan IIT has been a great organization that has done a lot of service to skilling, including a skills university. So the contribution of Pan IIT to skills is phenomenal. Can you share your thoughts?
I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So thank you, Narayan, and thank you very much, FICCI, for giving us an opportunity to talk a little bit about the work that we do. So just to sort of give you a perspective, the view that I'm going to share over the next 5 to 7 minutes is a little different. It's, Vaibhavji referred to the quote of Samaj Sarkar Bazar. We are the Samaj in the sense of being, a community organization. And there is definitely the biggest sort of giant in the room, the Sarkar, and the Bazaar, which we need to coexist with. Now, just to take you back, when we first started the Pan IIT organization, this was done sometime around 2009-10. At that time, the president of the country, Sri Abdul Kalam, he exhorted to all the alumni there from the alumni group of IITians who had gathered, and he said, you guys should be job creators, not job seekers. And a bunch of the IITian alumni at that time took that very close to heart, and they went out and they set up a full-fledged residential program which was intended to primarily make sure that they were serving the needs of industry from a blue-collar vocational platform. The idea was to try and replicate and give back to society a sense of the quality, a sense of the kind of standards, a sense also of the cost efficiencies that was propagated through the IIT system, even for the poorest of the poor. So based on that, something called Gurukuls was set up. Initially, when we started to set it up, it was just few and far between. It was not scale, what you referred to, Narayan. It was small. But then we realized very quickly that as we did good work, and we worked in the blocks, we worked in the districts, we worked in the aspirational districts, where initially, of course, it was the low HDI states, and we continue to focus on the low HDI states. At that time, there was more of an axle problem. There was the red belt, and we worked a lot in Jharkhand. We worked a lot in Chhattisgarh, in Madhya Pradesh, in Bihar, and so on. Then the state stood up and took notice. And the state said, why don't you do a joint venture with us? And why don't we actually then propagate and scale to get the kind of numbers that was actually needed across the state? We also did something very, very different. Our entire model, the business model, so to speak, even for a civil society organization, was to try and make this sustainable. And if we had to try and make this sustainable, then we wanted to make sure that everybody who was participating in it, whether it was the employer community, which is the industry, which has to provide jobs, whether it was the candidate, also needed to sort of contribute, even though they were from the poorest of the poor. Some of them could not even afford a bus ticket to come to the rural center. But we wanted them to also make sure that they had the capacity and the willingness to pay, and I'll come to that. We also wanted to make sure that civil society organizations like ourselves brought in people who were passionate about wanting to give back to society and moving the needle, so they would eschew or give up corporate jobs and come into the social sector. And we wanted all of this to come together with the government as well. So the government contributed land and building, industry contributed consumables, and of course the promise of jobs. Candidates, we said you must take a loan, but we will make sure that the loan is so subsidized that you can comfortably pay it back on the strength of your employment. And we will ensure that that loan comes to you absolutely collateral free. And we had to make the market from, financiers, from financial institutions, etc., who would actually provide those loans. And we had this training organization. And for the training organization, what we did was we decided to get retired workforce from the services. So the ex-army JCOs who are from the engineering corps, they were brought in as administrators. We brought in trainers from the industry. We decided to repurpose a lot of the talent that already exists in the country to be able to provide this method, which incidentally not only just provided jobs but also created financial inclusion because of the loan system. Now, when I said that we started first with jobs, what we did was we did not mobilize or bring in candidates into our fully residential Gurukul unless and until each one of those candidates had a job waiting for them at the end of that training tenure. So we have short-term programs, we have long-term programs, we have a 3-month program, we have a 1-year program, we even have a 2-year program. We have programs all in vocational areas which are as diverse as construction, manufacturing, logistics, apparel. But we also have it in nursing and we have it in culinary. Incidentally, our culinary and manufacturing also. We run ITIs. We're soon going to start a skill university. But in manufacturing, for example, we are 100% women. We don't have boy candidates at all, as by design in that sense, only to be able to ensure that we are able to create the market for something that is far more sustainable, which industry is also welcoming. We have culinary, we have a junior commis chef program, we have the A&M, auxiliary nursing and midwifery program, which again is again taken off in a huge way because of the advent of home health in the country. So these are emerging sectors. And what we did was we went to all these employers across, whether it was in construction, Shapoorji Pallonji, L&T for example as well, and we would tell them that unless you have a job first for which you're willing to come in and do an assessment of our candidates, it's only then that we will mobilize. So all the candidates that came into our system were 100% assured of placement. So there was no dropout and they would get placed. And the assessments would happen both through third-party assessment agencies as well as through employers. And the loan would get facilitated through a program where we initially got the support of NABARD, which gave us a grant and we converted that into a revolving sort of fund so that loans could be created and CIBIL scores could get generated. And on the back of this, there was a trail where a candidate who came from the poorest of the poor, from families which were earning only maybe about 40 to 50,000 rupees per annum, would suddenly start seeing one of their family members now earning 20,000 rupees per month. And that was a step increase. The other thing that we did is we recognized that industry definitely wants a lot of people at the workforce level, which needs, of course, good quality skills and training. And even at that level, there is a lot of churn, there's a lot of attrition. So we supported that by ensuring that our own system of being able to continuously provide for loans on the back of only those candidates who paid back those loans naturally meant that we would need to continue to handhold and oversee what's happening even at the industry level. So we have a retention system, which interestingly is also a good feedback loop. It provides a lot of feedback from the candidates, which we can then sort of internalize, digest, and give back to industry to improve their own, quality of work life, skilling practices on the job, as well as their retention, metrics. And we also take feedback from industry on how our candidates are performing and put that back into our skilling system to be able to retrain them. So this is a sort of a continuum that we work with, and it's worked well. And now we are looking at expanding. And like I said, because we work with governments, and we're very strictly a joint venture that works with state governments, we have, the secretaries at the highest level in the government who are also co-chairs of the boards of our companies in those states. So in Jharkhand, it's the additional chief secretary or the development commissioner or the secretary of welfare who's on the board. Similarly, we've done now an MOU and we have a joint venture in the state of Madhya Pradesh. We're expanding into UP, we're expanding into Assam. Hopefully, those are conversations that are happening. But we believe that without the strength of the government, without the strength of the industry, and without the continuous participation of community, it's only then that we will be able to provide for nation building activities like skilling. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. That's really, really encouraging. Because you also touched upon something that I thought is a good formula. The quality aspects of it or the operational aspects of it is done by you. But whereas when it comes to scale, you went to government, you kind of worked with them. You didn't say, I will build scale. You kind of co-opted them into your ecosystem, and the government also kind of understood their role. They didn't get into running and operationalization of these institutions. So that is working good. That's a classic case of how perhaps it should be. Now, thank you so much. I know we are, running out of time. Before I turn to, questions from audience, this is such an august panel that we have. I just want to ask you, because most of you are either, part of a sector skill council or, head of talent or associated with the industry one way or other. So if I were to ask you, what is one thing that you believe, if it is changed or if it is set right, either in government in terms of their policies or in terms of academic institutions in terms of their processes, will enthuse the industry to participate more? Let me start from the reverse side, Vijay.
I'll actually say two things.
Please.
One is that there needs to be a larger market for being able to provide access to skill loans. Right?
Skill loans?
Yeah. Today, unfortunately, I don't know, I read an article in the Economic Times a few days ago which says that skill loans have been disbursed to about 6,018 individuals, amounting to a total of 64 crores since the time it was introduced in 2015.
Oh my God. Okay.
For a country our size, that is nothing. I mean, we ourselves as a single institution will have the appetite to consume almost 500 crores of skill loans.
Okay.
So we need much more to be done there.
Financing,
that's
okay.
Number one. Number two is industry, I think, should also recognize that there has to be a premium for semi-skilled talent. And if they have to co-curate and work with, training partners, then they should be willing to actually pay that little increment so that they incentivize the intention to want to come into a system that skills. Otherwise, it's very easy for them to always move to the lowest cost mobilization effort to go into villages and pick up, kids and then get them at the lowest levels. But if they're able to recognize that there is a distinction to be made and they're willing to pay that premium, it'll help.
I understand. See, my question was more, what should the academia and government change? You answered it very well from an industry side, which is very good. But just in case you have other thoughts, we can come back to you. Any thoughts on?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't have one particular thing that the academy or the government should change. I think we've been moving in the right direction. I think there is a lot of willingness from the government side to engage with the industry. And again, I'll give another example of that. We have a factory in Sanand, which is our latest factory. That factory is well regarded within the Nestle ecosystem for having a very diverse workflows. And when we talk about diversity, we typically talk for that particular factory about gender diversity. So 50% of all the employees there are women. we wanted to see how we can actually look at diversity from a different perspective as well, which was persons with disabilities. We reached out and engaged with the Gujarat government to look at what are the skill clusters amongst persons with disabilities. And actually, I noticed that tomorrow we have Shri Rajesh Kumar Yadav as one of the panelists. He's from the Ministry of Social Justice, so he'll probably talk about about this in detail. There was a lot of willingness from the government to support our efforts to look at what reasonable accommodation can be provided from the government side as well to enable us to do that. So again, in all fairness, at this particular stage, and I said that in my opening remark as well, I think it is more incumbent upon us from the industry to look at how we can be innovative, challenge ourselves. The government is very much there to support us, and we are very thankful for that.
So very nice. RK sir, please note, like two panelists say government and academia are doing great. It is the industry who is not measuring up. Thank you so much, sir.
I think the industry can do more and can be more innovative.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Great. So I think very interesting debate and discussions. From my perspective, although there are a lot of things, but one thing that I can pick up is the gap between industry and academia. Excuse me. So that is something that is one of the game changers. And if we have to learn or adopt few learnings from West, and if we compare high tech, for example, their industry is actually ahead of the curve, and academic institutes are ahead of the curve, and often industry borrows the technologies and early innovations and then localize it, industrialize it. In India, I think this is not at that level. It is other way around, right? In many ways. And one way that I was talking to with regard to semiconductors to one of my German and Netherlands colleagues in my previous company, what they do is that by government and by academia, there is a officially nominated program where you can have a dual employment. Specifically, when you do a lateral transfer from a academic institute to industry and vice versa. And that is a legally accepted norm, so that you do not go to academic institute just out of checkbox, once in a year or once in a quarter. It is actually part of your role. It is actually funded and accepted, very big employment opportunity.
Part of the career growth.
Career growth option. So wherever we talk about industry academia collaboration, right, we talk about a lot, but I have not seen this practice started in India in that way.
Fair point. I mean, one of the reason also could be it's more to do with research. In many of the Western nations, research was integral part of academic institutions, but in India we thought differently.
Exactly.
So research was put as separate set of organizations.
Exactly.
My personal views being otherwise, but that's the reason why perhaps we don't see. But point well taken, sir. Mr. Agarwal.
As you know, I had a very good experience of Center of Excellence, which we started along with the government of Haryana at Polytechnic Manesar. They provided us a building, and that building is in the right place. So more such Center of Excellence we can open if government supports in providing such kind of space. Because it is not that we cannot build and we cannot invest, but those locations which are available with the government are very prime and in the area where the students can go. So this is the area which we have converted into Center of Excellence. We teach all the polytechnic teachers, we provide their training. There is a MOU which has been signed. So more such options can be made available between industry and government. As far as the academia is concerned, I think there has been a very good flexibility of curriculum design. And today we are in a position to say that this is what should be there. And we are also trying to think in the lines of EV, flex fuel, and many other areas which we can start certain programs with academia. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Center of Excellence is a great idea. Maybe we definitely need more with all the changing stuff. And of course, the flexibility in curriculum, which I guess is happening.
Yeah, Mr. Mopatra. I again repeat my point. I will say education system, I'm saying it is not unsuccessful. I again repeat it is successful. I'll be pretty happy if education system is left as it is, as an education system which is for knowledge. if we want to do any industry related activities towards skilling and we are trying to merge it, somewhere we merge it successfully, somewhere we don't merge it successfully, we are experimenting with it. And we will continue to experiment with it. Few will be successful, few will not be successful. I cannot give a formula to be full successful. That is what the government is probably looking for. It will never happen. But center of excellence, few ideas like this, that will work. But yes, if in a curriculum development, in an education system, not mixing with skilling, industry should come forward to change the curriculum, otherwise the knowledge-based university system also will become stale. The other countries will catch up, we will not be able to catch up. Today, Singapore is ahead of us in education. We are not, because our curriculum changed once in 3 years, 5 years and things like that. Industry should participate in curriculum changes, but I am not saying skill-based education. I am saying plain education. There also industry is required to give inputs.
Research is core of.
Yeah, so our education system will not improve if we discuss only employability, skilling and mixing it up. It will only improve.
Leave them alone.
Improve the higher education and the research into the university campus, which happens left, right, everywhere in the world except us. Even in IIT it doesn't happen good enough. So, till the time higher education system evolves to a mature higher education system, where confident research happens, industry sponsored research happens, good MTechs happens, then only we can expect things to change. Otherwise, this kind of small experiment through center of excellence, some arrangement through industry, some industry driven activities will be half-hearted attempts. I am not saying they are unsuccessful. They will be successful with some pain and some personal care. But if you want the overall ecosystem to improve, it will take us years.
On the large scale.
And we have to agree that higher education research has to happen in campus with confidence. Thank you.
Narayan,
Thank you, sir. Thank
Narayan,
you
I'd
so
like
much.
to just add one small point to Mr. Mohapatra. Incidentally, last month there was an example where IIT Madras, through its Central Electronics Cluster, partnered with the government of Tamil Nadu. They have something called the Work Lab, which is under Guidance Tamil Nadu. And they are actually partnering with industry. Government is enabling all of their polytechnics, all of their colleges under the Department of Education and Training and Employability and Training, etc., to come in and be a part of this ecosystem which is fostered by IIT Madras. And the Central Electronics Cluster is bringing in employers, working with the government, ensuring that there is a train the trainer program, and also looking at higher order placement in the form of a finishing school. So that's a good example. It's probably just started. It's a small, it's just a small example, but it's just starting.
IIT Madras ecosystem. I'm part of a startup out of IIT Madras ecosystem. We have done 1,000 crores of business from IIT ecosystem, Indian company based out of IIT incubation. These are not the problems. These are exceptions.
He's saying how does it happen in scale? No.
How does the whole country improve? We are not able to attract good talent in MTech. We are not able to attract good talent in PhD. All people who are seriously want to do MTech or PhD as going abroad, they are not opting Indian universities. Till that does not change, our quality of higher education will not change.
So I think Mohapatra's thing is don't confuse. You do very good education and continue to attract people for education because that is in short supply. Let industry manage their own problems. And thank you so much. I know time is running up, but
Sir,
it's been a wonderful panel. Thank you so much for some really lively discussion.
Sir,
but the
can I
point to
add
note,
two-
sir,
two-
to
two
all
cents?
our friends in academia here, the resounding
Two
verdict
cents.
is,
Only 2 cents.
yeah, industry should participate more and academic institutions are perhaps doing their bit.
So,
Sir, I would like to
taking clue from.
Just 1 minute, sir.
Yeah.
She didn't have a chance. Let's go.
Okay.
First of all, thank you so much to all of you. Everybody shared such valid points, sir. Just in line with the theme of this session, I think aligning academia with skill development is such a vital point that we all need to inculcate, especially with Mohapatra, sir. I think there are pluses and deltas of every education system, and our education system does really well. But there's no harm in taking good things of other systems too, especially work-life balance. That's something our youth at school and college, they're so badly stressed. I think at every level, we need to make sure our education system has also some fun component added at every level so that there's holistic development of the youth. Also, the next thing I wanted to add with this particular theme is that according to the World Happiness Report, India is really ranking low. Finland has been number one for so many years. There's definitely something our education system is lacking in, which we must all collaborate, whether at school level, university level. We have to make sure we are giving in either entrepreneurial skills or integrating technology or adding multidisciplinary approach to our subjects, so that we are also in line with NEP, which has recently come up. We're all talking about it, but then other countries have been living it for so many years. I'm a global consultant and trainer, so I can definitely say this with confidence that we have to really come up a long way to make sure at an international level we are definitely there. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Counterpoint. There are
Thank you so much, panelists.
Just a very 2 cents brief. I'm taking cue from Mr. Kalsi. He said that we want participation from industry in a hard way, not soft way. Sir, so he said we want participation from industry in a hard way. Basically, he was hinting that industry people should join the academia in teaching and everything. So I suggest that why not we take a place that every industry, every person in the industry, like Singapore Army, goes for a 1-year training to that institutes, academia. 1 year, every industry person goes to academia for training people 1 year in his lifetime.
We are terribly out of time. Unless it is tea time question.
Yes, we have.
Really sorry.
Otherwise, I'll have to skip your tea break. So, thank you so much, esteemed panelists, for being here with us. Let's take a quick picture with the panelists. We'll break for just 10 minutes for a quick tea, and we'll come back for the third session, which is on green skills and green jobs. All our panelists are here. Mr. Amit Singh from Asian Paints, Rodney is from GIZ, Mr. Vimal is going to be here with us from Niti Aayog, Dr. Abraham is here from Tota Tech, Millie ma'am is here from US Green Building Council, Ms. Deepthi is here from Honeywell, and Mr. Sehul is also here from Schneider. So let's take a quick 10 minutes break. It's 3:40. Let's meet at 3:50 sharp, please.
एक पूरा इसके लिए
We're now beginning with our session on green skills and green jobs. As the world today strives to transition to low carbon economic models, our education and skill training system must support the sustainable transition towards green economies through lifelong learning approaches. Green skilling is recognized as important to align as a very important pillar to align the capacities of individuals with systems, changes, and towards sustainability. May I now request our esteemed panelists to start with the moderator of the session, Mr. Amit Singh, the Associate Vice President and Group Head Corporate Affairs and CSR at Asian Paints, to please come on the dais. Mr. Rodney Rever, Cluster Coordinator, SPST Cluster for GIZ in India. Shri Manish Kumar Vimalji, the Director at Niti Aayog. Sir, please take the dais. Dr. Abraham Kumar, the President and CEO of Protatech Incorporated. Ms. Millie Majumdar, Managing Director, GBCI India, US Green Building Council. Millie ma'am, may we have you on the stage? Request all guests outside to please come inside the hall. Ms. Deepti Vij, Director Talent Acquisition at Honeywell India. Very warm welcome, ma'am. Mr. Sehul Shah, Senior Manager Education at Schneider Electric. Sir, please join us on the dais. Millie ma'am, please take the stage, dais. Request everybody outside to please come inside the hall as we begin with our session. Over to you, Amit ji.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You'd agree with me that we have a very esteemed panel here. May I request the doors could be closed so that thank you so much. So thank you, FICCI, for having us here and giving us this opportunity to share with you our thoughts. So as we have seen, the theme of the session is about building skills, empowering youth, and creating future. This panel is all about creating future here. And I just wanted to put a context to this panel discussion. As you may have seen, the Industrial Revolution about 300 years ago, how it unleashed the skill requirement, the socio-economic, cultural aspects. And as the socio-economic, cultural dimension evolved, so did the skill requirements and the labor market there. As we see now today, all the global corporates, the responsible corporates, are being evaluated more than ever before on the SDGs, ESG commitments. And in that sense, I think the skill aspect is very, very important. If we are looking at a green future, if we are looking at sustainable growth and inclusive growth, that would definitely entail a very different kind of skill sets that we need to create, whether it is academia, whether it is industry, or our network of institutions, government, policy making bodies, think tanks. We all have to work together towards that. So that I just wanted to put a context there. Without further ado, may I request our esteemed panelist, Mr. Rodney, to kindly give his special remarks. Over to you, Rodney. Yeah.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I think you can hear me okay? Great, great. Hi. Thanks for the invitation to come here, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to everyone. I think we're going to be talking about some terms that people have been hearing a lot lately. Green skills, green jobs, green economy. But what is it actually that we're talking about when we use those terms? Do we really have a clear understanding of what all that means? So I looked to Google. Isn't that everybody's first resort? Type it into Google. Google knows everything, right? So you type into Google green jobs. What do you come up with? You come up with almost 4 billion returns, almost 4 billion hits. So that shows how widespread that term is, or the terms green jobs. That's a lot. So maybe I can shed a little clarity to that, at least in my understanding and our understanding in the German Development Corporation and GIZ what green skills and green jobs are. Simply put, green jobs are those that contribute to the greening of the economy. Green jobs can help to improve energy and raw materials efficiency. They can limit greenhouse gas emissions. They can minimize waste and pollution. They can protect and restore the environment. They can support adaptation to the effects of climate change. Concretely, what does that mean? They can be anything from planting trees to piloting drones in deliveries, to even using drones to plant trees, or to designing energy-efficient buildings. All of those could be encapsulated under the title of green jobs. And green skills, to get down a little bit deeper, green skills are the technical skills, the knowledge, values, and attitudes needed to develop and support sustainable economic and environmental outcomes in business, industry, and the community. So this is where we're going towards the green economy. Technical skills in this green category can include things like solar panel installation, urban transport planning, no-till or natural farming, and, well, the field is wide open. In fact, we can green almost any job. We can take almost any part of economic activity and make it greener. One of the things that we've done in my project here in India with the GIZ is we've worked with foundries to look at ways of reducing their environmental impact, imparting some green skills to foundry workers, as an example. So that helps contribute to a green economy, which is low carbon and resource efficient. Now, thinking back, in fact, when I was doing a little bit of research on this, I looked up greening the economy. And what's the first thing that comes up in Google or wherever? Planting trees. In fact, you think back 20 years ago, that's exactly what people thought about. We're going to go green, let's improve the garden, let's plant some trees, right? That's what we used to think of when we thought of greening. Now, of course, greening is much more all-encompassing. Greening means reducing our environmental impact and not just planting trees to make the world a little bit nicer. But greening the economy, I think, as everyone knows, is necessary because we need to help slow and counteract the changes of climate change. I think everyone is aware of what happened in Libya recently, the flash flood that killed thousands. We're also aware of other environmental disasters that have taken place. We're also aware of the rapidly eroding and fading of our glaciers that poses a real threat to India, amongst other countries. So what can we do? As businessmen, we need to look at how we can convert or take our businesses, our economic activities, to reduce and to mitigate the environmental impact. And to do that, we need to have workers that are capable of doing that. We need competent, skilled workers in the green jobs and with green skills. India is already on the way to do this. Take, for example, solar power. India has set very ambitious targets for solar power generation capacity. Unfortunately, it hasn't yet met those targets. One of the reasons because there's simply not enough people to do the installations. There's a lack of a labor force to do that. And we have many companies installing solar panels that it's done by electricians who are not necessarily familiar with the intricacies of solar panel work. A shortage of skilled labor. That's one of the issues that we have. But nonetheless, India is moving forward in this area, also in the skilling area. I don't know if you knew this, but out of the sector skills councils, which are under the auspices of NSDC, 14 of the sector skills councils are offering 134 green skilling programs. They've already been approved, qualification packets and whatnot. Through the DGT, the Director General of Training, there's already 20 green skill programs available in India. The Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has 26 programs. And there are skilling universities, which is an upcoming theme in India. 18 green skill programs are offered through these skilling universities. Even the National Institute of Electronics and Information Technology has 2 green skilling programs. And there are various and many green skilling programs which are offered by the state skilling missions. In fact, MSDE has already certified 6 bodies, or they're recognized 6 bodies as certifying agencies that provide green skills certification. So you can see that there is a lot being done in the green skills and the green skilling area. But I think we can tap back to what the last panel discussion was the industry part. I've outlined a bunch of programs which the government has. Now we need to see how business can link up with those to help to create the green skilled force for a green economy, which India and the world needs. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish the panelists successful discussion.
Thank you, Rodney. It couldn't have been a better conceptual framework that he has laid down. He clearly articulated how the skilling, meaning, scope, institutional framework, and industry readiness has evolved over a period of time, and how in India we are getting towards that. Thank you so much, Rodney. It was really, really helpful to put this context there. May I now request, we have Mr. Manish Kumar Vimal, who is from Niti Aayog. As you all would be aware, Niti Aayog, it needs no introduction. For us, it's from where is the source of any policy that takes place in India. This is where the real intellectual aspect of around any policy is worked out. Vimalji, Manish, may I request you to kindly enlighten us as to how Niti Aayog is thinking about this, what is their vision, and how we as industry, as civil society can partner with Niti Aayog. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all dignitaries on the dais, participants. I thank the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry for inviting me to deliver an address on green jobs and skills. Most countries, including India, are giving importance to green economy, and the reasons are straightforward. Green economies and sustainable practices reduce greenhouse gases, helping to mitigate climate change and its harmful effects. Sustainable practices promote efficient use of resources, reducing waste and preserving valuable natural resources for future generations. Green industries and technologies can stimulate economic growth, create jobs, and increase competitiveness in the global market. At the Glasgow Summit in 2021, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Modi, announced that India will attain net zero emissions by 2070 to combat climate change. The green energy and energy independence vision of the Government of India under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister translates into a massive opportunity for additional job creation in multiple cross-cutting sectors such as renewable energy, water and waste management, green buildings, smart cities, green transportation, circular economy, and resource and energy efficiency across industries such as manufacturing, construction, transportation, and agriculture. Green jobs are all about incorporating environmentally sound processes, strengthening the green skill ecosystem consistently and equitably will ensure a just transition and leaving no vulnerable group behind. The International Labour Organization estimates that the green economy would create 24 million jobs worldwide by 2030 alone. India has the potential to create 35 million jobs by 2047. As a regulator, the National Council for Vocational Education and Training (NCVET) of the Government of India is responsible for setting up of standards, developing comprehensive regulations, and improving vocational education and training and skilling ecosystem. Among other things, NCVT aims to facilitate the availability of skilled manpower, improving employability, and contribute towards achieving green transition, boosting energy business, and sustainable development goals. The strategic starting point for developing a workforce that supports social cohesion and encourages ecologically responsible, sustainable development is technical and vocational education and training. Initiatives of TVET and skill developments are essential for fostering the knowledge, skills, and expertise needed for more sustainable societies and greener economy and for the development and social capital. Skill Council for Green Jobs is the sector skill council created by Ministry of Development and Entrepreneurship, MSDE. It is working in the capacity building for green businesses, cutting edge climate friendly technologies. It aims to identify skilling needs of clean green energy, service users, manufacturers, and service provider. It also implements nationwide industry-led collaborative skills development and entrepreneur development initiatives to support India's potential for green businesses. In line with India's education policy 2020, the Skill Council for Green Jobs is expeditiously working towards introducing vocational education in green businesses in schools, universities, and engineering institutions through mutual cooperation. More than 5 lakh candidates have been trained and certified, and 4,000 trainers approved. The Skill Council for Green Jobs is also responsible for development of 44 green qualifications. With the job facilitation portal, over 80,000 trainees work in industries today. The national policy of skill development and entrepreneurship promotes vocational education and training as an aspirational avenue for youth through various means, including VET courses in general education and developing VET as a separate scheme. The policy attaches high priority to on-the-job and apprenticeship training and has taken a step to align demand and supply with sectoral requirements. The policy also advocates and makes necessary provisions for using information communication technology to enhance the scale of skilling programs and training activities. Policymakers, environmental actors, and educational and training institutions must unite to transition into a green, sustainable economy by enhancing employability through reskilling and upskilling initiatives, improving course content, quality, and enhancing vocational trainers should be a priority. Funding projects through public-private partnership mode and developing institutional frameworks for supporting private entities could be a desired step towards green development agenda. The industries association, government, and all the stakeholders should work together to promote environmentally sustainable decent jobs and a just transition in world challenged by climate issues. Such initiatives will address countries' goal of inclusive growth, environmental sustainability, thereby fostering economies and enterprises with reduced environmental impact, creating meaningful employment opportunities, and generating natural resources. During the transition to green, there will be job displacement. It is reiterated that all the stakeholders can offset the impact of transition to green economy through skilling and upskilling the existing workforce. We should develop training programs to equip youth with the skills required for emerging green economy at entry level that will amplify the job prospects within the green economy. We should work on the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister by ensuring that every job role contributes to green energy transition. Green energy should be part of every household and industry. Through a multi-stakeholder approach, additional jobs, skill training, and job facilitation will enable Bharat to achieve its vision of Amrit Kal by 2047. Thank you.
Thank you, Manish Kumar Vimalji. I think you very appropriately laid down the strategic vision and mission which came from Honorable Prime Minister, sir, and that India has a commitment till 2070 to be net zero. And if we have to look at that, then definitely the skill landscape would need to also keep pace and evolve. Thank you also for highlighting the social cohesion, inclusive growth, and the ecological responsibility bit, because that's where this is the source of the new kind of skills that we will be all need to working upon. This very need for, let's say, any skill, as we have seen as the skill ecosystem evolves. We have seen how the certain skill set becomes redundant and the new skills need to be taken upon. So reskilling, upskilling is a constant endeavor that we all need to take upon, and it would be a cohesive responsibility. I think it was very clearly articulated. It's not just that the industry or the government or the civil society, we all, academia, we all need to work towards this. So, ladies and gentlemen, we heard from two esteemed speakers, and now we move on to a panel discussion. So my first, as I initiate the panel discussion, my request to the panelists, and you are both invited to respond to any of these questions, is any ideas that you have that come to your thought processes when you heard two esteemed speakers, and then maybe I'll come to specific questions about your industry. So may I start with Abraham? Yeah.
First of all, I want to thank you for this time. I want to thank FICCI for inviting me to be part of this panel, and it's a need of the hour. We've learned what green jobs are and what green skilling is and what India is doing. I think it goes back again to Prime Minister Modi's vision, and in his post-budget webinar on February 23rd, he said, and he's set aside and he's highlighted, so they're putting out 10,000 crores for National Green Hydrogen Mission, and there's 19,500 crores for faster adaptation of electrical vehicles and to make in India. I think those are the very, very strong statements that have been put about by the government of India, because India is a land of sun, and creating solar energy, using electric vehicles, and all of those things are the need of the hour. And I think from my background where I come, being in the United States, this is something that we can learn, because the change has to come from within. We can learn, we can skill, we can do everything, but if the change is not coming from within, we really can't see implementation. We can have bookish knowledge. So we all have to do our own bit. It's starting from recycling, putting trash in the right bins. The government can put the bins, but if we don't use it, it's of no use. I think it comes from within. The change has to come from within, and once the change comes, it's going to definitely make the environment better. We all know what it is because it's much beyond planting trees. And making sure that we use the resources that we already have in a proper and in a civil environment so that we can leave this world as a better place than when we came into this world.
Thank you, Abraham. I think you took it a step further, and it is to individual self. Thank you for bringing that element into it while we were looking at the institutional and organizational frameworks, but you brought it to the individual self also. Thank you so much. Deepti, may I request for your initial remarks as well?
Thanks, Amit. I think my key takeaway from how the two speakers, spoke about was that, green skills or green as a word has had. Let's not have this word overwhelm us, right? We have to kind of break it down, understand, what we have, what can we be consistent with, and what we need to change. So the devil, I would say, is in the details. Let's not overwhelm ourselves and actually get down to details. What is it that we do well? Stick with that. And what is it that we need to do better? And what is it that we need to stop? So, start, stop, continue is something that was an underlying takeaway from me.
Thank you. I think your HR had played a role there in your response. So thank you so much. May I request Millie for your initial remarks?
Yeah, thank you. I think my takeaway, and thanks FICCI for inviting me. I represent the US Green Building Council and primarily working in the sector of making green building cities and communities. But to your initial question of my key takeaways, again, I would resonate with what Deepti said, that green and sustainability is embedded in every aspect of our life now. Like whatever we live in, drink, eat, breathe, where everything needs to be sustainable. And there is hence, and as a technical person, I feel, there is a lot of greenwashing also that happens around it. So to be able to really justify what we are trying to, mean or by when we say sustainable, we probably also have to unlearn some of the things to learn better, to do things in a more sustainable way. And there is need for training at all level, skilling at all level to make this happen, as a holistic thing. So as you rightly said, green economy, green jobs, green skilling, green buildings, green cities. So everything needs to be green. So where are the people who will enable that? And when you get into the nuances, so there is much deeper requirement into each of these things.
Thank you so much, Millie, for bringing that out, because somewhere, and I think it's coming out very clearly, as the human civilization advances, I think we may have to really look at, so sustainability, inclusive growth we are all looking at. How do we enable that is the question, and the skilling framework around it, I think, would be the key answer and the key contributor towards that. So, Sehul, may I request for your views as well?
Yeah, so thank you. I am representing Schneider Electric's education vertical here. So we are basically an energy management and automation company, right? And skilling as well as digitization is at the heart of all of our strategies. So, particularly if I talk of green skills, I would like to bring in a perspective wherein, green skills cannot be looked in as an isolated activity wherein, we concentrate only on renewables. That is, of course, a very important part of it. But if I talk of green skills, for me, decarbonization, is a very large subject. And in order to deal with it, we have to look at it from the consumption aspect as well, how we are consuming energy. So that is a key takeaway for me. Going forward, I would share more views on this.
Thank you, Sehul. So you raised your hand. We'll come to that.
Sir.
We are at the first question, maybe. If it is too compelling, please go ahead.
See, actually, my question is actually for Mr. Manish Kumar. See, it is the rating of the institution for contributing towards environmental sustainability and contribution towards net zero.
So maybe, if you agree with me, we can first finish the panel discussion. I thought it was very compelling and there's something urgent.
No, based on your permission only I spoke, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that understanding. So as we heard from our esteemed panelists that how we are, the initial reactions around it. I haven't introduced myself. I work for Asian Paints. And we definitely look forward for a very sustainable future. In terms of skilling, I'm happy to share that we imparted 5.6 lakh skill trainings last year. So it's a huge network called career academies that we have, and sustainability and inclusiveness is the essential bedrock of it. So with this, I'll just maybe ask views from each of the panelists as to how they view in this changed skilling requirement, where are the opportunities of collaboration, what kind of skill frameworks and jobs that are there, which they see from their particular sector. And may I request to start from Seul first, and then in your sector, how do you see it evolving, and what potential do you see of collaboration with academia, where the government is there, where the civil society is there, and we as even the educational framework, curriculum, I think we heard it quite there in the last session as well. So any views around it which you would wish to say? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, I'm a part of this education vertical wherein we work with technical institutes across the country. So we have created an education offer, to serve our customers basically. So we saw that there's a whole landscape that has changed. There's a disruption in technology that is brought about due to the convergence of operation technology and information technology, right? So how that happens, at the industry is moving at a certain pace. We are talking of industry 4.0, electricity 4.0, but if you look at our academic institutions, since I work very closely with a lot of them, I have seen that even, the skills related to industry 3.0 are not, actively imparted. So there's a huge gap that exists, okay, and we are trying to mitigate that. So that was one thing which I wanted to highlight. Now, particularly coming to green skills, if I talk of green skills, just going by the definition, I was just, taking a cue from my fellow panelists. Someone used Google, so even I did that. So green skills, if we go by the definition, are the skills that enable the environmental sustainability of economic activities, right? Now, if you look at this, in order to create this environmental sustainability, there are two ways of addressing this. So first one is on the supply side. We create more, non-fossil based alternatives for energy generation. It could be, solar, it could be wind, it could be water, etc. So that is one way of looking at it. And, with India committing to be energy independent by 2047, it's a big statement in itself, wherein, we'll see a lot of power generation happening from non-fossil based sources. So there is of course a lot of skilling required in such technologies, and of course organizations who are into energy management and can support in this. That is one aspect of addressing this decarbonization problem. Other one, where all of us, including retail users like, people in the room and myself have an important role to play, is on how we use energy. Okay, so I would just like to, bring upon electricity 4.0 as a concept to all of us, and as a better interest, so that everyone is conversant when I use that term. So, the most important thing here is how much we are consuming. Okay, so only after we know that how much we are consuming, we'll be able to take steps to monitor it, control it, save it. So there's a digitization required across different usage of products. Okay, so once we all the products are connected, we'll have new ways of saving it. Energy becomes more visible, connected, smarter, and more controlled. Okay, so that is basically the concept of electricity 4.0, wherein we'll have just to give you.
So the concept is understood. What would be the skill requirement around?
I was just setting a context for that. So now coming to the skilling part of it. So like I said, we saw a disruption that is existing in the market. So with respect to skilling, we are working with digitizing, enhancing the skills related to digitization. It could include smart city technologies is something where we are working on, smart manufacturing technologies. So with this, with more and more smarter solutions being inculcated, there will be more visible energy and hence more saving of those energies. So skilling in these technologies is imperative. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Sahil, for bringing that out. I must share with audience and the panelists also. I was quite fortunate to have been I did contribute to FICCI's manufacturing vision for 2047, and which was submitted to Honorable PM's office. And in that study, we articulated each and every. I would urge you and all the panelists, and I believe Niti Aayog would already be having that report perhaps. If not, I'll come and personally present that to you. That particular study did conceptualize what would be the future requirement around decarbonization and sustainable skills. And this Industry 4.0 was very much a part of that particular report. Also, not just leaving there, even the sustainable transport, digitization, manufacturing processes, each and every dimension was, so thanks to FICCI for that vision around that. So Deepthi, maybe you may also want to enlighten us on this. Thank you.
Sure. I think Sehul did touch upon most of the critical skills, but just to add, so I'm from Honeywell, and I feel fortunate that Honeywell did foray into offerings like carbon emissions, sustainable fuels, much earlier than probably a lot of the peers understanding that. And the key skill requirements I feel are to be very honest and very candid, I think it is still data literacy. We are a big country, we are a young country, and data literacy has to kind of penetrate every house in order to make an impact. So that's one. The other would be again around data analysis. Now it is an ocean of data that we have, and sometimes it's really interesting to see that some of the bestest students struggle with how to analyze that data. So my ask, so from an industry standpoint, it's going to be AI, ML that will continue. The higher proficiencies of AI and ML will come in, data literacy at the ground level. Cyber security will also foray in great depths, because so much of data, you need to have secure systems to run your business. You need to have very strong data privacy. So cyber security will also be another one that will be playing a pivotal role. My one quick, you can say, call out or an ask from academia, while I understand, I'll later talk about what industry needs to do, is that kids in India, somewhere I feel that they need to learn articulation. A lot of time Indian kids have really bright ideas, but they falter at how to articulate their ideas. So I think good articulation, critical thinking, being creative. I understand we have robotics labs and something similar in schools, like it's like a 5-6 year thing, but when I was in school, we didn't have anything like that. So creativity, inculcating creativity at a young age is a call out from academia. And try and probably drive attention to detail. Now with a lot of things like Instagram and threads, the attention span of a kid is really reduced, right? So how do you enlarge that? So bring back those, long hour trainings, at least have a balance. I'm not saying let go of, the shorter podcasts or the shorter strings, but have a balance and bring back attention to detail. So that was my little ask. I don't know if it was preemptive, but
No.
I thought
I
I'd
think
share it.
no. Thanks, Deepthi. What was fascinating one is definitely a focus on the data-driven approach. I think definitely it would add significant value, and also the way the linkage was established to school curriculum and the approach of education. I think that is also very much required. So, Abraham, without further ado, it would become a monologue, I guess.
Thank you. Sure. I think that the two panelists before me, articulated very well. I really agree with Deepthi on our people, our kids have got a lot of bright ideas, and they need to learn how to articulate. And that is something you just can't train people. It needs to be developed from the very development age. I think having speech classes in school and colleges should be mandatory for everybody. It's not just for public speaking, but people need to know so they can learn how to articulate. Now, going back to skilling, I've been very fortunate to introduce online training back in 2002 to the Olympic movement. And my company has trained for the last 9 Olympic Games. We've done all the trainings and, training people on different airlines and everything. What online training does and scaling, which everybody is now adopting, and I think that is one good thing that came out of COVID, is people who are afraid of being online are no longer afraid. People know how to use your smart devices now because we were forced to do that. The biggest thing that comes out of that, and because we're talking about green skills and green jobs, and this is a very evolving market. It's a very evolving industry. And what is needed today is not going to be needed in probably 6 months because it's changing. And that is what online training does to you, is speed to field. When you need to make a change in an adjustment, you can make it so quickly and deliver it to people. That is the best part that comes from online training delivery mechanisms. And I think, we are doing so much within the country. There's so many boards that have been set up. There's so many organizations that have been set up now with Skill India, with all the different initiatives that are going on within the country. I think it's going to really help because it's a changing world and we need to accept that. Skilling is just not a problem in India. It's a nationwide, it's a worldwide problem. US is dealing with this big problem of not having enough skilled labor for the green jobs. So it's just not an Indian problem. So we need to solve a problem which is a global problem, and we can all come together and do that. And I think this environment that has been set up here by FICCI is a great contribution to achieving that aim.
Thanks, Abraham, for also bringing in the cultural and the behavioral aspect into it. And it's not just now, it's since 2002 you mentioned. That's commendable. I think, yes, it's not just an Indian problem today. It's perhaps a global problem to solve, or an opportunity, I would say, and for all of us to look at. Rodney, would you wish to have some remarks on this, and then I'll come to Millie.
Okay, certainly. Millie seems to be getting the short end of the stick at the moment. She's at the wrong end, but I'm sure the next question will be directed at her. Yeah, I think when we're looking at the green skilling and green skills, we can look at it in two ways. We have, of course, the obvious ones, which are the green sectors like renewable energies, power generation, things like that. And that's obviously a big way to start. I mentioned earlier solar panels and even down to green hydrogen, because hydrogen is a useful way.
For you to be a little louder.
A little bit louder. I have to direct the mic to my mouth. Am I audible in the back?
You can come in the front.
No, it's okay. I can talk louder. I used to be a teacher. I can probably go without a microphone if you really want to, but I prefer not to. That's one way, of course, of looking at greening the economy, focusing on those obvious areas: energy production, energy transportation, energy use. But we can also look at those other areas where we can green, and that means basically greening everything, greening all jobs. We can look at packers and pickers in the logistics sector. How can they pack in such a way that they are reducing the use of packing materials? Or even in staying in logistics, we can look at ways of routing the logistics deliveries so that way you're optimizing your use of your vehicles and they're traveling less, so you save fuel. So I think the way that we really should be going about it, and this is something that we've talked about with MSDE, is actually trying to green across the board. I think you'll have a bigger impact that way rather than just focusing on the energy in particular. Thank you.
Thanks, Rodney. Millie, may I request for your views from your sector?
Thank you very much. And as I said, I work in the building sector. And as many of you may be familiar, the building sector contributes to about 40% emissions globally. So if we really are looking at net zero emissions, so one is the energy and emissions part, and other thing is building sector also has a lot of footprint on water use, on waste it generates, and also the quality of environment that it provides for people to stay and work in. So which means that if we are trying to make a change in the building sector, firstly to be net zero and introduce efficiency at all levels of the resources that I spoke about, it needs deep skilling. So, and here another thing is very important, that it's a mix of formal and informal sector. So skilling has to be both at academic level, implementation level, and when we say implementation, it is also, you know, kind of deep down in the informal sector. For example, a rack picker who has to segregate the waste needs to be taught how to do that, you know, and similarly an architect who needs to be trained to design a green building needs to be told how to do that. Just by way of example, like I am a trained architect, but when I did my architecture course, I was only taught how to make the, you know, the spaces more prettier, beautiful, aesthetically pleasing and more livable. I was never taught on how I can make the air conditioning systems, lighting systems more efficient, because it's the integrated thinking that will make the building efficient. So now what has happened is that the academia has not progressed as much as it should in integrating this, and you have the siloed courses. You have courses on architecture, mechanical, electrical, who teaches, you know, all of these separately. So then how do we handle it? So what we have done is, at an organizational level, in the US Green Building Council, we needed to bridge the gap, because as I said, it's a humongous problem if you have to reach the goals. So we have addressed it in, you know, a couple of ways. One is we create what you call, and US Green Building Council is present in 180 countries, which means there is a language barrier, you know, there is a issue about courses being taught online in vernacular languages, so on and so forth. So we have created this pool of professionals through education, and still are creating it, which are called accredited professionals. So who are trained to bring about this integration between different streams and help building cities, communities to be, you know, sustainable and green, and also measure and monitor them. So that is one part of training and skilling, you know, the formal sector. The other is partnership with industry bodies who are in this individual fields. For example, there are, say, manufacturing bodies on air conditioning, on lighting, etc. So partner with them to create courses. Just by way of example, I am part of a glass academy that is run by Saint Gobain Research, you know, Institute, who give vocational training to fitters, to glazing professionals to go and fix the glass. Because if you are, just by way of example, if you are using an energy efficient glass, which is very expensive in a building to make it efficient, and if it is not fitted well, if it is not, you know, properly sealed, then it will not give the results. So out there also you need to train those people. So we partner a lot with the industry bodies to train different types of people. And the third aspect is training the young minds. Sustainability has to be ingrained within our lifestyle, within the culture, and we have been taught a lot. But now, unfortunately, because of globalization, social media, there's a burst of consumerism. And when you go back to school and the teacher tells you, you know, don't burst firecrackers. So that's a deep skill that is ingrained within the kids, that they don't do it. So we also do a lot of training with school children, with kindergarten. You know, in US we have this big K-12 program in skilling them right from childhood, so that when they grow up they learn to live a sustainable life and they do not have the need to consume so much. So, I would like to conclude here by saying that when you're talking about skilling, it is not one size fits all. It is for every person to be skilled in the correct way, to be able to implement that. So that's what we are doing it within our.
No, thanks, Millie, and thanks to Rodney as well, and further taken upon by Millie. I think you further elaborated there. It's not just about the formal sector, it's about the informal sector as well, and it has to be a very inclusive thing that we are looking at. And thank you for bringing that out. It's not just the mechanical processes, electrical process, it's about water conservation, it's about waste management, it's about the environmental aspects, how do we, even the vocational skills. So I think a very important element, and especially in the context of where India is today. So one is definitely looking at a formal education from an academic point of view, from education to higher education, how the relevant skills in the curriculum and wherever it can be brought into, but also not losing upon the segment, the bottom of the pyramid, which requires the more, I think, which require more focus from all of us as a community to bring them up on skills, whether it is vocational and all that. So I think maybe what we could do is we could invite questions, and if once we have finished that round, we could come once again to the panel. So may I request questions from the... Go ahead. And I think there was one question in advance as well.
Sir, Namaskar.
Please introduce yourself and put the question. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivhare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, my question, according to a research paper, about 8.4 millions or 84 lakhs green jobs will be created for youths by 2030. So my question, what specific innovation practices and disruptions will be incorporated in the new green qualification and sustainable green economics to achieve the target?
Thank you for your question, a very relevant one. And I think the number which you enumerated, I think was already highlighted by the esteemed panelists. So I would invite the panelists, anybody who would wish to respond.
Actually, there is a report from World Economic Forum which says that disruptions would be there, but entire outlook will be somewhat positive. So for world, if you say it will be around 24% positive. For India, it will be around 23%. So ultimately, we are going to gain in if we opt for green technologies.
Anybody else who would wish to respond or?
Yeah, so if we talk of green skills, since you asked particularly about that, so few of them could be having more trained engineers as well as technicians towards solar technology. I'm just taking an example. We need to address the whole value chain, not just say designing aspect of it wherein engineers are only trained, but actually the implementation aspect of it as well. We need to have the whole value chain addressed. So we need to work with skilling people who will be designing such solutions. Plus, we need to skill people who will be actually on the ground implementing it as well. So, that is one way, and that will, of course, create a lot of green jobs, identifying the technologies where we require such resources, and the value chain can be such, designing and implementation. So, I think...
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's also very important to understand that when we talk about green jobs, as we develop, each job is going to be a green job, because I don't think there's going to be any job which is not a green job. Every job is a green job. So just creating new employment is going to do that, because right now we just think, okay, it has to do with power and it has to do with consumption of energy and and vehicles, but it's more than that. It's creating content, it's creating, being sustainable. Teachers have to learn how to change on how they were teaching. New methodologies have to be adopted there. So as I'll just go back and I keep saying the same thing. The change has to come from within. It has to be a change in habit. Kids have to be taught what is the right way of doing things. It should not be that you do it because there's going to be a fine if you don't do it. It needs to be because I want to do it. And I think that is what the change is going to be.
And I think about your, you wanted to.
I'll just probably give you an example, because I think you did also mention about what revolutionary, right? So I'll give you an example. A couple of years back, Honeywell experimented with mustard sealed oil to fly a jet, and we did fly it. So this is what we need. This is what the world would need from an innovation standpoint, right? So more into R&D. And I see Mr. Mohapatra sitting here, and I really enjoyed your conversation, sir. And especially around the point on GCCs. So I'd like to add that while there is a lot of investment in GCCs, there's a whole lot of investment in the last 3 years in R&D in India by a whole lot of MNCs. So I think that should give you a little bit of insight that people are looking in India for R&D, which means we need to be creative and innovative. I just gave you a small example, but I think this is where we need to head to.
And I'll just second what Deepti just said, is by giving some stats. So just last year, there was $14.5 billion invested in the country for renewables, which was a 125% increase from the year before. So we see a trend.
Thank you to the pair. Question there. And also then,
Excuse me.
Maybe we can give that gentleman a chance because it was unaddressed.
Yeah, actually, I was saying, can we have the rating of the institutions from the school level itself for its contribution towards environmental sustainability and contribution towards the net zero? Because if we are doing it from the school level itself, it will be having more impact on the entire society, and it will be right at the beginning itself.
So a good suggestion, maybe FICCI would want to take a note of it. So it wasn't a question, it was more an value addition to the discourse. Am I correct?
Maybe.
Thank you. Thank you. Gentlemen. Yeah.
So I believe that as humans, we are one of the biggest energy transformers. The food consumption that we have, the eating habits that we have, that also has a lot of implications on the overall global climate scenario. And hence, if we could promote vegetarianism as the factory farming and the consumption of animal based food is one of the largest contributors to the global greenhouse emissions. If we could also promote and advocate for vegetarianism, and if we could have a meat alternates that could be based on better technologies which are sustainable, I believe that could be one of the major changes that our country could see. And I do not see any council per se in skill development space promoting that so far. We do not see any advocacy happening around that. And there are a lot of organizations that could play a pivotal role in this. So I'd like to know your thoughts on this.
So I think panelist, otherwise I'll take that question.
Well, I don't know what all is being done. I'm pretty sure there are initiatives that are put by the government, but I think the industry needs to come together. So you're very truly what you're saying, and we just cannot just leave everything to the government. We need to do our own bit. That's why industry needs to come together. And it's just not about vegetarianism. It's also how there's a lot of research going on creating biotech plants. When the plants themselves become manure, so when you're cutting the plants, when there's life cycle is over, they are recycled themselves. So there's a lot of technology that's going on, and R&D is so important. And promoting that, and I think the industry needs to just come together and start doing their own bit, and that is how we can achieve it. And also, this is an environment where we can come and talk to the policy makers and suggest for new policies to be put in place so that we can have a better future.
Thank you so much. And just to maybe add here is, see, a sense of any culture is inclusivity and personal choice and a personal, so there has to be a space for an individual thought process, and then there is a community thought process. So maybe we could have an offline discussion there. May I request?
Yeah. I'm Ajit, founder Khushigram, and basically my question is, why don't we focus more on areas where we are green or greener, like villages? So everybody talks of urbanization, let's urbanize, and we create slums. So life of people who are staying in slums, as well as people who are not staying in slums but staying close by, they all have to suffer. Like for example, in our colony, we get every winter, like 3-4 months, we'll get all these rubber and plastic waste. They put it on fire and they'll get all the smoke and all. So everybody has to suffer. So why not try to see how we can create green jobs at the rural level, small town, small city levels? And I think it's more than sustainable if we try to do in the big cities. Thank you.
No, absolutely can't agree with you more. Born and initial education in a village I've had. And I'm a farmer. My first introduction is always a farmer. Where I see where, and this is for the country as I see, where the migration is happening, why people are looking at urban setups is, one is, even if I'm pursuing agriculture, it has to be an informed and skilled agriculture. It's just a way of life. There is no more an economic activity. The moment you make it an economic activity, then I think this, so I'm sure the government is also looking at it. If you look at any of the schemes today, the focus is how to get to the people down at the most decentralized level, empowering, I'm not the spokesperson there, but empowering the panchayats, empowering the self-help groups, the women help groups there. I think most decentralized financing is happening there. I think these are all ways and means how we can make the villages sustainable. I work a lot, and in my company also there's a lot that is being on water. Let's say if I'm from a village, what is happening to the village is the constituent of the pond in my village is totally because of the soaps that we use and the way earlier it was a holistic development around that pond. Today I can't drink it. I can't have my cattle drink water. So what has happened is perhaps a balance need to be arrived at, and an informed choice and informed and the skilling needs to be. If I'm a farmer, I just get to know from somewhere I need to put urea, NPK, and I dump it there, and it spoils the aquifers there, and those get polluted. So it is the lack of information perhaps right down at the village, and it's not just a problem of village, it's the problem of humanity perhaps that we are looking at. So a great question. If any of the panelists wish to answer, I got passionate about it because it's directly related to me. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, just one thing to add, and I think, skilling at village level can also prevent migration, because again, we were looking at cross-cutting sectors in terms of the sectors that village the sectors that thrive in villages, say local agriculture or textile, handloom, etc. So what we are seeing is that over the years, since the sources of income, livelihood generation, etc., have reduced, so people are migrating to the cities in search of better jobs, etc. So the skilling at that level, and also to provide the connecting pieces that their livelihoods are protected, etc. I think that would be one of the best ways. So like I know of several institutions who are providing these kind of green skilling at rural level to help them promote their products, to be internet savvy, to kind of do the marketing, to be more digitally savvy, so that doesn't happen. So yes, you're right. I think skilling at all levels is a must if you have to handle the the environmental issues and the system.
Yeah, Rajesh, you wanted to.
Yeah, I think you can't look at skilling separately from economic activity. As Millie just said, when you're looking in rural areas, the economic activity is predominantly agriculture. Agriculture absorbs the majority of the labor force in India, the vast majority, but yet it only produces about 5% of the GNP. So in terms of productivity, it's very low. We also, as everyone knows, have a large demographic bulge that is coming, and that also contributes to migration to the cities because the farms cannot absorb the rural labor force by themselves. So if we combine then the skilling with changes in the way that the farms are run, changes in the agricultural processes, that's where skilling will come into it. So basically promoting agroecology, which is going to promote more sustainable ways of using land, the reduction of water, reduction of tillage, also reduction of burning the stubble, which causes Delhi a headache every winter. That is where the skilling will come into it. So we need to look at changing the economic activity and using skilling as a support to that. There's also other things. I know we have initiatives in the GIZ for using solar panels, of course, in rural areas, because rural areas are underserved with energy, with electricity. But say, for example, even just wells that have a designated solar panel. Who's going to install those? Who's going to maintain those? So here we're looking at additional economic activities which are brought about by an innovation. And that can also then require skilling in these rural areas. So I think when we're talking about these changes, we have to look at it in the bigger context of a green economy. The green economy is supported by and drives green skilling, but it also needs green skilling. So chicken and egg, which one comes first? I think the innovation comes first, and then we find the innovator, then we create the skilled labor force to roll it out.
Sir, hello. This side.
I think something needs to be responded. We can come to you. Yeah, thank you.
As we all know that 65% of entire India to this date live in villages today. So innumerable things can be done. You see, people in the villages are entirely mostly they are dependent on agriculture practices. So when they are doing it, we can do certain things to make it more sustainable. For example, for irrigation, what we are doing today, we are using pumping sets. So water table is going down. So instead, if we do methods like drip irrigation, so it can work wonders. Likewise, we can also use manures that are compost-based manures instead of using NPK or urea. Or we also see that pesticides are being used in a major way, and in turn it goes to rivers, and in turn that pesticide will go to ocean, and where it can create havoc. So what will happen if we train our people from villages properly? So they can use biotech based manures. So gradually we can improve upon all such things like polluting our water or polluting our oceans. These all can be arrested by making use of green technologies.
Yeah, go ahead, I think.
Yeah, and also just want to bring to your attention CSC, Common Service Centers. There's 500,000 of those, and my company is partnering with them. It comes under the Ministry of IT, Information Technology, to create these short-term courses which people will be able to use in the rural areas. So very soon that is going to be available. So I think there's a lot of initiatives that are going on.
Yeah, thanks, Abraham. Last question because we are on time. Yeah.
I'm K.K. Roy Chaudhary, consultant in energy and environment. My submission is green jobs intend to produce green products, and that would emit less and less of greenhouse gas emissions. These green products would mean requirement of standardization of greener products in different ways, which are normally done by national standard organizations. Now, once those standards are available, it would require very higher standard of skills. So, since all are big corporates on the panel, my question would be to know from them initiatives they are taking to understand those standards and link it with newer specifications for the green jobs.
Thank you. You brought out the standards aspect. Perhaps we could take up during the tea with the panelists, because here we are right on time. So I just wanted to thank you. You have been a great audience. Thank you for your patient hearing and all your questions. And I would also wish to thank my panelists. As we have seen, we started with at a conceptual level where Rodney laid down the basic concepts of what green skill means. And then we could hear from where the vision of India, right from the top office, was there. And then we shared our perspective in terms of where, in the electrical, where the Schneider Electric, how they perceive as the future requirements and how the collaboration opportunities could be there. From Honeywell, we looked at various sustainable requirements, what are the critical job requirements, whether it is database or even the school curriculum. Abraham very clearly took us through how from 2002 onwards he has been into online kind of learning, and how the flexibility of the same could help us impart more skills. So thank you so, Millie, I think you brought out very much how the manufacturing infrastructure, the infrastructure aspect, various dimensions of it, and how decentralized this approach should be. So without further ado, thank you so much. Really, it was a great discussion, and I request FICCI to put down together maybe the suggestions which came from the audience, and because Niti Aayog is here, we should take it further. And it's, ladies and gentlemen, I feel it's more about sensitization. Technology aspects and everything comes in, but the more we are sensitized and we act responsibly, I think that would be the key takeaway I would take for all of us at a personal level. Whatever happens at a industry, education, academia level, that's definitely in times to come we'll see, and I'm sure there would be a positive progression towards it. But let us commit ourselves on our individual self as to how we should act responsibly and with sensitivity towards this subject. Thank you so much. Have a great evening ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, esteemed panelists. Let's have a group picture, please. Thank you. Truly grateful, Amitji, for your moderation. Thank you, Rodney, for partnering with us. Thank you, Manishji, for being here with us. Dr. Abraham from Protatech, Ms. Millie Majumdar, thank you, ma'am, for being with us today. Thank you, Deepthi. Thank you, Sehul, for being a part of our panel today. Thank you. Thank you. We'll take a quick 10 minutes break. I'm sorry for putting the word quick again and again. So we'll take a 10 minutes tea break and start with our last session of the day at 5:15, which is on empowering TVET leadership and practitioners. We have a wonderful panel coming up for you. Mr. RCM Reddy, Dr. Usha Titus, Professor Chi from University of Melbourne, Professor Bhola from NITR Chandigarh, Brad from Skills Council Canada. So we are all waiting for you to come back and restart the session. May I please request Dr. Usha Titus, Executive Director, Chairperson and Managing Director, ASAP Kerala, to please take the dais. Very warm welcome, ma'am. Mr. K. Ramakrishnan, the Chair of the FICCI Skill Development Committee and also the Chief Executive for Skill Development Mission, Office of the Group of Chairman L&T, Larsen & Toubro Limited. Good evening, sir. Mr. RCM Reddy, Managing Director and CEO of Schoolnet India Limited and LearnNet Skills Limited. Good evening, sir. Very warm welcome. Ms. Blossom Kocher, Chairperson, Blossom Kocher Group of Companies. Welcome, ma'am. Professor Chi Baig, Professor in Higher Education from the University of Melbourne. Professor Bolaram Gurjar, the Director for National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, NITR, Chandigarh. Mr. Brad Loisel, Founder and CEO of Skills Council of Canada. Very warm welcome to the esteemed panelists. One last call for everybody who's outside to please come inside. We're going to begin with our session. Over to you, Rama sir. Sure.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very warm welcome to a rather depleted audience. At least the number of people watching is more than the panel members here. That's good. Okay. We'll have quality. Okay, good. So, thank you, Deepthi, for introducing the panel members. So I just wanted to set the, while welcoming everybody, and this is also a panel which is international. We have panelists from Canada and Australia and India. So that's again adding color and flavor to the entire, hopefully, the discussions. So coming to this topic of empowering TVET leadership and practitioners, I think it's very important when we talk of skill building, skill training. It is important to understand the necessity and the need to develop a very robust institutional framework. And what it means is that there are a lot of TVET institutions, be it in the private sector, be it in the government sector, the ITIs or the short-term skilling program training centers. What is very important for us to appreciate is that if we have to have good quality skilling, yes, number one, you need to have very good trainers. Number two, you need to have very good infrastructure. Number three, you need to have good relevant equipment. Number four, you need to have an enlightened leadership. You need to have a team that is driving this entire institute in a manner that it's keeping in line, keeping in tune with current requirements, expected future trends, be it Industry 4.0 or 5.0, be it the green initiative that was talked about at length in the previous panel, or be it new ways of working, use of digital tools for skilling, use of new methodologies to ensure democratization of teaching, and any other new methodology in terms of either the platform skill delivery or the evaluation or the assessment or the domain skill training. We need to get absolutely updated in line with what is required to make the workforce, to make the skill training very, very effective. So when we look, I just, before I hand over to the panelists, I'll just share an example. We run a Skill Trainers Academy in Mumbai, and we were training a large number of trainers from the ITIs. And the ITIs, for the benefit of our friends from Canada and Australia, is the Industrial Training Institutes, which are institutes which are run by the government and partly by the private sector. They normally train youth who are past the 10th standard in the school, and they have a 1 year or a 2 year program, after which they get certified and they get employed largely as the blue collared workforce. Okay, so we did this training of trainers, and we used to have a evening session with the trainers called Man Ki Baat. So this Man Ki Baat was different in the sense that we weren't talking, but we were hearing. So we used to ask the trainers, please tell us what are the challenges, what are the problems you're facing. So they would come back saying that some are curriculum is not in line with what is required in that area, the infrastructure is not great, the equipment are outdated, or the equipment are not maintained well, and also that nobody listens to us. our bosses don't have time to listen to us now. So we realized, okay, while we can train these trainers, we need to do something to the management in that institute also. So we had a discussion with the MP skill development project, and they responded very positively. So we conducted a 5-day leadership program for the management of these ITS. And then in Maharashtra, they came up with a problem. They said that our support staff who are there, they are very apathetic to the needs of the trainers or the students. So we did a 3-day program for the support staff also. So I'm just giving an example how we can, build institutions. And finally, what each of these leaders should aspire for or work towards is to make each of your institutions the go-to institute where students would love to go because they get placed well, and where industry would love to go because they get good trainees out of them. So that is the one thought that I had. I now leave it to the panelists, but before that, we have a very special person who's going to give a special address. Dr. Usha Titus, Executive Director, Chairperson and Managing Director, ASAP Kerala. So, Dr. Usha, can you kindly share your thoughts in this address to the group?
So before ma'am speaks, there's a green certificate that we would like to give to Dr. Usha. It's a token of appreciation for you, ma'am, for taking out time for all of us. And also that we plant 6 trees, a thicket of 6 trees in Sundarban in your name. Please come.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Okay. Okay, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity today. I'd like to thank FICCI for organizing this summit and inviting me to be part of this illustrious panel. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramakrishnan, for your opening remarks. Sums up the whole issue, the dilemmas that we face, looking at skilling and training our youth and our population. I know Ms. Blossom Kochar, leading industrialist, she has actually come to Kerala to partner with our skilling program. As I go through my presentations, I'll tell you exactly where the interface happened. So this is something that we all know, that there is a global talent crunch. We also know that the Indian scenario is that there is about 60% labor force participation formally, 28% of youth not in education or employment or training, and a large number in what can be termed vulnerable employment, because unless they do digitalization and transformation of their business, the employment is likely to cease. Now, the India Skills Report says 2023 that 50.3% of the youth studying in our universities, the 18 to 23-year-olds, are employable. There is an improvement in employability over the last 9 years since they have come out with their report. However, the major hurdle is that by 2047, we dream of becoming a developed nation with all our people employable. The challenges are in the system, the TVET system, as Mr. Ramakrishnan pointed out. There's very little awareness amongst the faculty, the Board of Technical Education, the members of the Board of Technical Education who actually come from the faculty side, the other trainers in the TVET system on the jobs, the state of work and the type and the nature of jobs that are arising in the immediate future and in the future ahead. The technology disruptions far outpace the manner in the time with which we do academic revisions in the curriculum. Quality skilling infrastructure is lacking in almost all or in a large number of our institutions. Our academic institutions are far behind in comparison with the industry, and particularly since we have a large informal economy, their access to skilling and higher education, vocational education is really, their access is poor in most parts of the country. There is a digital divide which is actually preventing them from accessing the huge reach that we have managed to forge vis-a-vis online education. There is a lack of financial capacity as well to acquire higher order skills. And that is because our banks do not extend skill loans as much as they extend educational loans to students in formal educational institutions. And there's limited flexibility. Flexibility being the key mantra or the key byword in the industry today. It's that flexibility that we lack in the TVET system to adapt to new courses, to adopt new courses, and to provide credits for those taking those courses outside the TVET system. So that results in an acute shortage of skilled individuals and an oversupply of higher qualified individuals, particularly those with degrees, when there is no access, control to enter higher education. And at the same time, there is a viable private sector that can fill gaps in this TVET system. The G20 New Delhi Leaders Declaration did talk about preparing the future of work, and efforts to map global skill gaps and the development of G20 policy priorities to take steps to bridge them. It also talks of a comprehensive toolkit and introduction of digital upskilling and reskilling programs. Now it's up to the countries to take it forward. Now, if you look at the global models of TVET, one of which comes uppermost is the German one. And today, as I stand here, 2 rounds of polytechnic admissions are over in the state of Kerala. We have 22,400 seats. These are diploma in engineering seats. After 2 rounds of the admission counseling, only 48.17% has been filled. There are now going to be spot admissions, but even then, a large number of seats will remain vacant. At the most, 60 to 70% seats alone will be filled. How is it that in Germany they are able to get their vocational schools filled, their corporates being able to announce 200,000 apprenticeships in a year, take students in by the employers first, and then map them to the nearest polytechnic? How are unions feeding into the curriculum, and how have they allowed chambers of trade and industry to assess and provide credits for these students? So this is something, perhaps some or all elements of this we may need to incorporate as we go forward if we hope to skill and train and improve our TVET going forward. We have a lot of initiatives under Government of India, all of which can be termed as, in a sense, they are band-aid solutions. We don't do our educational system properly, so we have huge skilling initiatives which have borne fruit. However, they are skilling initiatives taken outside the TVET system using skill skilling agencies, partners to ensure that our youth and our workforce are skilled. Let me talk a little bit about the organization that I now represent, which is Additional Skill Acquisitions Program. We now curate programs. We deliver them to college students and the general public. We have established 16 community skill parks, and it's in that connection that Ms. Blossom Kochar had contacted us. Now, what's the problem that we have faced? We built the community skill parks, 25,000 to 30,000 square foot spaces with ADB assistance, and made them available to the private sector, to the private player, to the industry to work out the skilling and training in a PPP model. However, we found that the training is not happening in the manner that we would like, wherein you would expect, like in Australia, the TAFE centers to be vibrant spaces where students or people from anywhere outside can come in, study at any, depending on their interest. What are the TVET interventions then that we can look at? Industry partnership is key to improve our TVET system. And as Mr. Ramakrishnan stated, there has to be a policy at the highest level to ensure that industry participation and partnership is allowed in a legal manner, in a formal manner. So what typically ASAP does is to hold industry roundtable to understand the needs of the industry, the demand from the industry, so that skill programs can be curated to meet that demand. This holds good even in the TVET system, because many programs need updating, and that updation through modules or through additional credits can be offered only depending on what industry, or should actually be provided depending on what industry needs. Business advisory committees are always useful to, again, provide the information on what is current or what is going to be in demand in the future. Competency-based standards and qualifications are very essential. You have heard Dr. Kalsi earlier in the afternoon talking of it. We are an NCVET, ASAP is an NCVET recognized awarding body and assessing body. We find that the adoption of courses on the NQR should come through with the NEP 2020. However, still colleges are dragging because they do not want to, the faculty in particular, do not want to cede their space to credits being offered by students taking the courses themselves. Workplace learning or on-the-job learning is crucial for improving our TVET students. Mr. Ramakrishnan did speak of training the trainers. What we have done is, apart from the trainers for programs, we have actually empaneled additional trainers from the industry to help the students so that, and be part of that training so that their talks, their webinars or their modules can add value to the course and students actually see the application in the industry. We have, of course, tried to, all states, I'm sure this is true of all states, we help in training, providing faculty formal training, like for instance, undergo along with the cohort of students training in business analytics, training in cloud computing, free of cost, so that their knowledge base is increased. In some way they can help their students and enable them or motivate them to take courses on their own. We also have pooled faculty to provide training. Generally, skill-trained faculty restrict themselves to training their own students. in the teaching of artificial intelligence and machine learning over 700 hours in engineering colleges. We have got students from other colleges attending classes of the teacher from one college. Now, this is a flexible model that we have adopted, which is industry on campus, where we have provided equipment to polytechnics. We actually selected the 42 government polytechnics in the state. We provided the equipment and mapped them to industries so that students in their free time can do job works for the industry. And this way, we felt that the students were exposed to the industry dynamics, the need to be punctual, the need for quality and delivery of the product. And this actually promotes the concept of earn while you learn within the campus. This, a very successful example was in the Polytechnic in Attingal, where they tied up with a corporate for assembling of e-autos and creation of LED walls. And students were able to actually, the women students were entrusted with half of this job. So, and they were able to get close to 5,000 rupees per month due to this work. And what actually the principal says is that such learning experiences drastically improve the interest of the students in their attendance and as well as their class performance. Community colleges are a good way to improve the capacity and the utilization of our TVET system. So we run actually 5 community colleges in our polytechnics. These are DVOC programs approved by the AICTE, run from 2 to 7 in the afternoon, so that the facilities are made use of. At the same time, 60% of the training is actually in the industry. Another thing that in order to improve our TVET system is to inculcate the habit of lifelong learning. This means as the student is while the student is in school itself, there must be ways or mechanisms to expose the students in different aspects of learning, like what is in a computer, break open a computer, see what's inside kind of learning, hands-on learning, even while in school, so that the student is encouraged to learn on his own or on her own. Recruitment and placement plays a crucial role in improving our TVET systems. Here we feel that if the industry would come to the Polytechnic or the ITI before the students pass out and talk to them and talk on the relevance and talk on their employment potential, in a sense assess the students, tell them their weak spots, then the students are encouraged to actually prepare themselves in the semesters that follow, not just one semester, semesters that follow, to prepare themselves for the job. The way forward. The way forward for the private sector, I would say FICCI represents the key private sector of the country. Industry engagement is necessary in the TVET system in skills development. Skills are never part of the priority for a business that is working at low cost margins. However, the investment becomes significant when it is part of the strategy, business strategy as in L&T and all the other companies such as Blossom Kochhar Group. There is need to partner with the public sector as well to set up quality infrastructure. A lot of work has been done in other states, including in other states like Karnataka, where corporates have even taken in ITIs for development of their infrastructure. There is need for immersion of faculty in the industry. This is an idea that has to be evolved with the help of FICCI alone. How can we take faculty, put them in the industry for a significant amount of time, 6 months to 1 year, where they become part of the business so that they understand how industry is changing. Apprenticeships are, of course, to be encouraged, and there again we need industry's presence or willingness to take large number of apprentices. On the public sector side, there has to be a coherent legal framework and policy laid down specifically to update the curriculum at regular intervals to ensure that the faculty that are selected are good and their knowledge is also updated, or their updated knowledge is a trigger for their promotions. Yeah, this is the last slide. And also offer scholarships, subsidies, skill loans, encourage internships, and finally, the public sector has to only facilitate, monitor, and evaluate. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for giving an overall scenario, the challenges, and some of the mitigation efforts. May I now request Mr. RCM Reddy, MD and CEO, SchoolNet India, to share his valuable thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Ramakrishnan. Always pleasure to be in FICCI, which I have been doing last 15 years. And it's actually compliments to FICCI to continue to hold this flag of skills, and when general ecosystem is not feeling very enthused about the way forward. And thank you very much for that. So it is about empowering the TVET leadership. So TVET leadership, first of all, I think we need to be very clear, what is this TVET leadership? Typically, we tend to see TVET leadership means those private training partners who are conducting the training is the TVET. No, that's changing now. In the sense, if you see the national education policy, even global trends, skills are getting embedded more and more into formal education, from school to the college level. So when we say TVET leadership, and first of all, we should include even the regular so-called education kind of leaderships also as a part of TVET. Then only the desired impact will be there, otherwise we'll continue to operate in isolation. And what are those areas? 4 or 5 areas where the TVET leadership needs to be addressed, strengthened. One is industry exposure. Dr. Usha talked about up to 6 months of immersion for the faculty in industry. Maybe to begin with, that's a very good idea. Maybe to begin with, can we think of the principal of a school, principal of a regular college gets attached to the industry nearby for 1 month during the summer vacation, just to understand how industry actually measures the competency, the standards, productivity completely. Is it doable? Eminently doable. For a person like Dr. Usha Stacher, who has been the Secretary, Technical Education, she is the ED of ESOP, and if the government decides and the local industry decides, it's possible to do it. I think it is time to start now, where this difference between standalone TVET and formal education should be erased. One way of doing it is that expose more and more people. You know, even the NSDC, the PMKVY, actually talks about skills hubs initiatives, skills being imparted into the schools. So that is number one to be done. How do we do that? How do we do that? Probably we could think of industry academia cluster. Several years back in FICCI, we did a paper on identifying specific clusters. Let's say Coimbatore was the case. Actually, for Coimbatore, this was done. Identify the leading industries of different sectors. Industry does not necessarily mean today only manufacturing. Could be services, industry, manufacturing, services, and it could even be agriculture based. And once you have that, and can we actually identify the institutions around, and kind of hub and spoke model we create, and two-way relationship can be created. It's possible to do it. Apart from industry exposure, second area where we need the capacity building, pedagogy. Skills pedagogy is, TVET pedagogy is quite different from normal academic, so-called academic, when I'm using it, I'm putting it quote unquote kind of stuff, is different. So we need exposure to them on how the pedagogy related to TVET education is different from the formal so-called regular education. And third is technology. Technology is today's embedded, blended learning model. COVID has changed the way we consume educational information, the way it is delivered. So blended is the way to go for TVET. So something self-learning, something online, something virtual mentor, something offline and hands-on. All these put together, what kind of pedagogical principles could work? This is the third area. And fourth is a mentorship. Mentorship is required, mentorship, counseling, hand-holding for the TVET leadership is so critical, because just because we train them or educate them and put them in the job market, the job doesn't get over. How do we continue to keep? Dr. Usha talked about lifelong learning, And the way that we could actually provide those opportunities is to, if we could actually continue to mentor. I think these are the 4-5 areas that could be looked at, empowering the TVET leadership to take up the challenge more effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, RCM, for putting in a very succinct manner the 4 focus areas that we need to implement in order to make these institutions stronger and the leadership more empowered. Can I now request Mrs. Blossom Kochar to share your thoughts, please? Just press the button.
Let's press my button. Okay. Okay. So good evening, everyone. And, after listening to Usha talk and of course Mr. RCM Reddy and thing, they have already given such good, tips and what we got to do. And I agree with them completely. And of course the workplace training which Usha had given, I think that is very, very important. Now, I come from an industry of beauty and wellness, and in that industry, of course, I had started a long time ago. And when I started, the one thing I realized was that we do need quality education. And the other thing is, if I want to send my students out to abroad for market, because the job market was there for them, I had to give them education that was not only quality, but also that would, equip them enough to go and work anywhere in the world. And I think that is what even now we are got to equip our people, not only just to work in India, and of course to become entrepreneurs in India, which is very, very important, but also to work everywhere in the world, because there is a job shortage everywhere in the world. So for that, I took in, what I went in for was collaborated with international partners, and this collaboration was with Pivot Point, that was for hair, and LSM, London School of Makeup, and IMA, Sedesco, and not just with the learning with these partners that helped us, but also the examinations, so the assessment. So the assessment was done from abroad, so that they would come there, do the assessment, and then take the people there. So that was one thing that really helped me a great deal, and it's definitely going to help the TVT again a great deal when, to go and to do this, because we have to collaborate. The other thing was to give an opportunity to our students, our teachers, to, go out and take part in exhibitions outside, in competitions outside, so that they would know what is the world, at whatever they are skilling at, what they have to compete with. And they would bring back all the trends, all the way of teaching, the way of educating, they brought it back to India. So that was another thing that helped us a great deal. And of course, workplace learning, that is what I discovered now after COVID. Of course, we had a blended education, which we went into because it was very important to sustain ourselves, and workplace learning. What had happened, of course, now I've started this, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity which everyone can do in any skill. Firstly, like we are there, but we have to get partners, we have to get people onto our board. So we had created this board where we got in politicians, we got in, because ours was consumers, we dealt with consumers, so all sorts of consumers, plus also education and everywhere. And we had this board which advised us and helped us what we have to do and how we have to go about things. And this is working a great deal. And one of it that came out from that was this workplace learning. So we used to educate skill the people and send them out, the students, and send them out to, for their internship and to work over there. But it didn't work, because what happened when you send them out, they need that qualification. It was not working very well. So what we did is we created where we teach and we we also give them the practical. So we are teaching them practical, of course, and at the same time they are working on clients, they are working with things so that it helps them a great deal. So by the time they move out they work another 6 months with us, by the time they move out, they have got fantastic jobs. Like you'll find, I shouldn't be saying this, but any technical head of your color companies in India and Asia, they come out from here. Any technical head for color, for hair, for beauty, all the teachers, they come out. The reason for that was we have to go into quality, we have to take in what the consumer wants, and we have to, when we are doing skilling, this practical has to be given. They have to be given that opportunity to be able to make their failures, to be able to make their mistakes without, being telling them that you're not good or you've done a bad thing, but also helping them a great deal. So these are what really helped a great deal to go through with this. And I think I'll stop now, thank you, and I'll give an opportunity to the others too, and I'll learn some more from them.
Just since
Thank
you
you
had
so
2-3 minutes more, would you like to share something on what you did to empower your leadership team?
Now, the leadership team, of course. Now, for the leadership team, what I did was exactly what you had done. That's why I didn't say it. That we gave them, when we had invited them in, to tell us what is it that was going wrong, what was going right. We gave them an opportunity to speak. What happens was, what I found was that in this leadership team, what happened, anywhere you can go, though there are a few who can really talk. Now, if so they'll hog the whole situation. You'll find they will talk everything, they will put their hands up and talk. So the quiet ones, the ones who don't talk, but they have a lot of knowledge, which I found, they just keep quiet because they don't want to hog the limelight. So what we did was we made everybody had to talk. Okay, that was one. The next thing is we never said your thing was bad or your thing was good. We gave them, and we, evaluated what they were saying, and a lot of it came out which we were able to take and we were able to implement. This was something that really helped us to, the leadership of the whole thing and to work with it. And I really feel that everyone has to be given that thing to empower them to be a leader, because if they are into a classroom or they are into a big organization or wherever they are, they have to be a leader. And this is something we have to give them, that opportunity to make mistakes and tell them they are not mistakes, they are not failures, they are just challenges. You could go ahead and do it. And the next time they came out much, much better. So this is what helped them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now let's go across the oceans. We invite Professor Chi Bait. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Professor in Higher Education, University of Melbourne. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramakrishnan, and thank you to FICCI for inviting me, an outsider, to learn from you today and to speak to you today. I feel like I'm a double imposter here. First, I am from another country and have very limited understanding of the context that you're all working in India, although the last few days has been incredibly valuable. I also feel like an imposter because I neither work in the TVET sector nor in industry. I am a researcher and an academic teacher from the University of Melbourne in the Centre for the Study of Higher Education, where a lot of our focus is on looking at what factors contribute to students' access, progress, and outcomes in education. And we develop and have run a series for a number of years, over a decade now, of professional development program for educators across sectors in the tertiary sector. And increasingly, there is a demand for us to work closely with the vocational education and training sector. But while I think that I am an imposter listening to you today, I've realised that actually, while our contexts are different, our goals and our challenges are very similar.
Yeah.
So, and I look at your theme of today's conference, the goal of building skills, empowering youth, creating futures. Those are the same goals. They could be for the Australian vet sector and higher education sector too. And listening today about your challenges, skills shortage, global. It's a huge problem in Australia, skills shortage. Outdated curriculum that is not fit for purpose, that is not future-proof or future-ready. Questions about the capabilities of teachers and educators to educate students for an uncertain future and a rapidly changing job market. And as we've heard from the previous speakers, this points to questions of quality. So when I think about the theme for this session, which is empowering leaders, how can we empower leadership? I think about it as through capability building, and I just would make 4 points here. First thing, if you're talking about capability building, you're talking about ongoing professional learning, ongoing professional development that has to start from the leadership. Ongoing professional development of leaders, about new ways of pedagogy, about the pressing, emerging needs of students, about the context in students' lives, and I was very interested to hear an earlier question about happiness and well-being. It's a major issue with young people today, and it cannot be ignored if you want to engage them in learning and their future and motivate them. And then building the capability of staff in your institution through ongoing professional development. And the reason why I'm emphasising ongoing, it's a criticism I have of our Australian sector, and maybe it's not true of you. Very often professional development is done once at a conference or through an add-on module, and that's it. We all know that education has to be ongoing. You've got to build on and reinforce. So capability through ongoing professional development. Now, what might that mean when we're talking about these goals of building skills, empowering youth and creating futures? Again, this is a criticism, I think, of the vet sector in Australia, is we also talk about skilling, reskilling and upskilling, but it's unclear what upskilling means beyond specific technical and mechanical skills, which we know will soon become outdated. So what kind of skills do we need as educators and as leaders to develop in our students? I think Dr. Kelsey earlier today really captured this point very well. Not narrowing skills, but broadening skills, higher order thinking skills that allow students to develop flexibility, evaluative judgment, adaptability, resilience, communication skills. Earlier someone referred to it as articulation, similar thing, and critical reflection so that they're able to adapt, be resilient and change as the context is rapidly changing. And these skills are often done as a one-off module. And again, educational research around learning would say that this is not an effective way to develop learning in students. What they need is an embedded and integrated approach so that these skills are taught alongside their technical, mechanical, specific skills, not separately, because students need to be able to see the relevance of these higher order skills to their everyday application of skills. That's my second point. My third point for leadership and empowering leadership and improvement in quality is about sharing of good practice, and if this point has been mentioned earlier, but sharing of practice through real-world case studies, not just what works and what's been good. People are very good at talking about their successes. People are less good about talking about their failures and what lessons can be learnt from things that have been tried and have failed, have been analysed, evaluated, and sharing that so that those mistakes are not avoided and that there's not a waste of resources, the most valuable resource being, of course, your time, human resources. And then my last point that I'd like to make, and I'm saying this because I come from the university sector for leadership, is to reach out more. And it's the same for universities as well. We are in Australia at the moment, our government is asking for much more close partnership between higher education and vocational education. Reciprocal, mutual, pathways, cross-learning, skills built on knowledge, knowledge that's applied through skills. So where there can be mutual partnerships. And I think that there's much to be gained by this in terms of empowering leadership and capabilities, improving the quality through research-based curriculum innovation, working with universities to look at what is the best evidence for teaching curriculum around green industries, global skills, AI, all very current and important things. Partnerships related to research into pedagogy, what is needed for young learners today to help them be motivated and engaged, and partnerships with the universities around evaluation and metrics. How do you know what you're doing is working? How can you measure that? What is your baseline? How can you monitor that over time and have a benchmark across institutions? So those are my 4 points. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you so much. I think your point about benchmarking and your point about sharing of best practices is something that we need to do, which calls for more interactions between institutions and also the overall managing bodies to do this benchmarking and evaluation from time to time. Thank you so much. It's good to know that Australia also has the same challenges. Don't worry, together we shall overcome. So now I would go to Professor Bolaram Gurjar, Director NITR, which is one of the eminent institutions in the country for training of technical teachers.
Yeah,
Correct,
thank
sir?
you.
Autonomous body. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sri Ramakrishnan ji. And thank you to FICCI to invite me to interact with you regarding our institute's roles as well as the contribution in this particular topic of TVET and how cooperation can really lead us for development. Well, taking further comments or suggestions from our worthy colleagues, speakers, Dr. Usha Titus has rightly said that faculty need to be taken to industries. This is the big gap we can see in our academia. There is I'm watching it since my student days. We talk about industry academia interaction, but it is not taking place in real sense. Overemphasis on publishing. There is a saying, publish or perish. Right? So when some new lecturer or assistant professor comes to for promotion, we talk how many publications do you have, which journals, what is impact factor, H index, so many things. So from one day when we recruit them, they are into this business. I have to publish, I have to get projects and do publications, those kind of things. But if we talk about this training, capacity building, we are not doing that justice in our own, we are in classrooms setting, we are teaching and we are giving degrees, and that's why, like in the presentation of Dr. Usha, she rightly said that there is oversupply of degree qualified, job seekers rather than entrepreneurs or startup builders or, getting patents or innovators, very less in number. Though now culture is changing thanks to the government policies and programs, our students are now thinking in that direction. In IITs, I am basically from IIT Roorkee, I am professor there in civil engineering department, recently joined NITR as director. So now I can see our students, they don't even go for placement. Many of them, they say that, well, I will go for a startup. So success stories are coming. That's a good sign. At the same time, rightly said by Sri RCM Reddy ji, unless we include TVET into formal education, things may not change rightly. And good example I would share with you is of Padma Shri Sridhar Vembu. You might have heard about his name. CEO of Joho Corporation. He shifted his headquarters from USA to a small town near Chennai. And what is the vision? He says, why should my employees should come from villages to the cities? Why should I not go to them and train them? He established schools. university, he trained them, and they are coding because it's a software company. They are doing their job. He is living in a pristine environment of village or rural side. In Industry 4.0, things we have seen a great deal of change. Like, these on button you can hire taxi, Uber, Ola, those kind of things. I have read one article that says that in these 5G network, when it will really come into swing in big way, maybe privately owned cars will vanish from the roads, because very quickly, very smoothly, you will hire any kind of model. You don't need to buy. One day you can use Mercedes, one day you can use BMW, whatever. Why should you own a car and have the headache of servicing or insurance and so many things, when you can own it for whenever you want, for your own purpose, for your own service. These are the new things, new signs. So the Sridhar Vembu's sign is that unless we bring the industry and academia together, things will not change in a right way. We will have only degrees, certificates, and job seekers rather than job builders or wealth creators. Well, so pedagogy, again I will give you the new science. Skill universities are coming up. 70% of their time is in industry. Just recently I talked to Chancellor of Punjab Skill University. He said now industries are coming, they are recruiting people, right? Like 12th pass. They want them to get the diploma, but on the shop floor they will start working. So 70% time in their industry, they will come to our university only for 30% time. Wonderful. Yeah. So we are going away from this theoretical so much things. But what's happening in our society? You read so much sad stories from Kota factory. Why? Only the reason, degree. Degree. So they are, very sad stories. But when we have technologies, can't we use them? We are talking about smart cities. So much money has been pumped into Kota and many other smart cities, tagged cities, those are smart cities. What they are building? That bricks and mortar kind of things. Why can't they have those kind of systems that they can track the students if their mental situation or if they are unstable mentally or emotionally, they can save them. Those precious life, they can save them. So those kind of things I think we need to work upon. We recently had one good program with CPSC Manila, that is Colombo Plan Staff College. They give lot of emphasis on TVET, and we are also training, like 40-50 nurses, they will go to the Germany. So with NSDC we are cooperating. So the title is like, there is no development without cooperation. I would say there is no future without cooperation. This is the time we should really cooperate in a big way, whether it is industry, academia, or the civil society. We should come together, we should build the new, kind of society, because this development trajectory based on the carbon economy, it has built mega cities. In 1950s, there was only Tokyo. Now we have more than 25 mega cities, and you can see the mega cities, population more than 10 million. That is the definition of UNO. But megacity Delhi population is more than some small countries. How to manage those countries? And one vigilant, our participant or audience, he rightly said that why can't we, generate those kind of situations or, creations in villages where people don't need to come to the cities. Because cities, basically, a lot of things are there, but the quality of life of those, like air pollution or waste disposal, those situations are there. You can see in Delhi also. So much, just, a few days back, one article was there that the Delhiites, they are losing around 10 years of their life if they are continuously living in this particular air quality, which is much polluted than the other kind of small towns or villages. So using this new technology, digital technology, and new kind of industries where eco-centric development is possible, so we can shift the focus from cities to the villages. And I am sure, because my roots are from a very small village, and I feel that yes, now it is possible to have a good life, eco-centric life, and we can have those agro industries which can, have lot of people to engage in gainful employment. So thank you again for this opportunity, and I hope that with this presence of mine from NITR, more cooperation will be there between industries and between the institutes of academia and the civil society. Thanks a lot.
Sir, you'll be happy to note that at our Skill Trainer Academy in Mumbai, we have tied up with NITR to conduct the programs for the Madhya Pradesh State Skill Development Project. So, हमने आपकी मुंह की बात छीन ली. So that's good. Okay, thank you so much, sir, and wish you all the best in your new tenure in NITR. Now, from Professor Gurjar has given a call to go to the villages, but now we'll go to a developed country. We'll go to Canada. So let's hear from our friend Brad. Over to you, Brad.
Thank you. A lot of good advice and comments here. All aligns with everything we've been doing. A little different than Australia. We spend a lot of time in India. So Skill Council of Canada was born out of our efforts from working in India. About 13 years ago, I came up with a mission that I wanted to solve education for everybody. It's a big mission. I read United Nations SDG 4, what talked about education for all, what that included. Collaboration was a huge component of that. So we decided we're going to start with India. I came to India in 2010. This is actually my 45th trip to India, and COVID delayed that. But when we came to India, the first couple of years, all we did was research. We spent time with university students on campus, living with them for a little bit. We spent time with high school students. Went to villages to understand and work with communities, what the education challenge, access. We were trying to figure out what barriers existed, and this will get to the leadership of what we built, and what barriers existed across everything we can think of. Because we thought if we could understand the barriers that exist across a very complex country, then we can apply those lessons learned across the world. That was our vision. So 8 years, lots of traveling. We've partnered with lots of major organizations. We had at one point we had 53,000 courses integrated to our platform from 9 different countries. We were going around the world, speaking at different conferences everywhere. Spoke at Australia to 8,000 educators about the importance of collaboration and us working together to solve this problem. Because the reality is the skills industry across all sector skill councils, even in India, is complex. But there's each sector skill council has different skills. With all the jobs that exist, 20,000 plus jobs, there's different skills for those. How do you manage all that? When you work with an employer, how do you support an employer? There's all these different departments across HR to marketing to sales, business development, programming, legal, finance. Each one of those are different skills. So when we talk about, and I wrote this down, capability building, and I can continue with that, without resources. When you're a small to medium-sized company, the biggest challenge that they have as an organization, being an entrepreneur I built many companies, the biggest challenge is, where do I put my money? When you're starting up a company, do I pay to build content? Do I pay to put a learning management system in place? Do I pay for skills development? It's not the focus. The focus is business development, sales, partnerships, that type of stuff. So it becomes a challenge for these organizations. When you're working with employment agencies, and employment agencies typically are underfunded from what they do, the people that work within these agencies are supporting individuals looking for jobs. They need skills. These employment agencies go to school for counseling. They're not content developers. They're not skill experts. They're not people who know how to manage. They don't have the capability or capacity to build all these things that are required for people walking off the street saying, look, I want to get into this type of job or that type of job. It's a huge amount of resources you need to manage that in general. So we started looking at, how do you support those individuals? How do you support government who's trying to figure out, how do we support industry? How do you support educators who typically would focus on theory, and their students come out, they don't have the soft skills that they need. Employers are looking for individuals that come out and they don't have the capable and capacity to build the content and the scope of what's required. So from a leadership perspective, it's hard to become a leader in any one of these fields if you don't have a collective resource pool that you can pull from. So in India, when we started working here, we started building all this stuff. We started partnering with people. We had assessments. We had K-12 programs, high school programs, life learning programs, skill development across everything we can imagine. but we were failing. And we were failing because we realized that the quality was suffering. Every educator we worked with, every ed tech we worked with, even here and abroad, they had different quality programs. They had management systems that were not the same. So a user experience would come on our platform, they'd go off into, I won't name the companies, go off to different companies, and there was a different user experience. And sometimes it was broken, sometimes the quality wasn't the best. And a lot of times we didn't have APIs because some companies didn't have the technical ability to connect with us properly. So we were managing a lot of different variables, which were challenging. We realized when COVID hit, we couldn't come back to India. We were stuck in Canada. I was trying to figure out, and our only business was India. We were only focused on India. So we're sitting back home thinking, okay, let's take all the lessons learned of everything we went through over the last 8-9 years, and let's build out a program that makes sense to support the world at scale. So we launched Skill Council of Canada, and it was a focus on skills in Canada because that's the only place we can go. So we looked at how do we support all the different partners. We had to own our system. We had to manage our own very robust skills management system, which we did. Then we had to integrate content across every industry you can imagine, from essential skills, all the communication, all the soft skills that you need, technical skills, vocational skills, everything you can think of. We have now over 4,000 different skill programs. We have so many integrated in our system that we fully manage 100%. Then we had to look at affordability. How do we make sure that when we're dealing with vulnerable communities and individuals that can't afford, how do we do it? So most of our stuff is free. What we've done is we worked with the government, which is where the government comes in. The government's role is trying to figure out how to do this. And in Ontario, we have our Ontario government run by Minister Monty McNaughton, and he is a fantastic individual who puts these programs for, this is called Skills Development Fund, which has been funding all these initiatives. And the focus has been let's work with industry, let's work with employers, let's work with corporations and all these different groups to collaborate and create this ecosystem that we all support each other. So our system, the way we set it up is, aside from all the content, we added assessments as well. We realized that if someone's going into a particular job, we need to make sure how do we support the individuals that are going to manage those people. So an agency, we've partnered with agencies that are working with clients. Before you assign any content to them, you need to know what their skill gap is. So we now have 2,000 skill programs, assessments that would assess an individual's skill for the job they're going into. And then once they understand what that is, then they're able to determine what courses to provide them. And once they provide those courses, then we can break down into subject-based assessments. If they need to drill down into whatever subject, programming, for example, they can determine what level of programming they have and provide different content from there. As we were building out a program last year, for example, our government funded us several $1 million to build out programs. Vocational training was part of that. But our model is about collaboration. We partner with lots of companies, and I'll talk about NSTC International. We've partnered with them for something we're working with between our countries. But what our goal was how do we bring together all the key players and share everything we have. So every partner we work with, whether it's a university, whether it's a company, whether it's an agency, we give them access to our entire system. We brand it in their brand so that they have their own resources. And I'm not saying they're going to use all the program, but when they're dealing with their employees or when they're dealing with people that they're trying to support or students, if they need certain programs or certain content, they have the resources they can pull from and then make it available. So that way, from a leadership perspective, you're empowering these leaders with the right resources, because if they don't have the right resources, they're going to fail no matter what we do. Lots of teachers, and I heard this earlier, teachers to get them into industry and work with that, it's a great idea. I think it has a lot of chance. The problem is teachers are teachers who they didn't go into the world of business. We've worked with a lot of teachers. They have no interest in working in industry. They have zero interest. Then we work with employers, and employers have zero interest in building content or building training. So as a collective group of people, and the way our business model works is we work with partners who do all these different things, and we become the leaders to help the leaders. So we facilitate and build the infrastructure and the partner which we all have right now, and then we provide it to them. We train them, and now they have access to these amazing resources that are shared. What's neat about it is, and I'll take NSTC International. We started looking at, they reached out to me a little while ago from my years of experience here, and they wanted to talk about how do we create pathways from India to Canada, because the reality is we have the exact same problem. We have a huge shortage of resources, or people, and India has, you guys are going to be the skills nation of the world. Like the population here, I've been saying this for a decade, there are so many brilliant people here. They just need pathways to the right opportunities, and that could be local or international. So we started looking at vocational training, and we are fortunate enough that we realized in order to do vocational training, you need facilities. And ironically enough, we started supporting a school in Brampton, Ontario, who needed support in a lot of different areas. And then we realized they were the only school in Ontario that had 17 trade facilities in the one location. Really state-of-the-art stuff, amazing, amazing stuff. But no, they weren't being supported as much as we felt we could. So we partnered with the school board. Now we're the facilitators of this place after school hours. So working with NSCC International, we're now aligning these different roles and different opportunities into placement. But what we're doing is we're working with employers, defining the requirements, what the employers need, and then we're working over here to start providing Canadian standards and all the international requirements, certification, all that stuff here, language training, so that we can build pipelines of people who are automatically going to be certified and aligned with Canadian standards, and then get the employment offer right away. So when they come over, they're getting employed. It's not afterwards where they're trying to find jobs. So these type of collaboration is critical for the success of leadership, but being able to support all these different players that are in the market that have all these needs, but many of them, unless they're working together with other companies, they're not going to be successful at it. And that's one of the biggest challenges we felt here was this lack of collaboration, the lack of integration, and we realized we just had to do it ourselves. We had to integrate all of this stuff together into one system, one ecosystem, and then take that same ecosystem and go to our partners and say, here, you can use it for your environment. And then we collaborate, we become their back-end partners where we help them succeed. And then a lot of customization from their own perspective, so they would come up with their own programs and they have the ability to build whatever they want. But what's neat about it is anytime we build stuff and we add it to our platform, it automatically gets added to everybody in our network. So everyone has their own brands, it's their own system, their own administration, their own management. It's self-contained, but it's all connected equally. So we have the ability to create this global connection of support, resources, so that these leaders who are running organizations, who are running agencies, or working with government are not trying to figure out how do we build programs for 40 sectors, and how do we build programs for every single department. We built the foundation to do that, and now it's just about partnerships. That's what we do.
Thank you, Brad, for taking us through your program. It's very unique, it's very global, and your flavor is one of collaboration with a lot of stakeholders, and making it work is something that's very commendable. So thanks for sharing that with us. The screen there shows we have got 4 minutes and 27 seconds. So if you have to stick to time, any of the panel members want to say anything else which have been missed out, you could do that, after which we can throw open the floor to any questions. If there are anybody on the panel, RCM? Okay, anybody else? Okay, so are there any questions?
I have a question, sir. Yes, sir.
We would like different people to ask questions, you know. Okay. Variety is the spice of life. Yeah, you, sir. Sir, mic. Oh, not working. Can you, she'll give you the, okay. Cordless.
My question is to Dr. Usha. In the presentation it was shown that so many people have been trained. I just want to know, is there any, how effective is the training? That has to be really measured, because anything which cannot be measured cannot be improved. Because I have trained so many people, so what? But उन्होंने कितना सीखा है, how much they have benefited the industry, that is very important. I have been an industry man for 40 years. And I have this complaint कि ये training के लिए गए, but somehow we feel कि the effectiveness of the training is very important to be measured. So a measurement index has to be made for that. That is my point.
Very true. The data that I showed is was for skilling our students of 2 lakhs. They were put through a measurement in matrix. And it was shown that the skilling was successful, in achieving the deliverables that we had laid down. Now that 2 lakh was for school children. They were actually put through a program of English speaking, articulation, communication skills, IT skills, in which actually Mr. RCM Reddy's Learnet had also participated, as well as a trade of their choice. Now this is interesting because students were asked to choose amongst about 100 trades. These are higher secondary school students, which means they are in class 11, class 12, and even in the first year of their college. And we expected that skilled students would now hit the job market. The figures show that 40% actually are dropping out. They are not entering the college. We conducted a Nielsen study, which was a tracer study, a census study of the students that we trained, and we found that only 8% had entered the job market. And those employers said, oh, these students are the best and all that. Now, where did the others go? And that is what I mentioned. They entered the higher education system. With a newfound confidence, the English, the IT skills, they entered higher education. And they ended up with degrees. So, I mean, that is, we allow anyone who wants to do higher education to move into higher education, and therefore they were able to take their degrees in colleges. So, if you ask me, was our skilling successful? Yes, our tests, our measurements showed that they were successful. However, did it achieve the objective in real terms? No, because they did not enter the job market and as skilled personnel when they were actually skilled in the prime of their skills. That actually made us change the way we were functioning. We then started focusing on college students and improving their employability.
Thank you for this chance. I've tried to raise my hand for 3 panels, but at last I got it. Thanks to lesser number of people here. Thank you, sir.
Made it at last. Congrats.
All right, don't give up. Well, since the topic is on empowering TVET leadership and practitioners, I don't know to call it a question or to call it a reflection or maybe an articulation, as was also said by the panel. We have seen the skill ecosystem changing and changing a lot for the good. But in that whole process, my question now sitting through the day is, are we forgetting the central part of it, which is on our theme, empowering youth, and concentrating only on building skills and creating future? Have we looked at the ground realities of the young people? What they need, where are they today, where do we want them to go? While we create systems and practices. Why am I asking this today is, because look at ours, okay, NSDC has done a lot, MSDE has come in, perfect. But by the time we are settling down to something of a structure and get used to it, norms are changing, players are changing, interpretations are changing. Who is an awarding body, for example, today? What was it before? What is the role of the sector skill councils? Where are they today? Where were they when they created? I'm sure some of the skill providers will agree with me on this. So we don't know where are we going. Look at our structure. I think Usha had also showed us the created structures, MSD, NSDC, okay, NCVT has come in now, NSD is gone, fine. But look at our states. There are multiple bodies supposed to be integrating skill ecosystem and supporting the training providers. So who do we go to? Not only in one state, in multiple states, this is a scenario. So when we talk about leadership for TVET, I'm happy, Mr. Reddy mentioned it, don't look at only at the trainers. Everybody involved in the ecosystem, the stakeholders, needs to take this position of the leadership. I think, unfortunately, okay, it's the FICCI and many other stakeholders are here. Those, okay, the ministerial level, NSDC level, they're already come and gone. And that's also, unfortunately, what is happening with lot of the policies, practices, offers happening. Maybe as a body, FICCI needs to also stand up begin to walk the talk on this. Let us set something in place, make it work before we look at, changing it and making it even better. Perfect. But while we start somewhere, we are already running to the next without having achieved much on the first. Maybe a comment. I'm not looking for specific answers, but maybe a thought for everybody.
I'll give a thought. So we created in Canada as part of this. When we're talking about building education for everybody, we look at every aspect of the population, including youth. We created a program last year called Youth Skill Council, and the goal was to empower youth to be the leaders of empowering other youth. So we met some groups. We provide training to help the youth get access. We created our own system specifically for the youth, and the goal was, again, to create youth empowerment. Peer-to-peer is very important, and if you can have youth that are ambitious and eager to do a lot more, then they can be the ones that lead the charge with other youth. It becomes challenging when older people are trying to work with youth and may not be in touch with the same technologies and the same, like my son is a good example. He uses technology that I still don't understand why he uses it, but all his friends use the same stuff. But having youth work with youth and share all this stuff together is really, really great, and creating programs specifically for youth, run by youth, could really make a difference.
Yeah, I can understand with Father George his anguish of 15-20 years. So we all, Father, myself, several of others, we have started the first job-linked placement training program way back in 2007-8. And as skills practitioners, I think you can also see when we started off this skill development forum here, we used to come like what our Dr. Mohapatra is wearing, suited, booted, tie and all that stuff. And after some time, the tie has gone. And after some time, the suit has gone. Then only jacket. After that, only full shirt, like Father is wearing. And after that, it has become like me, not only half shirt. Alright. So the point is, the skills practitioners today, the ecosystem has not been favorable. So there are a lot of things that need to be done. The entire risk is shared by the skills provider, and whereas rest are all there to enable, facilitate, and most often question. All right. But having said that, the reality is, I tend to believe that the ecosystem is changing. It should change. When we started, we looked at in the contextually at that point of time, below poverty line youth being identified, being put in jobs. Whether that need has changed, hasn't changed. But whether the aspirations have gone up, aspirations have gone up. I think as a vocational skill system today, we need to look at school dropouts to school passouts to colleges. I think the whole range has to be looked at. And it's no longer confined to only the entry-level blue-collar skilling, because their aspirations are also changing. I think the ecosystem is in the process of adjusting itself. That's why you see a lot of multiplicity. I'm quite optimistic and hopeful of a kind of system to evolve out of this, and the system has to be aligned with the formal education system. After all these years, I am a firm believer of there is no need to have an ITI. I think ITI, what you teach in ITI should be part of 11th and 12th of the formal schooling. And with NEP, emphasizing on vocationalization of education, I think we have some ray of hope that it might happen. And we'll continue to be in this kind of turmoil for quite some time to come in, I suppose.
Father, one more thing, we can think of is that fully appreciate what you say, and RCM has very nicely articulated. So one is that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. We are in the right direction, and possibly in this situation, what every institution has to look at is what is it that is within my purview that can be done to empower, strengthen my ecosystem. And then I am sure when we have good intentions and we do it, they say nature will conspire to make it happen, and nature will conspire with MSD, NSDC and everybody, and it will
fully
happen.
agreed,
So
sir.
your point is well taken.
Now, in the evolving context, what I come to say is also that the leadership and the practitioners are not capacitated to handle this scenario.
Point taken.
Like Kulshi was saying, okay, you can mix and merge NOSS and QPs to create a new course and you certify it. Perfect. But are our trainers, are our skilling providers are our training centers equipped, or is their capacity built to manage these on an ongoing basis? So that is where I'm saying the investment on empowering TVET leadership also has to be given, not only at the recipient end, but also from the provider or the, let's say, those who are, let's say, talking, the policy level also needs to provide for that facilitation and possibilities of it.
Fine, thank you. So,
yeah, I'm Shrikant from TASK, Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. Answering the point that Dr. Usha raised, which is why does it happen over there, why doesn't it happen over here? I'm talking about the TVET program. I think the missing link over here is the Chamber of Commerce. If you look at it in Austria, Germany, and I've studied that model at length, the driving force over there is the Chamber of Commerce, which acts as the pivot point for both the students as well as the industry to come in together. If FICCI can take that role, and that's my ask over here, then probably we can replicate that kind of a model over here. That's what my ask is. Thank you.
Point well taken, and let's see if we can in a way represent some of these very critical issues in a very concise manner to the ministry and NHDC. We'll try that, sir. Point well taken.
Yeah, can we?
So,
can I have a question, please? I have a question.
Acha, okay. Last question, if it's okay with you, because enough food for thought has happened. Food for body is waiting, I think, Dipti is announced. So, aapka aakhri sawal, sir.
Should I wait or should I?
No, you
do that.
You have the privilege of the last question.
Sir, I have like to make. I'm an ex-professor, University of Delhi. I wanted to make observation regarding the distinction between education and skill. You see, skilling is required as part of the training. You join X organization, you need to be skilled for that. But education, on the contrary, is something in the form of knowledge, which you acquire not over a period of 2 months or 3 months of skilling, but over a period of decades, I would say. That's why we say that knowledge is power. And therefore, when we have to impart skills, we have to have knowledge as well. And therefore, education, as one of the speakers, panelists rightly pointed out, that we need to have education first. Education is paramount. Why? Because you learn concepts. You learn the analytical ability of a student. The analytical ability is learned through education, not through skilling. Skilling could be technical skill, could be conceptual skill, could be human skill. There are 3 skills we normally talk about. So I feel that education predominates and should be preceded by skilling. My observation. Thank you.
Okay, we can give a big hand to the esteemed panel members for sharing valuable thoughts.
It was so engrossing, I forgot to get up from my seat and come and say thanks to all of you. So thank you everybody. Thank you eminent panelists for your time and the wonderful insights that we had during the discussion. We have an early dinner served for all of us today. So dinner is served outside. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Please be here by 9:30 so that you guys can register.